All right, I think we're live on YouTube. Let me go live on TikTok. 1 second. Talk out a little bit slow. All right, now we're live on TikTok. Hey, welcome in, friends. Glad to be here. It's Wednesday night. We did one of our favorite topics on Monday, namely that God is not good. We got some interaction. We got some crash outs. Got some lively discussions. And today we're back to the usual. But great topic nonetheless. I'm excited to see what kind of action we get on this tonight. Should be a lot of fun. Before I forget, let me make sure both of our guest boxes are open. Bada bing, bada boom. Both guest boxes are open. So now we are ready to rock and roll, friends. Hey, thanks for being here. I've got a couple super chats. No one in the guest box yet. The guest box will populate, I'm sure, shortly. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to join in the discussion, you can go to the link on the screen, which is tiny.cc/DZ And if you're, oh, it's missing from the vertical stream. Give me 1 second, though, to see what happened to the vertical stream here. Anyways, it's tiny.cc/, oh, it's there it goes up top. Never mind. Oops, my bad. I was looking in the wrong place. tiny.cc/DZLive. If you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button and we'll get you pulled into our guest queue and you'll be able to join the conversation. Rachel, hey, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. It says, the sky carcass must really want to shut me up. Several of my super chats never made it on the stream. LOL. Cheers to the nice barbecue and hail Satan. Well, Rachel, I don't know if that's the case. So not everyone knows this, but I think most people know. I don't read the super chats in the order that they come in, by the way. So like if you saw me read somebody else's super chat that came after you but I read it before yours, that doesn't mean that yours got missed. Some of them get saved till the end of the stream and they don't get read in real time. I do have a system for what super chats to read and when to read them. It's kind of complicated, but nevertheless, I do read all the super chats. If not between the guests, at least at the end of the stream. I try to keep up as good as I can with them during the stream, but sometimes it's hard, because, a lot of people send chats. But thank you so much for sending a super chat, and thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. Every view counts. Every view, every like, every share, all the hearts and the super chats and the gifts. It really helps the stream quite a bit, so I really appreciate that, friends. And Dexter with us tonight. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, good friend. Hope you're doing well. I hope your Wednesday night's treating you well. It was cold here today. I don't know about anyone else. Like not only is it cold in my state, but it was windy today too. So it was like that biting cold that like goes all the way down into your bones. Wasn't my favorite thing, but you're gonna have a little bit of that. I think I don't know if all the schools were closed today or not, but I think they were closed. I think they were closed yesterday. Could be wrong. I don't really keep track anymore. Nevertheless, hopefully y'all are doing okay wherever you're at. I know I guess we would say a real winter this year, like a true, like classic Ohio winter. Probably great for the kids. I bet the kids are enjoying it because they're getting days off of school. They're going to go sledding. I remember when I was a kid, that was like the best part of winter was having snow days and then going sledding. It was the best. And then you become an adult and you're like, yeah, it's not so much the best anymore. It is what it is. All right, well, we've got one guest waiting to get in on our YouTube queue, so I guess we'll grab them. If you have a god or gods or some sort of theistic concept and you've got evidence or an argument for your god, hey, we'd love to hear about it. Definitely be interested to hear why you think your God is believable and why you think others should or could believe in your particular God. First up today, it looks like we're going to get Seth from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Seth.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Seth, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Well, I mean, I like to imagine I look at that old at least. Yes, I am, and I do believe in a deistic theory. I am Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I am consider myself more of a conservative degree of Judaism. My argument is going to be more so rooted on the archaeological and historical findings that some aspects of the Old Testament have been verified to some capacity in conjunction with sort of the survival of the Jewish people being sort of evidence that there's some sort of divine nature or divine um, being that has allowed for the survival of what arguably is a group of people that from a historical standpoint, and I guess personally and subjectively from a deity standpoint, is quite miraculous. So
Well,
one
let
example,
me ask one question. I want to make
sure.
sure we're thinking of the same thing. So, you initially said that you believe in a deistic concept, but what you just described is theistic. So, am I to believe that you're a theist and not a deist?
I want to be honest with you. I forgot the distinction between those two terms. I don't want to be someone that.
Fair enough. So the main distinction is that a deistic God kind of is almost one step
Hello?
above like a force of nature. Like they kicked the universe into motion. They're like the prime mover, and then they didn't do anything after that. They just kind of sat
So
back,
like so
right?
like so like a Burke,
Hold on
some
a
like
second. I think
so
your connection's coming off. 1 second. Let me see if I can refresh your connection. So I'm showing right now that you've got 3 red bars, and your connection dropped on my end.
yeah, I see you now.
Do
Are
you
you good?
have? I can't hear you either. Do you have Wi-Fi available? I think your
Yeah,
connection's kind of
I'm on my desktop.
lagging on us.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on. Say something again for me real quick.
Shalom.
Oh, some audio. Interesting. My soundboard's picking you up, but my earbuds lost you. Wonder why that is. That's a weird. I might have to
Um,
refresh my browser. Give me a second.
sure.
Yeah, everything's set up right. Let me refresh my browser real quick and see if
Sure.
that
Take your
fixes
time.
it. Sometimes when the connection drops like midstream, sometimes it just kind of does goofy stuff. All right, give me 1 more second. We'll be back at it. All right, what about now? I don't hear anything. Y'all hear him? I don't hear him. Try. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Try refreshing it on your end. Maybe.
Okay, I'll refresh on my end.
Yeah,
Okay.
refresh your browser. His phone got 3 red bars and then he dropped. And when he came back, I couldn't hear him when he came back. So hopefully this will fix it. All right, let's try this again.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay. So I couldn't really catch the distinction. Correct me if I'm wrong. A theist is someone that believes in an interactive God,
Yeah,
while a deist more so believes in a passive God, so like a more of the Spinoza sort of realm of God.
nailed it. Yeah, the deistic God kind of is the prime mover, and then he just stepped back and hasn't done anything since. So if your God is interacting with mankind at all, then it's a theistic God.
Okay. I don't. I, I don't. I guess I don't necessarily. It's hard for me to answer that one because I think in some ways my idea of God um, has interacted in the past, but it's not necessarily someone. I think it's someone that oversees the large scale aspects of the world and that there's a plan, but I don't think it's a God that's deciding you're going to drink apple juice now or you're going to stumble and fall on your knee 5 minutes from now. If that sort of makes sense. Like they control the grand scale, the
Yeah.
grand story of the universe, but they don't necessarily inherently control every minute detail that's happening every moment of every day. I guess sort of that's the best way I can sort of prescribe um, how I'd view between those two terms. So maybe it's a little bit of a both. Maybe it's a little bit of a mix. I don't know what the exact academic term is, but hopefully that sort of at least describes how I would view God from my point of view and my religious upbringing and just my own research and studies. Um,
Yeah, that's fine.
so
So you believe in a theistic God. You could say like it's limited, like limited theism. Whatever you want to call it is fine with me. So you're going to point towards like, hey, there's some stuff in the Hebrew Bible that seems like it lines up with actual history, and because that lines up with history, I guess the rest of it must be true.
No, I do not believe the entire Old Testament is true. I believe some of it is allegory. For example, a lot of Genesis is definitely allegory. I don't believe Adam and Eve. I don't believe the flood story is obviously more so borrowed from many other ancient religions or cultures at that time. But I do believe there are aspects of the Old Testament which we know for certain archaeologically that so, for example, King Omri, we know that there's complete archaeological evidence of their existence.
Hmm.
That's just one example. But the point in that respect is to show that I know there's, at least for me, there's clearly a distinction between some aspects of the Old Testament being archaeologically verifiable and those that are more allegorical. So I really want to focus more so on the parts that we have some sort of archaeological evidence for, or at least we have suspicion of, and argue from that point rather than trying to argue that Genesis or anything of that nature is really where the evidence is going to be rooted in from. And certainly not the New Testament, because obviously, as a Jew, I don't
Yeah,
subscribe to Jesus. For me is a apocalyptical rabbi
yeah,
revolutionary that was
yeah,
probably a good guy, but not certainly not a divine figure by any means
yeah.
for me.
We would definitely agree on that. So I think we could probably fast forward the conversation a little bit. I know already that there are parts of the Hebrew
Cat, hi
Bible
cat.
that are factual. So hold on, baby.
So what I want to start with is, do you speak Hebrew or biblical Hebrew
I
a little bit?
read biblical Hebrew. Speaking it's a little more tenuous.
Well, just reading it.
I'm
If you go to
taking, I'm
But
taking modern Hebrew right now, so I can speak it a lot better.
Bamidbar or Numbers
Hmm.
23,
Yeah.
verse 9. I'm going to read the Hebrew, and then then you can either read the English for the chat, or I'll read the English for the chat. Ki
Well,
Mirari. Oh, are you maybe do you want to read it? I mean, I don't want to. It's
no,
your.
what I want to do is fast forward. So I'm already granting you that there's historical parts of the Hebrew Bible. I don't disagree
Okay.
with that, right? So you don't have to prove that point. It's already done, right? So the thing that we need to talk about is what about the historical portions? How does that validate that the God exists?
So my argument would be that since certain well, let me give you the example I was giving you. So Numbers 23:9,
Hmm.
you have Balaam or Bilam,
Hmm.
depending on your pronunciation. And in 23:9, he says, this is the English, for from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, it is a people that shall dwell alone and shall not be reckoned among the nations. If you look at the history of the Jewish people, from whatever that was written to the present time, I think the possibility of archaeological discovery or at least
Yeah.
some evidence of its existence. I'm sure you might be familiar
Hmm.
with the Deir Allah inscription.
Yep.
Yeah. So for me, this
But
was like a mind blowing experience, at
so
least.
so again,
Oh,
I agree that there are historical parts of the Hebrew Bible. I'm trying to figure out how this gets you to God because there are historical parts of the Babylonian text too. Like, so I can read the Babylonian text and discover that they're talking about historical events, but inside of the historical events, they're also talking about like Lord Marduk, Lord Ashur. And I don't think that these mythologies exist, even though I think that the historical stuff is real. So I'm still trying to figure out what the historical portions have to do with the mythology.
well, I suppose my argument would be that if we have some evidence, not saying for sure, but there's definitely more evidence for Balaam's existence as a seer of sorts compared to other figures. If let's say, let's grant that he existed in some form,
Mhm.
and what he stated, that this is a group of people that will exist and thrive, but they will be isolated from the rest of the nations. If that still persists to this day, for me, that is in some way could be considered prophetic, And for me, if that is considered prophetic, that lends more credence to there being some sort of divine nature to that verse or to that statement, from something that was written, probably, since this is numbers, it can mean, I mean, let's just say many, many centuries ago. So that's my sort of that'd be one of my arguments there is if we can consider that to some degree to be prophetic, I think that at least lends credence that there is some sort of divine aspect to that verse, and then so perhaps there's some sort of divine figure that, again, part of the large scale plan from my view of God, that they're controlling the larger narrative of the world, and one of those narratives is the um, you know survival, growth, but again, the isolation of the Israelites or the modern Jews as a nation today. Does that sort of make sense? What I'm coming from, hopefully.
I definitely understand what you're saying. I wouldn't connect it the way you connect it. So, for example, we don't know when this was written, and we don't know if he spoke those words. So, for example, we got tons and tons of prophecies from the ancient world, both in the Hebrew
Mhm.
Bible and outside the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's a volume behind me over there called the Ancient Near Eastern Text Relating to the Old Testament. And in it, around like page 440 or 450, there's a prophecy for Esarhaddon about how Esarhaddon is going to like win all these military victories, and then they all come true. And they're written in a cuneiform, in Akkadian, from the time period that Esarhaddon was actually alive. If I think that like every single geopolitical prediction means that the person saying it is coming from God, then I would have to believe in the Babylonian pantheon as well. But what I find in the Hebrew Bible is I find a lot of very similar prophecies that are also paralleled in the Babylonian literature. But what I also find are failed prophecies. There are failed prophecies in the Hebrew Bible too, which to me just makes it sound a lot like the Babylonian prophecies. In the Babylonian prophecies, I see predictions that come true, and I see predictions that fail. And I think the thing that accounts for this the best is that they're taking guesses, and you take enough guesses, you're going to get some right.
Just a question. I'm not so familiar with the text you mentioned before, but you did mention that the prophecies that were documented were written at the time of the existence of that leader.
Mhm.
Do we know if they are written after those battles occurred, or is it too difficult to assess necessarily within what time frame that was written? Because my counter argument to that would be that might be so, but maybe that prophecy was just written, a couple of years or decades after that conquest was successful.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem with the cuneiform script. We can trace when the particular script comes from, but it's always there's wiggle room, right? There's gray area. So languages don't change overnight. They take, many generations to change slowly over time. So what we find in the Akkadian script for the prophecies concerning Esarhaddon, Ashurbanipal, and whatnot, what we find is that they're written in a script that was in use when they were alive. But what we can't do is verifiably claim that they were written prior to these kings. What I do know from the ancient world, though, is a lot of times they had like whole schools of prophets, and the prophets were all the time uttering predictions. And then when one came true, typically then that guy was singled out and his writings were preserved, even though there's hundreds of other predictions that failed, right? And
Mhm.
sometimes this would anger the king. In fact, we've got stories from the ancient Near East where one of the Babylonian kings was asking for a prophecy, and the prophecy he got from like a dozen different of his seers, and the prophecy ended up failing. So he went and he murdered all of his prophets. He just went in and said, "Yep, you're all done. You're all slaughtered," and killed them all. So like prophecy in the ancient world is pretty abundant, and what I find in the Bible is not unique. It reads just like Egyptian prophecy. It reads like Babylonian and Assyrian prophecy. I think if you make enough guesses, you're going to get some right. And to me, that is not like it's not an indication that the God is real.
I can understand that point of view. I guess what I would say as a rebuttal is that I definitely know prophecy is not the Bible is not unique to having prophecy. It's a very common occurrence in the ancient world. I'm definitely cognizant of that fact, and I don't disagree with that fact. I guess what I would argue is maybe the distinction from the Old Testament, not completely, but some parts of it, is that some of the prophecies that were stated about the Israelites or the Jewish nation, um, they more so subscribe to the future of the group as a whole rather than isolated incidents. So the verse that I brought up, for example, you have, Balaam, stating that this is the destiny of this people. It's not necessarily saying you are going to win this battle that is coming up. This is more so speaking about something about a group of people and their existence and their inherent nature. And again, maybe I mean, obviously I'm speaking subjectively, but I think if we also look at it historically, the Jewish nation has been isolated from the other nations, probably since their existence. But still they have survived, still they have persisted. So my argument would be this, at least this prophecy, if we're going to consider it that as much, I think it's horizon rather than predicting just a singular incident or a singular event. If you understand the distinction, I guess I'm making there, because what you mentioned were this king, being able to conquer and win some battles, um, but that's more so isolated or singular events. While this prophecy, for example, or others that I would bring up potentially, they're more so looking at the longer term future of the group or of the Israelites of the Jewish nation. That I think would be where I would argue the distinction, at least from my perspective.
Well, I don't think there's that big of a distinction, right? So we've got hundreds and hundreds of prophecies from the ancient Near East that are, I would say, a parallel to what we find in the Bible. So, like in the prophecy of Nefertiti and some of the other Egyptian prophecies, we find that it talks about how your kingdom is going to, remain forever. And like there's always these prophecies, especially during enthronement prophecies, about how like your kingdom is going to be the greatest kingdom. It's there's always these future long scale visions. And we could say that the ones about Egypt came true because look at Egypt now, right? They're like a jewel of the tourism world. Like they're one of the wonders of the world. Many of them actually, not just one of them, is located in Egypt. So like again, these types of prophecy I don't find to be special or unique, especially considering that within the same books of prophecies, we find failed prophecies, right? So if we go to the Hebrew Bible, there's dozens and dozens of failed prophecies. So to me, the fact that one of them, like, was, first of all, this is vague. It's a very vague prophecy, but that
Yes,
one
I
of them
it's
came
definitely big.
true to me isn't special. I'm much more interested in the fact, well, if God is giving these prophets revelation, why are they getting stuff wrong?
My I think my response would be that some prophecies are conditional. So you hear consistently Old Testament, if you people do this, and if the Jew, if the Hebrew nation does this, and they listen to my laws and they follow God appropriately, you will have X, and if they don't have this, you will have Y. I mean, you see that I think as a really common pattern. Like the entire book of Judges is basically a cycle of uh the Israelites don't listen, they're punished, they return back to God, they defeat their enemies. So I would say a lot of that sort of, let's say, failed prophecies or prophecies that didn't necessarily come to fruition, um, those would more so, I would argue, be conditional. I mean, do you have a specific one in the Old Testament that you would refer to that you would consider to be a failure or
Yeah,
something that didn't come to fruition?
I think most of the book of Ezekiel, for example, and it's not conditional, by the way. So the problem with saying that the one when they don't come true, they're conditional. When they do come true, they're not conditional. To me, that this is kind of like you're just trying to like figure out why they didn't come true, but sometimes they just don't come true because God's not real. But in Ezekiel, there's this thing happening where the people aren't believing the prophets anymore because so many of them have failed. It says, the word of the Lord came to me, mortal, what is this proverb of yours about the land of Israel that says the days are prolonged and every vision comes to nothing? Tell them, therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb. They shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel, but say to them, the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision, for there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination within the house of Israel. But I, the Lord, will speak the word, and I, the Lord, will speak, and the word that I speak will be fulfilled. it will no longer be delayed, but your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord God. The word of the Lord came to me. Mortal, the house of Israel is saying that the vision that he sees is for many years ahead. He prophesies for distant times. Therefore say to them, thus saith the Lord, none of my words will be delayed any longer, but the word that I speak will be fulfilled, says the Lord God. So I'm reading this and said, okay, God's going to fulfill these prophecies in Ezekiel within his lifetime.
But which specific prophecies in Ezekiel within the lifetime are going to be fulfilled? So, I mean, obviously, one of the most notorious prophecies in Ezekiel would be the vision he has of the third temple.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's ever necessarily ascribed to being something that's going to occur in his lifetime. So I'm just trying to figure out where in Ezekiel, like what prophecies in Ezekiel you're referring to that would supposedly occur in his lifetime.
All of them. So chapter 40 to the end of the book I would include as part of all of them, which includes the temple, which is why it says here, the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision. He didn't say some visions. He said every
Mhm.
vision.
That's a good point. Admittedly, I don't have, I mean, I don't have a direct answer to that right away. Um, I guess the argument I would say is that the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision. Near is, again, this is not the best answer. This is just what I come off the top of right away, and maybe this is probably admittedly some cope. Near is a subjective term. We don't know when near can mean 5 minutes. Near can mean for some people years in advance. Again, not the best answer, I grant you, but technically speaking, near is a subjective term. It doesn't say it's going to happen while I'm alive. It says near. All right,
Well,
so that again, not the best answer, I admit it, but I'm just trying to, off the
I
top of
get
my
it.
head, sort of give some sort of, subjective. Again, admittedly, this is
Mm-hmm.
coming from a subjective point of view. I'm Jewish. I'm aware of my biases. I'm aware of, what I've studied, what I've been raised in, and obviously, I'm not under any sort of delusion that I'm going to convince you that any sort of deity necessarily exists. But I'm just sort of trying to explain, at least from my point of view, why, at least from what I studied and from my perspective, why I might think some sort of deity with a larger or grand scale um, might both be logically possible and historically, sort of connect to that as well. So that'd be my answer. Admittedly, I don't have a great answer to you on
That's
that
fair.
front.
So I
Also,
would. Mhm.
also for me, Ezekiel. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ezekiel is a very, what's the term I'm looking for? Ezekiel is a very interesting book.
Mhm.
Its prophecies are definitely out there.
Mhm.
I don't know if I take necessarily all of Ezekiel to be clearly I don't believe every prophecy to be historical. I think the historicity of Ezekiel is that he probably some sort of prophet existed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not necessarily sure about his historicity, but I think it's sort of the majority of scholars think it's possible some prophet at around that time named Ezekiel existed.
Mhm.
It's there's more possibility than say Daniel. I think we all know Daniel was
Yeah,
clearly
Daniel's
that
fake.
yeah, Daniel. Yeah, yeah. Still a book that I think there's lessons to be learned from. That's maybe
Mhm.
but I know historically there was no prophet Daniel, and also I don't know if you heard this before, but some prophets or some figures are sort of separate entities, but they're coming from a singular source. So um, in the Babylonian Talmud, I believe it's mentioned there's an argument who was Malachi, and there's different
Right.
arguments. There's three
Well,
arguments.
it's
Oh,
not just in the Babylonian Talmud.
mm,
Non-Jewish scholars debate the same thing. Was Malachi actually the name of the prophet, or is this just the name of the book because that means my messenger?
right.
Right. So, yeah.
The predominant view, I think the majority view in Judaism, and I don't know if the scholars, but I'm sure it's argued, is that Ezra is actually Malachi.
Could be.
Um, yeah. So that just that was a just a alias or synonym because. But anyways, I know we're getting a little off track there, but I guess sort of that's my um argument more so in that respect. Sort
So
of
I
what I'm
would
trying to
point
say.
you to verse 26 and 27 because
Mhm.
I think that gives you a narrow range. It says, the word of the Lord came to me, mortal. The house of Israel is saying that the vision he sees is for many years ahead, which means the visions can't be for many years. And that's why I think uh, it says, in your days, O rebellious house. I would imagine that this is in the days of rebellious Judah and not many years in the future.
Could be, but I mean, the history of the Israelites, it wasn't as if rebellion wasn't a very uncommon occurrence. Could be at almost any point in history. I mean, one thing I believe in the Old Testament, even God says, my people are hard-headed. It's not necessarily an uncommon thing that the Jews will rebel or act rebellious. I mean, even from the moments they're taken out of mounts, from the Exodus, which again,
Mm-hmm.
I'm viewing it from a narrative standpoint, not from a historical standpoint. I acknowledge Exodus is mostly allegorical. It's possible there might have been some sort of small event where a group of people crossed a sea of reeds and there was some sort of leader there.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible, but obviously the actual narrative itself, I recognize that it's more so just expanding on the legend. Um, so I guess I would say in that respect that, like I said, the Jewish people in the Bible historically have always been rebellious. Like I said, from coming fitting for the Exodus, the story comes to the golden calf is not that long after. So
Mm-hmm.
I grant what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. I think it's definitely a very valid argument. I would just say that there are some disputable parts from a subjective standpoint, at least. Again, what does near mean? Rebellious,
Well, I would suggest that the word near would be within their lifetime. And the reason why, because it would lose all meaning elsewhere. So, for example, if near means more time than your nation has even been a nation, I find that to be difficult. So, for
do
example,
you have Oh, I was gonna say, do you have the Hebrew on that? I want to make. Not that I don't trust the what translation are you using? Just if you don't mind me
I'm in
asking.
the NRSV. I don't know if it says al yad. We can look it up if you think the word near is important.
I just well, in this argument, it is. I don't. I'm not saying it's not. I just want to make sure.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, chat, for those that don't read biblical Hebrew. Don't mean to make it too boring. But
What verse
that
are we
this is
grabbing
that is
here?
the direct source language.
It
Um,
is. It is. All right. No longer blah 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 blah. The Lord may fill no longer be delayed. I was okay. Mortal house of Israel, the vision sees for many years ahead. He prophesied distant times. Therefore, will not be delayed. Oh, it must be way back here then. Hold on. The long vision. Tell him I will put an end to the proverb. The days are near. Okay, so we're going to be looking in verse 23. Okay, find it.
I'm curious. What's your background, by the way? Just from a I mean, obviously you're well read and studied in biblical history, biblical literature. I'm not that familiar. I only started watching your content like a week or two ago. I'm just curious. What's your background, if you don't mind me asking?
So my background is Christianity. So I went to Bible college and seminary, and I stopped believing because I studied the Bible, and the Bible just it just wasn't true. So I stopped believing.
Catholic or Protestant?
Protestant.
Protestant. Okay.
Although I had 12 years of Catholic school prior, I grew up in the Catholic school system. That explains some of my other mental diseases here. But let's see. Or say to them, okay. Well, it doesn't say al yad like at hand. What we've got is karivu. So I mean, you can take that for what it is. Typically means like approaching. Like karav is used
Yeah.
in Leviticus for drawing near.
No, no. Yeah. I mean, I think we're arguing distinction how the difference. It's near. It's approaching. It's not. It's not like the. I'll give the very common example. I forget the exact number. I hear a lot. It's a prophecy around Jesus where they say that my hands and feet are pierced, but actually that Hebrew doesn't make any sense. It would more so be kiari, a lion. I'm not arguing
Yeah,
that it's
Psalm 22.
yeah, yeah, which I mean, again, sorry anyone in chat who is a Christian theist, but that is not a prophecy. That word does not mean pierce. So just let them
No,
know that.
my audience knows that. Don't worry.
Yeah, I
Um,
know. I said any Christians that are watching, or planning on entering the chat.
so you know as well as I do, karav, the verb, means to like literally approach, like you're next to something, or you're
Yeah,
drawing near to God's
yeah,
presence, right? So
yeah.
I don't see why I would look at this in the text and think it was for many years later, especially because it says exactly the opposite. It says none of my words will be delayed any longer. And he says the visions that he sees are for many years ahead. And he's saying, no, that's not the case. It's not for many years ahead. So I don't see how we can take this to mean anything other than the immediate future.
I mean, again, I would have two arguments on this. My first argument would be that again, it's a weaker argument, subjective. What does near or approach mean? And the other thing I would say is, for me, I view the Old Testament as a library, not necessarily a narrative. And what I mean by that is that it is a selection of books that were, chosen by human beings for either historical reasons, narrative reasons, theological reasons. And I don't know why the book of Ezekiel was put in there, but what I would say is that it's just also possible Ezekiel, the book itself, is just wrong. I
Yeah.
don't necessarily believe every book of the Old Testament needs to be understood literally and is correct verbatim. I do not subscribe to that. Probably just got my Jew card ripped up by a lot of rabbis, and in my yeshiva whenever I
No,
studied.
actually,
Uh,
most of the Jews that I know don't believe that the Hebrew Bible is like word for word true.
No, no. Like I said, so I believe some books more than others are definitely a lot more correct and historical. So that'd be my other argument. Either it's the weaker argument if you want to be more of a apologist, where we don't know what that word means. Technically near and technically approaching is subjective. If you want a more rational, stronger, logical argument, it is the book of Ezekiel is more so allegory. Ezekiel might have existed, might have been a prophet, like, at the time in some form, but it's not one of those books, I would argue, for my version of a god. I didn't bring up Ezekiel. You did, and the reason is because Ezekiel for me has always been a very confusing book. I think it's always been a very quote unquote trippy book, if you will. It's like, for me, for a more fun allegory, it feels like it's someone that was high or drunk and is like, I'm going to write all these cool visions I have in my head. So that'd be my other argument, is that Ezekiel is just one of those books where it's more allegory, or more, the reason why it was selected to be in the Tanakh is for reasons that go beyond what I'm trying to argue, or at least, present my point of view. So hopefully, I guess argument two probably would be the one you subscribe more logically. So, and if I was viewing it from a historical standpoint and just a logical and sort of objective standpoint, that's probably the more correct answer. Is that Ezekiel is definitely more of allegorical, not necessarily where I would gain my arguments from. That would be from different sort of books.
So
So for me, like for me,
did the
books that
prophecies come true
I think some prophecies have come true or did
in
come true.
Ezekiel?
No, I don't know. Ezekiel,
Okay,
you
we'll
brought
get
up
rid of
Ezekiel.
Ezekiel then.
Yeah, you brought up Ezekiel. I didn't bring up
Oh, sorry.
Ezekiel.
Well, what about Isaiah? Is Isaiah trustworthy? Because in chapter
Isaiah 1 or
54,
Isaiah 2?
well, I'm saying Isaiah, Deutero Isaiah, so too. Do you think that Deutero Isaiah is inspired as much as First Isaiah?
Um, is there a specific verse you had in mind? I know there's two
Yeah,
Isaiahs. I know one of those books is more so subscribed to the Isaiah that we have. That both, there's two books, coming from wrong. One book is more so subscribed to the historical figure potentially of Isaiah. Isaiah is actually one of the prophets we have decent, I want to say, more historicity than others. I believe there was some sort of seal that was discovered or research that said Isaiah Navi, uh, prophet.
there is something
Um,
of that nature. Yeah,
yeah,
we've got
yeah,
a
yeah,
pretty good collection of Boule, and we've got one for
yeah.
Hezekiah as well.
Well, yeah, Hezekiah. Well, the historicity of the kings of Judah and of Israel, I would say, are definitely stronger than the prophets. I think we can say, I would say at least that in my if I had to guess who was more likely to have existed as documented, the kings of both kingdoms or the prophets, I think most scholars, and correct me if I'm wrong here, would argue that the history and the archaeology is a lot stronger for the kings and their narratives in Book of Chronicles and
Hmm.
Kings 1 and 2. But by all
Yeah,
means, you wanted to bring something up with Isaiah, Deutero. By all means,
yeah.
continue with that.
What do you make of Isaiah 54? I'm reading Isaiah 54 as a promise that God's not going to punish his people again. So this is after you already know the correct interpretation of Isaiah 53, which is it's about the nation or the righteous
Israel, yeah,
remnant of Israel.
yeah.
Obviously not about
It's funny how
the
Christians,
sky
forget
carcass.
that every right before then every verse is you Israel, you are my servant, and then all of a sudden Isaiah 53, it's surprise, it's
Yeah,
Jesus. Again,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be so anti I'm not trying to be anti-Christian, but I get really sick when I see that argument and just the amount of just
Yeah, we
um
take care of that on this channel. We don't let Christians
yeah,
get away with that.
just as again, I'm not trying to like scream or cry anti-Semitism, but there's a lot of it going on, and a lot of it's rooted in the notion that Jews deny Christ or Jews killed Christ, and it's just
Uh-huh.
funny how a lot one of the the Gospels that argue for the divinity and the Messiahship of Christ is from just blatantly mistranslating or misinterpreting
Yeah.
prophecies. So. Um, Sorry, I didn't mean to make
So
it all that much about me. But by all means, I didn't mean to interrupt. What do you want to look at Isaiah 54?
Isaiah 54, verse 9, this is supposed to be post exile. It says, this is like the days of Noah to me. Just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you. For the mountains may depart and the hills may be removed. But my steadfast love shall not depart from you, and my covenant of peace shall not be removed, says the Lord who has compassion on you. But like, if God's not going to be mad at them again, what are we supposed to do with the Greeks? Because even in the Maccabean history, it literally says that they believe God brought the Greek Empire in there because God was mad at them.
Well, I think my argument to that one would be that this isn't saying that God is never going to punish the Jewish people. I think what it means more so, at least from my perspective, is that the covenant of God will never be broken. And you see that sort of repeated often, like in Jeremiah, it stated that I'm not going to break a covenant, I'm going to make a new covenant. Um, and that historically has been meant, Christians would say that's, sort of another prophecy to Jesus that the Old Testament no longer existed. It was fulfilled in Christ. But the Jewish perspective is that just means that God's going to create a more hardened covenant. So I guess what I would say, my argument, at least from that instantly, would be just, immediately reading this, is that this isn't saying that God is not going to ever uh, punish, but it means more so that the love that God has for his people, will everlast, that he will not break his covenant um, with the Jewish people. I think that's more so, at least my early read on what I would interpret that to be. Um,
So, what are you getting from the line where it says that I will not be angry with you? What does it mean to not be angry with them?
Not be angry enough to break the covenant, not angry enough to completely surrender and completely eliminate the existence of the Jewish people. I think that's my interpretation, at least from a Jewish background. And I think that one has a little more weight to it, just based on the other, at least compared to the admittedly probably coping with the near or approach argument we had before. I think because you do have other instances in the Old Testament where it's stated that, I will be angry with you, but I will, the covenant, I will never break my covenant with, the Jewish people. So I think that's more so what it means, is that it's just that God might, punish the Jewish people and obviously did so. But I think it more so means that I'll never be angry to the point where I'll break my covenant with you.
Well, he
And
never
again,
did break the covenant.
no, I don't believe the covenant from Abraham to the again. I'm not saying Abraham necessarily existed, but the idea that this group of people had a covenant or an understanding or a worship of this God, and that connection was ever severed permanently. No, I don't necessarily believe that was ever broken. And I think this example you bring up in Isaiah 54 is more so just him stating that my love for you is so strong that I'll never be angry to the point where the covenant would be broken.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't say that that was the case. In fact, we know he's never going to break the covenant. He says so in Jeremiah. It says even if uh, not until my covenant with the day and night cease, will I abandon my covenant with Israel. So I'm trying to figure out what it means when he says I will not be angry with you, because what this entails is that he was angry with them in the past, right? It says, just like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go
Yeah,
over the
so he would
earth.
never
So
yeah.
So I have sworn that I will not be angry with you. So what he's saying is, I won't be angry with you again.
Angry to the point where I would destroy the world or I would destroy the covenant. So just like the
But
days of Noah
but he
to
never
me,
did. But he never did destroy the covenant. So you can't say destroy the covenant again because he never did.
no, I'm not saying that he destroyed the covenant. What I'm saying is that the allegory that was made in the start of 9 is just like I swore on the waters of Noah. So the swearing was that God made with Noah. Again, from a narrative standpoint, not arguing this actually happened. I think you know, I think we both agree the flood narrative is just borrowing from other cultures at that time. Was that I promise you that I will not destroy the world again, or I will not destroy the world. And that allegory and that connection is made that just like I will never destroy the world again, so too I'll never be angry with the Jewish people to the point where I will break said covenant. So I think it's sort of making the comparison that I will never create that permanent sever, that permanent destruction between what happened with the story of Noah and the story of the flood and the covenant with the Jewish people. I think for me that is more of a poetic statement rather than a prophetic one, just because it's invoking the promise and the story of Noah. So I view that more actually as poetry, or a literary sort of verse rather than being anything that's prophetic or historical.
Okay,
Um,
so I guess I didn't hear an answer yet, right? So he's saying, just like the days of Noah, I will not again do this thing. So he says, just like I promised I wouldn't do it twice, I'm not going to do this again. I'm also promising that I'm not going to be angry at you, which entails that he was angry with them prior. And we know that he was. We know that
of
he was
course.
angry with them, which is why he punishes them. So when he says that just like the days of Noah, I won't be angry with you, the only way this could be taken is by saying, oh, he won't be angry with them again. Well, what happens when God gets angry with them?
So the way what I'm reading here is just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go the earth, aka just as I swore I would never destroy the world again, so too I have sworn I will not be angry with you and I will not rebuke you.
Mm-hmm.
And my viewpoint is to the extent or to the volume where I would destroy you or I would destroy the covenant. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Well,
I think it's a literary comparison.
I don't think so, because he also says that he will not rebuke you. So I've sworn that I will not be angry with you and I will not rebuke you, which would lead one to believe that he's not going to punish them ever again.
For me, I think rebuke means more. I think rebuke is more so of a more of a permanent or more of a incredibly harsh sort of punishment. I don't necessarily think rebuke just means I'm going to outright not punish you. I'm not going to outright um you know make sure that X, Y, and Z happens if you don't listen. I don't think it's coincidence that the end of 9 starts with the promise of Noah that I will not destroy you the world permanently, and that it then ends with the comparison that so too I will not rebuke you, my people. I think for me that the fact that Noah is invoked, that promise is invoked at the start, for me, I tend to view that more so as a literary, analogy or comparison of sorts.
What's it
That
mean to
that would
rebuke?
to rebuke, at least from my point, I would say is to I want nothing to do with you. Get away.
Hmm.
Or, that's what I mean, at least the way I view the word. I don't know what the Webster dictionary says, but rebuke for me has a very permanent sort of viewpoint. Like Jesus consistently rebukes the Pharisees, like he wants nothing to do with them, essentially. Again, and I'm not, sort of, funny enough. Guess that's the best comparison I can make. You know,
So we find in the Bible that parents rebuke their children, right?
I mean, they definitely punish your children. Again, I guess it depends to what
Yeah.
extent is rebuke is the same Hebrew we use for the word rebuke. I mean, I'm just trying to again, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to invoke the Hebrew, but I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Um,
It's gar, and it typically means to reprove or to rebuke or to correct.
yeah, I would also say okay. Well, I would also say rebuke could also mean reject, and reject can also have a permanence to it. Like I reject, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z ever
Hmm.
again. So
Can you
if
find
you
me an
keep
instance of that? I'd be curious to find that.
What, that rebuke can be from an English standpoint. I'm just saying that rebuke.
No, from a Hebrew standpoint, where can I find this word being used to refer to complete abandonment?
I'm complete abandonment. What the argument in what sense? That where God says he's going to completely abandon or leave the Jewish people, or just in general, what would that terminology look like? I'm trying to understand
Well,
what your question is.
what I'm suggesting is God is saying he's not going to rebuke, which means he's not going to punish or correct them again, which is how the
Right.
word gets used most of the time. So I'm trying to figure out what this whole situation is. He keeps talking about some sort of permanency. I don't know,
Yeah.
and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a spot in the Hebrew Bible where it gets used to refer to a permanent abandonment of somebody, but I've not seen it.
Um. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head, I'd have to do some. Again, I'm just trying to think. Maybe when God mentions the curses of the Jewish people, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the exact verse, but there's. I think it's. I don't know if you can look up through the parshas or the different portions of the Torah, but Bakar and Bukosai, and then I think either in Kitsese or Kisavo, God mentions the different curses that will be brought upon the Jewish nation if they don't listen to him. I want to say there might have been some sort of alluding to an end, or at least some sort of more permanent punishment to the Jewish people. I don't know the verse and number. I just know the different parshas or the Torah portion of the week for the Jews.
Well, what I can
Um,
tell you is that whatever God meant by it, he wasn't telling the truth, because in Malachi, which you know comes after Isaiah 54, he
sure.
says, "I will rebuke your offspring and spread dung on your faces."
That's not a very pleasant thought. What's the context of that? Can you show me the context?
Yeah, he's talking about the priests of Israel. It says, "Oh now, and now, O priests, this command is for you. If you will not listen, if you will not lay it to heart to give glory to my name, says the Lord of hosts, then I will send a curse on you, and I will curse your blessings. Indeed, I have already cursed them, because you do not lay it to heart. I will rebuke your offspring and spread dung on your faces, the dung of your offerings, and I will put you out of my presence."
I mean, that sounds kind of permanent.
Oh, he said he wouldn't do it though.
He said he wouldn't do it, but you know, that's a good point actually. So he said he wouldn't do it in Isaiah 54, and here he says, "And I will rebuke your offering and spread dung." Well, can't God change his mind?
Well, not according to Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. It says God is not immortal that he would change his mind.
Well, isn't it also brought down? Isn't it also said that God would? I think like one example was God wanted. Again, I don't know if this is in the Bible itself or this is brought in the Midrash. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, clearly, I'm not a biblical expert. Don't claim to be. Um, God, when the golden calf happens, God wants to destroy the Jewish people, and Moses pleads, "Please don't do it.
Yep.
Please don't do it. Please don't do it." So,
Yep.
isn't that an example of God changing His mind potentially?
Yep. Exodus 32, I believe verse 14 is what happens. Yep.
So wouldn't that be an example of God changing his mind then? So
It
couldn't this
would.
be?
And you found one of my favorite contradictions in the Bible, which is the
Hey, do I win a prize?
Bible's the Bible says you definitely win a prize. Bible definitely says that God can't change his mind on two different occasions, which would make sense if you think God's all knowing, because all knowing beings can't change their mind. But then he does, in fact, verbatim change his mind in Exodus 32, you know?
Could you pull up the verse where he says that God doesn't change his mind? Or one
Yeah,
of those
the
examples?
the word you're going to find there is nacham.
No, I don't care about the Hebrew. I just want to see the context. Just want to see the context.
Yeah.
Um,
It's actually, you nailed the context, by the way. It was right after the calf incident, and he wants to wipe out all of Israel, and then Moses talks him off the ledge, right?
yeah.
He says, Moses implored the Lord his God and said, "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand?" So Moses is like, "Hey, hey, hey, let's think about this for a minute, Yahweh. Let's not be hasty."
Oh, let's not be too hasty.
And then verse 14, it says, "The Lord changed his mind about the
Yeah,
disaster that he planned to bring on his people."
I'm actually proud of myself that I actually was able to think of that pretty quickly.
Yeah, you nailed
Um,
it.
Yeah. But I'm just curious, what was the example where he says God will not change your mind or doesn't change his mind? I wanted
Y-
to see.
Yeah,
With that,
it's
I'm not as familiar with off the top of my head.
Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15, verse 29 says, God is not a human being that he should lie, nor a mortal. I don't know why it says or. It should say nor. This is bad English. It says, nor a mortal that he should change his mind. And then we find 1 Samuel 15 says almost the same thing. Moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not a mortal that he should change his mind.
Interesting. So that's his mind, for he's not immortal that he should change his mind. There is a midrashic and rabbinic argument to this, but I admit it is nothing that can be argued logically. The midrashic and rabbinic argument would be that what God won't change is the ultimate plan for the universe. But if there are things that can be changed that would not affect that ultimate plan, in theory, that can be prayed for or it can be pleaded for. Again, that is not me making a historical or theological argument. I'm just presenting what the midrashic and the rabbinic explanation I think would be for that. But I'm not pretending that is going to be something I'm going to argue or state as a reason to prove that I am right and you're wrong. I guess what I would just say is that it's one of those instances where there are contradictions in the Bible, and the reason why there are contradictions is because the Bible is not divinely written. It's
Mm-hmm.
divinely inspired, I would
Mm-hmm.
argue, at least that the people that wrote it would argue, but it's not divinely written. And if even if we took the apologetic version, which I don't subscribe to, that Moses wrote the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
Moses is not God. Moses is a human. He's
Mm-hmm.
not part of a trinity. He's not part. He is every bit of a man as you and I was, if any sort of concept of Moses existed. So my argument would be that as a human, Bible being a very long, lengthy, detailed, complicated book as it is, and I view it as a library, again, not as a narrative, as a library, a selection of books. Human error, human mistake, contradiction. It exists. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think a contradiction inherently eliminates the possibility of a god or a deity existing.
No, I don't.
I
I
guess,
don't think so. Actually, only Christians have this problem because Christians
yeah,
believe in biblical inerrancy. I got to be honest. I don't know if I've met a Jew that believes in biblical inerrancy. Um,
it would probably have to be a very strongly, incredibly orthodox Jew, one that really subscribes to it
yeah.
to the most, deepest of. But even then, I mean, one thing about Jewish culture and Jewish, for the watchers that aren't familiar, I would say a distinction between Judaism and Christianity is that Judaism, you are encouraged to debate, you're encouraged to ask questions, you're
Mm-hmm.
encouraged to, sort of get into a argument. Very commonly you'll see in yeshivas or in Beit Midrashes where you see the concept of a chavrusa. A chavrusa is when you have two people studying a piece of the Torah or the Talmud together. And the reason for that is because two different perspectives usually leads to two different point of views, leads to discussion, sparks fly, ideas develop. Um, Admittedly, I'm not as knowledgeable on Christian culture. I was not raised Christian, but from what I've seen
You're
and
not
know,
missing out.
there's more of a dogmatic viewpoint where you have to believe X, Y, and Z. If you don't, you're a heretic or you're going to, the Christian version of hell.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So my argument would be, like I said before, um, contradiction exists because it's a human creation that might be divinely inspired. But again, I don't think that eliminates the idea of God in some concept or form existing inherently because the mistake was created by men. Because again, like you mentioned, um, in Judaism, the idea of mistakes or contradiction existing doesn't eliminate the concept of God necessarily.
Yeah. So the funny thing about God is like, and somebody pointed this out to me when I was a young Christian. In terms of the Bible. He's like, you just assume that the Bible is true, and then he was an atheist. He goes, you have to assume the Bible is true, but you make it my job to disprove it. He goes, really, like if you started with the assumption that it's not true, you'd never be able to prove it to be true. And I think that's a good starting point. So like, I don't know if it's the responsibility of atheists to have verifiable proof that there is no God because things that don't exist don't have proof. But I do think that if we're just saying, hey, look, what's the evidence that we have? Is the evidence good evidence? And I don't think it is, because the Bible, other than just all kinds of failed predictions, like it gets like all kinds of science wrong. Like there's a trend running through a whole bunch of books of the Bible. And it's not, the Bible's not the only book that makes a mistake. Other ancient literature does the same thing. All of them think that the earth is flat and there's a dome over top of the earth. And if you're familiar with Talmud, you already know that in the Talmud, it describes this dome and how God lives on top of it in great detail. And one of the reasons why it does that is because, well, the Bible depicts God as living on the top of the dome. In Psalm 150, he's in his sanctuary in the firmament. And we find the rakia all over the Hebrew Bible, and it's described as hard, molten like a cast metal mirror, it says. And then we also find that like it's part of the sky, like where the clouds are. It's like the outer portion of where the clouds are.
Mhm.
And then when we have visions of God, well, God's always just on top of the firmament. Like Job 20:14 says that thick clouds enwrap him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven, the dome in the sky, like he's walking up there, right? And you already know in the Talmud, they're like, well, how is he living on top of the dome if there's water on top of the dome? And they're like, there's a air pocket that's suspended by his spirit, and that allows him to live on top of the dome. But the fact
Oh,
that the
oh,
Bible,
only the 20th funniest story in the Talmud. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I was
no, it's
like,
a good one. So, but
um,
my point is this: like,
I do have a response though when you're finished.
this is like a cosmological theme that runs all throughout the Bible and even extra biblical literature. Just like everybody believed it, right? I would imagine like if God is inspiring this book at all, he would get at least some of this small stuff correct.
So my response is, I don't know if you're gonna like this response, but I do believe it to be true. As you know, the Talmud has two different
Mhm.
parts. It has the Haggadah and the Haggadah, the Halakha and the Haggadah. The Halakha is binding according to Orthodox Judaism. That's more so the actual rule discussions. The Haggadah, which is more of the mysticism, storytelling,
Mhm.
that is not binding at all. That is just, some rabbi in the, depending if it's a Jerusalem Talmud or the Babylonian Talmud, either around, 300 or 400, Common Era or 500 Common Era, speaking off the cuff, like, hey, this is what I think about this. You have many, many funny, odd, strange
Mhm.
comments in the Talmud. So my argument is going to be that is clearly Agadah, clearly not binding, clearly just the opinion of one rabbi, whether it's whether that was I believe that was Babylonian Talmud. So
Well,
in Babylon.
I've got some references here that I've jotted down over the course of time. There's a reference to it in the Jerusalem Talmud. I should have wrote down. It's in Bereshit,
I'll be
Rabbah.
honest, Jerusalem Talmud, I have some familiarity with the Babylonian Talmud.
Mhm.
Sorry, that Jerusalem Talmud I barely touched. I don't know if you know this, but at least in Jewish upbringing, the Jerusalem Talmud is not really studied for beginners. It's more so for advanced learners of Torah. The reason why that is because the Jerusalem Talmud is more fragmented in its
Mhm.
narrative. It's considered a little more difficult to study.
I believe
So
that.
you'll see, yeah. So you'll believe in it's on the yeshivas. If you go to yeshiva, you will see it's always the Babylonian Talmud, and it's always usually one of the parts that are more um law based. So you'll see above a comma, above a mitzvah, above a basra, those really focusing on just more of the legal aspects. So I guess for an example for the listeners right here, it would more so be an argument. Let's say someone's cow broke something of their neighbor, but there was some sort of negligence. What would they be responsible to pay? That would be more so what they'd be discussing, rather than the Agadah, which you mentioned before, the stories, the legends of the Talmud. So, by all means, bring up the Jerusalem Talmud reference that you had in mind. But I'll be the first to tell you, I probably am not going to remember it or know it because I have very little knowledge of the Jerusalem Talmud. Most of my knowledge is more so Babylonian.
Well, there's also references. So in on the commentary of Genesis from Ramban, he gives a similar account, although that's 1,000 years later. In Perky, we find a reference to it as well, and also in Rabbi. Let's see, who is it? What do we got here in this one? I should have wrote down
Which
the
rabbi?
exact.
Which rabbi do we got?
Let me grab. says Rabbi Yuda ben Pazi says, "Let there be a rakia," means let the skies become as a cloth. This is just as it is says. They flattened out the rakia sheets of gold, and he's quoting from the Shemosh 39:3. It was
Shemosh,
taught.
that's Exodus. That's the first chapter. That's the first parsha of
Mhm.
Exodus.
And then next it says, "It was taught in the name of Rabbi Yehoshua that the thickness of the firmament is as the width of 2 fingers. But the words of Rabbi Chanina disputes this. Rabbi Acha says that the name of the rab says that the name in the name of Rabbi Chanina it says, "Can you help him tarkia the heavens firm as a cast metal mirror?" Tarkia means that they were made as a thin sheet of metal. So the discussion here is what's it made out of? And they're saying, hey, this firmament, this dome is a thin sheet of metal.
This is just more. I'm just saying this is just more Haggadah, though.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
none of this is
Mhm.
this is Jerusalem Talmud.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if this is Jerusalem or Babylonian. I have to go back and check. But my
Regardless, I'm just gonna say it's. I know what you're arguing, and
Mhm.
on the basis of it, you're 100% right. But again, what I'd say is it's just human beings who are not infallible having disagreements or having discussions. Um, could involve a lot of wine. I don't know. Um, but it's just that human beings have a different perspectives, different opinions, um, and it's not binding either.
Well, I agree. I'm not
So
saying it's binding. What
yeah,
I'm saying is that in the Hebrew Bible, we find this idea of a dome over the earth that doesn't seem to exist. And it seems to be that everybody in the ancient world believed in this. The Jews believe in it, the Egyptians believe in it, the Babylonians believe it. In fact, I've got a Babylonian map of the world behind me on the wall that.
yeah. I was noticing you have some not just the map. I was noticing you have some. I see some Hebrew. I don't know what other languages you have over there. But it looks interesting. I see a shin. I see a tough.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, I don't know what else, but interesting little. Uh,
It's a evolution of the alphabet for Semitic languages. So
Interesting.
uh, my point being, the Bible says things will happen that don't happen. It describes the earth in a way in which we know that the earth isn't. I'm likely to read this book and think, well, I'm going to read this identical to the ancient Babylonian literature. The Babylonians
Mhm.
had mythology, they had prophecy, they had scientific literature, and they got a lot of stuff wrong because their gods aren't real. The Bible has prophecy, it's got scientific literature, it's got history, and it gets a lot of stuff wrong because that God's not real either.
I definitely see what you're saying there. There's definitely, I mean, there's definitely a correlation in what you're saying, but I don't think the argument is just because some things are wrong in two places, it doesn't mean one is equally or less so true than the other. Because as you know, I mean, the Bible or the other texts or the other, you know, documents in other cultures, I mean, they're variably different. I mean, they might get things wrong in terms of genres or subjects, but I don't think you can just blanketly, and I just say this at least from my perspective, from an argumentative standpoint, you can't blanketly just say just because X got wrong in science and Y got wrong in science, therefore Y is completely and utterly false, even in the other aspects I might discuss.
Well, what I'm
You know,
saying is, I'm treating the Bible the same way I'm treating all of these ancient
right?
texts.
I know.
The reason why they're getting stuff wrong and they're getting some stuff right is because sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. And so I have no reason to think that when the Bible gets some stuff right, that it's because of the God. If I believe that, then I would have to believe that Marduk is real. I'd have to believe that the reason why the Babylonians were able to get some stuff right was because of Marduk, right? But obviously, I don't believe in Marduk, and so by the same token, I don't believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible either.
I guess my argument to that is going to be it's going to be a little out there, but at least in Judaism, my understanding from what I've seen is that, and just a little bit of a little bit of Kabbalah, just a little bit of Jewish mysticism, is that there are other mystical figures, not necessarily gods, not necessarily someone that's above, you know, I don't want to say I'm just gonna say Hashem, just because personally as a Jew,
Mm-hmm.
I don't say the
Mm-hmm.
pentagram or how it's pronounced. Um, there are other figures, other gods that are worshipped, and it doesn't necessarily the Torah never necessarily argues they don't exist. They just argue that they're not more powerful or that they are the one true God. There are plenty of examples where other deities are worshipped in the Bible,
Hmm.
in the Old Testament. Um, to the point even that God gets upset over that, or that it's such a strong hold over the people that worship them. But I don't think it inherently eliminates the idea of other beings being worshipped not existing. I think more so the argument is that the God of the Bible is the ultimate power, the ultimate figure. I mean, the Old Testament itself acknowledges or mentions the existence of other beings. It does. I correct me if I'm wrong, but it does mention that other sort of deities have existed, or at least mentions it, or that God fought that person, or fought that deity to some extent. I don't remember the
Yeah.
exact verse off the top of
Well,
my
he
head, but
fights against Kamash in 2 Kings
yeah,
chapter 3 and loses,
yeah.
which is a wild story, because Mesha sacrifices his son on the wall. And then apparently that was enough for Kamash to be like, I've got power now. And he hits back the forces of the Israelite army. But so we'll do one last thing then.
Sure. And
Um,
by the way, I just want to say I really appreciate this conversation. It's been really knowledgeable and really engaging.
mhm,
And I didn't come in with the intention that I was going to
mhm.
change your mind or probably any of your viewers, but just the ability to really converse from a theological standpoint and just have a discussion from someone that's clearly knowledgeable and clearly educated and is respectful of differing opinions, even if someone is a believer and clearly you're not. I just want to say I really appreciate the conversation. And just yeah, it's been. I'm just glad that since watching your content from the past couple of weeks, I'm glad to see that you seemingly are a very fair and kind and knowledgeable person. And I was watching the other night, you had that person that was like, "You're a bully, you're a bully, you're a bully," and it was like flipping you off, and like wouldn't shut up. I think his name was John Masters or something.
Yeah,
Actually
that
tried to
was
get in.
it. John
I
Masters.
actually tried to get in that night. I guess yeah, but I couldn't get in. But
Yeah, he
yeah,
was a
so
clown.
I'm glad we could have that conversation and that I can at least represent my point of view and I guess my background and my people at least in a respectful manner. So I just want to say I really appreciate this conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I've not had, I don't know if I've had more than one bad conversation with somebody who's in Judaism. I'm friends with quite a few rabbis here on
Mhm.
TikTok, and actually even on YouTube. And we get along really well. And I think one of the reasons why the atheists and the Jews can get along is because the Jews don't feel the need to proselytize me. Like they don't think I'm going to go and burn in hell for all of eternity just because
It's
I believe
actually
something different.
you know this it's actually strongly
Hmm.
advised we do not proselytize. It's we that is something we actually very much are against. Like I believe if you want to go and convert and go to a rabbi, the rabbi is going to probably
Hmm.
you know sway you away for like you really have to like be show strong interest. So
Right.
so no, I appreciate that. But you said you had one last thing you wanted to bring up,
Well,
or
I've got a ton of stuff I can bring up. I'm
I'm
curious.
sure I'm sure this won't be our. I'm sure we'll talk
Yeah,
again
yeah.
sometime in the future.
Well, I was curious outside of the prophecy that you brought up. Is there anything else that you think points towards your God being real?
Um, I would think the other piece of evidence or the other thing archaeologically I was going to bring up was the I forget the name of the actual I get the name of I forget the name of the stele, but it's the one where Sennacherib is at war or is going to
Hmm.
the siege of Jerusalem by Sennacherib.
Sennacherib's prism.
Schism, yeah.
That's a good one.
So, yeah, that's a fun one. You have obviously there are competing accounts. You have the biblical account and you have the Sennacherib account. The Sennacherib account, correct me if I'm wrong, says I laid siege to Hezekiah. Was the king Hezekiah?
It was Hezekiah. In fact, he
Hez-
says he shut up Hezekiah like a bird in a cage. And according
Yeah.
to the account by Sennacherib, he went there, subdued Hezekiah and Jerusalem, and then left with Hezekiah being subservient to him. According to the biblical account, the angel of the Lord came down and killed like 183,000 soldiers. Which, to be fair, I don't think either account are perfect. At one point in
No, they're not.
Sennacherib's account, he says that when he was fighting in Lachish, he says that his splendor and radiance drove the or the opposing army back. Like, okay, all right, yeah, your radiance didn't do any of that. So I'm reading both these accounts as being both kind of
Yeah,
mythological in nature.
there's definitely both. Both are. I would say that, you have the expression that there's two sides and then the truth. They're both of those perspectives. There's definitely flaws. I believe the historical possibility that's presented by some scholars
Mm-hmm.
is that there was some sort of plague that seeped into the camp of Sennacherib
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
during the siege, and that's why he had to leave or not complete the job. Um, Obviously, what I'm going to say, or I'm going to argue to some degree, is that might be a little divinely inspired there. Like,
Yeah,
what are the
yeah.
odds? I'm about to
Right.
seize Jerusalem, and oh my, there's a plague here.
Mm-hmm.
The kingdom of Israel wasn't as successful, but the kingdom of Judah, the one that, according to the Bible, is the one where,
It's
the
the
temple
chosen
still
one.
existed. Yeah, the good one, if you will,
Right.
quote unquote.
Except for
Um,
Ezekiel. Ezekiel says the whorings of Jerusalem were even worse than her older sister. But let's not worry about Ezekiel just
no,
yet.
I'm act, but actually, not even it up again. Not to, I don't want to get too sidetracked. I wonder if Ezekiel, I don't know what I wonder if Ezekiel has some sort of attachment to the kingdom of Israel. I wonder if he was from the kingdom of Israel or not. I don't know if that's, again. I don't want to get too much
That's
of
a
a
good
tangent, but
question.
but I do wonder that, because we don't, as far as I know, we don't have any sort of
Mm-hmm.
detailed document in the Bible that states where he was from, like what tribe or what
Mm-hmm.
his background was. We just know that, here's Ezekiel. So, but that's a separate discussion for a different
Yeah.
day. Um,
Well,
you
well,
know my
we've been
argument. I'm sorry.
so
Go ahead.
we've been doing this for like an hour and 15 minutes. You're a lot of fun, Seth. I do wish you'll come back. Think about some of the stuff we talked about. See if you can find some good solutions to them, and we'll try
Can I just ask
again.
you one question?
Mm-hmm.
Until we speak again, if there's one book or one piece of academic literature, anything you'd want me to read or suggest me to read, knowing my background, what would be something you'd suggest that I give a look at, just so I can come back next time with some additional, perspective from your end and the atheist point of view, or whatever you want me to review, just so I can, review it and sort of come back with some new thoughts or ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can give me more than one if you want, but just anything that comes to mind.
There are some good ones. I love the comparative literature. I think the comparative literature puts the Hebrew Bible into a good lens, and it kind of gives you a frame for reading it. Now, there's two free sources you can find. I'll give you both of them. And then there's an expensive one that's not free. It's like $600. It's called The Context of Scripture.
This is the internet. Everything's free, my friend.
Well, it's a little more difficult than that. But the context of scripture, there are places where you can check it out for free, like archive.org. I don't think you could download it for free.
I'm just
But
gonna add a note in
anyways,
my phone,
I
just so
would
I can
grab a
write it down.
copy of this is basically in the open domain at this point. This is the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament. And this is really good. It's got a lot of literature in it that is super comparable to the Hebrew
Mhm.
Bible. The precursor to this, which is 100% in the open domain, was done by Samuel Driver. It's called Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament. Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament. That is for sure for free on PDF on the internet. He's
Mhm.
been long and dead for like 100 years. So that's a good reference you can get for free. And
I
then, mm-hmm.
I have I'm a Columbia alumni, so I have access to the Columbia Library. So I'm
Oh,
sure,
yeah, you'll be able to get it.
yeah, and so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I have most of this stuff.
One of the other texts that it's not quite as fun to read, but I love it. It's called the Spirits and Devils of Babylonia. Hold on, there's a 2-volume
Oh, that
series.
sounds fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. In fact, we find a ceremony in there very similar to what Elisha did when he revived the dead boy. Give me one
Yeah,
second. Spirits
interesting.
and Devils of Babylonia. Yep, here it is. I'll show
I don't
you.
know off the top of my head if Elijah is one of the prophets that is less there's less historicity for. I want to say he's one of the one that's there's not as much historicity for Elijah.
It's hard,
Correct me
it's
if I'm
hard to
wrong. I've
say. There's so many stories about him. It makes you think that there must have been somebody that inspired them.
but it's not like to the extent of like Jeremiah or Isaiah, because Jeremiah we know
Right.
Baruch, we know his scribe existed. Isaiah we have the seal. Ezra just being so documented, and one of the later prophets, he probably existed as well in some form. But again, with me, I have
It's
random
okay. So this is the book is called Luzak's Semitic Text and Translation Series, and the name of it is The Devils and Evil Spirits of Babylonia. There's actually two volumes. This is one of the volumes.
That is a heck of a title.
I know, right? It's it's like a title within a title. It's pretty crazy. But this is full of a lot of we're going to call it incantations and spiritual texts. And you'll find some poetic stuff in here as well. You'll find poetry. It's a really, really cool book. But I think, understanding the ancient Near East, for me at least, really puts the Old Testament into context. And to me, it makes it feel like it's just any other piece of ancient literature. I realize that, I'm an atheist, so it's easy for me to view it that way. You might not view it that way, but I think these are helpful texts.
Absolutely. I'll definitely take a look at them. I appreciate you suggesting them. And again, thank you so much for having me on for so long. I'm glad that I was able to entertain you at least for that long. And I definitely look forward to speaking with you again. And I hope the rest of your calls tonight are engaging and polite.
Hey,
because you
thanks. I
deserve that at the
appreciate
very
it.
least. Yep, absolutely. All right.
Cheers,
Thank
friend.
you so much.
Well, Seth was nice. I don't know if that conversation went the way he hoped, but I think we had a good time. And now our YouTube queue is empty. Usually YouTube fills up pretty quick, but right now we just got people waiting to get in on TikTok, it looks like. Yeah, fuck. Redheaded Trouble came to hang out. Hold on, let me get Redheaded in here. What is going on?
Yo, that was an amazing discussion. I was there for the whole thing. It was really good.
Oh, good to see you. You coming to hang out?
Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I can hang out with you for a little bit.
Oh, good. I'm going to read some super chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. RW is in the house tonight. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says our group would like to invite you to Zoom with us, maybe in March. I did DM you on the Book of Face. Whatever you do, don't send me a message on Facebook. I love y'all, but I do not check my Facebook messages or my Instagram messages at this point. All of my official business runs through my email address, which is on my YouTube account, or you can hit me up on Discord, but I'm a little bit slow on Discord right now. But thank you for letting me know. Can you DM me so we can talk about details? Well, I don't know who you are, but you must be Robin. I can go through my Facebook messages and look for a Robin. For future reference, if anyone needs to do official business, please send me an email. That's usually the easiest way to reach me. Trying to reach out through social media is an absolute nightmare. Because, like thousands of people will add you on social media and then all of them think that that they can message you and have cat conversations. That's not really how it works. I can't have conversations with 1,000 people at once. So please, if you have official business, send to my email. But thank you, RW. I'll go back and dig through my Facebook messages and see if I can find something from you. Thank you for letting me know. And William, thank you for the 2222, said, it is amazing to me that many Christians demand book bans to protect kids from obscene books and then give their niece or nephew a children's Bible as an Easter gift. I know, isn't it wild? Like they're so upset about like gay penguins that they have to like get the books out of the library. We can't talk about, they're not even in the story. They're not even gay penguins, but we can't even touch them. We can't even look at them. But then in the Bible, we're like, oh yeah, like the rape, murder, genocide, all that stuff. That's fine. That's the kids need that. They need to read about that. Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I've got a hankering for some pretzels. I got a feeling there's some bacon up soon. Guys, there's going to be pretzels. There's going to be pretzels. Thank you, Dylan. And also, the Dunzo, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, we love you, but what are the new earbuds? What are those? All love, excited for cooking tonight. Rock hard for Doug. Well, these are by Audio Technica, and they're kind of goofy because they're gigantic, like the biggest earbuds you've ever seen. But the reason why I'm using these is because they are literally the only earbuds I can find that will last an entire day. When I say an entire day, I mean at least 12 hours of use. So like I've got some decent earbuds, but I keep running into, sometimes on Sundays, I'll do unapologetic in the morning, and then I'll have like AXP, and then after that I'll have like I'll be on the line, and my earbuds die. I don't have time to charge them between streams, and so I shopped around for a set of earbuds, and Audio Technica sold a set. And it's funny because like they're like a commemorative set too. Like these are like Darth Vader inspired earbuds. You can only buy them at like select locations, but they have like a 25-hour working battery life. Not 25 hours if you put them in the case. I mean literally 25 hours on the earbud. So I've tested them out now. I've gone as much as 12 hours with them, and they haven't died on me. So I think this is what I'll be using for all my streams for the foreseeable future. Although I would say they're kind of bulky. You know, if you don't like earbuds, these are not the most comfortable earbuds in the world. And I know like there's a lot of people that that they have earbuds that say they'll last like 12 hours. They never do. I promise you they don't. The earbuds I used before this promised to last 10 and 12 hours. They don't. They only get like 6, maybe 7 hours. These are rated for well over 20 hours. So if I can't get 12 hours out of a 20-hour earbud, then what kind of a world are we living in? You know what I mean? And they're not even expensive. These are cheaper than most of my other earbuds. So, I mean, it was a win-win. Good question, though. And Science Lover says, nice to hear an admission that potentially a lot of the Bible is wrong. But how then do you decide what is correct? How can you claim any of it is correct? Ridiculous. Well, Science Lover, it's tough, right? Because when you have a religion, you leave it piece by piece. A lot of people don't find one thing wrong here, another thing wrong here, and then throw the baby out with the bathwater. They lose one piece at a time until eventually they're looking at their hands and they're like, I'm not holding on to anything. There's nothing left, right? And so, you know, it's a process. You guys know my story took me almost 10 years to completely, you know, abandon. My deconstruction was 10 years long. Gemma J says, please make a Flurf app that puts their phones on permanent airplane mode. People who profess beliefs in conflict with tech shouldn't be able to use it. I agree, Jammin. The fact that Flurfs can't explain GPS, yet they demand that they're smarter than all of us is pretty wild, actually. It's kind of depressing, though. Dark Ether Princess Piao says, Christians proclaim objective morality equals subjective divine dictate, pretending to be objective, and accuses unbelievers of immorality. How typical. This is the case, actually. I'm baffled by why Christians think they have objective morality. They don't. If you believe that morals come from your God, they're simply not objective. And this isn't like a new thing. I didn't invent this. This is just definitionally true. She says, if Jesus is God, why do Christians run so hard from the Old Testament? So they run because they don't like what's in it, right? And they want to be like, no. Don't look over here. Look at this nice Jesus figure over here, right? They love that they can like, oh, Jesus is not a barbarian. That other stuff, that was this God. God was really angry back then. He took anger management. He's better now. They don't want you to look at the hard stuff. We're going to make them look at the hard stuff. You know that. And TBG says, I wish 2011 me could talk to you. I was the worst Philbro Catholic seminarian who thought he knew about the Bible. TBG, you wouldn't be alone. I know a lot of them. Now, to be fair, most of them are like first-year students. First-year Bible college students and first-year seminary students really think they're smart. They just started to learn stuff, and so they know more than the general population, so they feel really smart, but they don't know how much they don't know yet, because they've barely scratched the surface. By the time they get to their third year, because seminary's got to be 3 years typically, sometimes 4. By the time they get to the third year, they usually mellow out. They're usually a little bit more humble. Or like me, the fucking atheist. And Space Lord says, want to talk about surviving? There are less than 1,000 Samaritans around today. They've had a hard time too. I agree. In fact, we didn't bring it up, but in Isaiah chapter 29, there's a promise to preserve those that were taken away by the Assyrian army. They're not coming back. They're gone, buddy. They're done. They're lost to history. They're not coming back, y'all. Last super chat for now from our friend John. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I've been a secular teacher in an Orthodox Jewish high school for 31 years. The idea that Orthodox Jews aren't just as dogmatic as Christians is an absolute joke. Interesting. Well, maybe I just don't run into them. You know what I mean? I think the Orthodox community certainly can be super dogmatic. Outside of the Orthodox community, though, I don't know. I don't know how bad it is outside of Orthodoxy. I haven't met too many Orthodox Jews. Maybe Rabbi Tovia would be considered Orthodox. But even him, like, he's not out there, he's not trying to proselytize atheists or anything like that. He works with atheists. He does videos with us, you know? All right, let's bring in our next guest here from TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to get in, the link is tiny.cc/DZ Live. If you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit the guest request button and we'll pull you up in here. How you doing? Is it Roy?
Royal Uja.
Royal, how you doing, Royal?
Hey, nah, I'm not a Christian. I
didn't think so.
I just want to come up. You know, I'm the Illuminati, bro. I just want to come up and say,
you work for the Illuminati?
I don't work for the Illuminati. I am the Illuminati.
Oh, shit, you're gonna make me an offer I can't refuse?
Nah, I just want to say that like a lot of people come up here and they're just, you know, spouting whatever they believe or whatever. But like the topic is your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. And I feel like a lot of people that come up here, they get off topic. They get into pretzels. They get into, you know, all of these different conundrums of different ways of thinking. And I just feel like I want to make a PSA. Like, if you're going to come up here, then make that your main objective to prove that your God is not imaginary.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah,
like that's it. Like if your God isn't imaginary, then you should have viable proof that your God isn't imaginary.
Yeah, I agree.
And so like with the Illuminati, we base everything in empiricism. We base everything in empirical, you know, knowledge and in science, and we also base everything in speculation as well, skepticism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, and which gods do you follow?
I don't follow any gods.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, you did not come up to prove your God is not imaginary.
No. I proved to. I came up here to prove. I mean, I came up here to support what you were doing, your work.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, man. Cheers. Fuck, I really would love to get my Illuminati card. I gotta find a real member of the Illuminati who's gonna get me in.
Right. Like, how do you get that? Like, who do you talk to join that club?
It's gotta be like at least a 1-800 number somewhere, right?
I think some celebrities say that they've been in touch with them. So maybe like ask them, I guess.
It might be a 1666 number rather than 1-800.
Could be.
I'll work on that.
I think you probably find their number on the internet.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure the internet's got a number, right? We'll be able to find this thing. Okay. Well,
put out the Illuminati signal.
Yeah, that's what I need. Have you talked to SCG before?
I have not.
Okay. Well, it'd be fun.
Have you?
SCG. Yeah. How you doing, SCG?
Okay.
Oh, you remember me? Nice.
Yeah, I remember.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well.
So SCG, last time we talked, I thought we had a perfectly pleasant conversation, but you didn't really bring any good, valid arguments, and that's fine. So what do you got today?
Oh, I mean, I doubt that I have anything better. I wanted to continue the line of that argument, but if you don't like it, we can change.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to try the same argument twice. You think it's going to work the second time?
I mean, sure. I don't know. I'm willing to try.
Are the talking points the same as the first time?
I think so. I mean, the last time was like a half year ago.
Yeah. So the talking points didn't work the first time. You haven't adjusted them, and you want to try it another time?
I mean, we can go for another topic on that. Like, I can. There were things that I wanted to ask you at first, but I've been in the queue for so long that I forgot my questions.
Yeah, that does happen. So let's try a new argument. Give us a new argument for God existing.
I don't know. I generally think of the argument of purpose. Have I brought it up last time?
So what about purpose would lead one to believe in a God?
Well, I would say that if there exists a purpose in an action, then that means like that there is a purpose giver in the action.
What if I don't think there is purpose? So I don't believe that there is a greater purpose. I think whatever purpose we perceive is what we decide for ourselves. Why would I believe that there's a purpose outside of my own desires?
Sure, we will get to that. Okay, let me form this analogy. The purpose exists anyway.
But that's what
whether
I'm
you like it or
questioning.
not. For example,
I'm questioning why would I believe that purpose exists?
When you say purpose, are you talking about destiny?
No,
You're
no.
predestined for things, or
What I'm thinking of is more along the lines of. I have to give an example. The cats are all cute and they behave in a weird way and all that, and that gives them sympathy. And the cats, they're not the smartest animals, but they are smart enough to realize that. And when they do that with purpose. They have their own purpose for that. They give themselves the purpose. Okay, let's be cute today. It will give me pets and food and stuff. So they assert the purpose on that action. In that sense, that's an example.
I guess I didn't hear the argument. Did you hear one, Redhead?
Okay,
I
so
didn't hear it. I guess I don't know. Like to me, like my mind goes straight to the jerk, and it's just like it's a special purpose.
The movie?
what?
Yes,
Yeah, that's a reference.
that's my special purpose. Yes.
That's a great reference. I'm a dinosaur. I would get that. Actually, we're the same age, Redhead. You and I. Okay, so we
Yes,
get all
yes,
this.
we are.
We get all the same references. Okay. All right. So SCG,
Okay, so-
what I'm trying to figure out is why would I believe that there is a greater purpose?
Okay, Okay, so I have to go back in the argument. Where there exists benefit, there exists a purpose. If I could phrase it like that.
I disagree.
Why so?
You can benefit from something without it being your purpose to benefit from it. Like there are
But
people
if-
benefiting from stuff all the time, and they have no intention of getting that benefit. It just happens.
Okay, so I have to do the inverse. Where there exists a purpose, there exists a benefit.
I don't think so. Your purpose could be to cause harm because purpose is subjective. Like Hitler's purpose was to do horrific shit, according to him.
I mean, you could say that benefit is subjective as well.
I would agree. I think benefit's subjective as well, right? I'm trying to figure out why I would believe that there's some kind of purpose outside of what our human brains want to make for each other.
So another thing that I would, with the purpose and benefit and all, maybe I'm all over the place and I apologize. I've been to, I've got a lot of stuff going, so my brain isn't like on its 100% capacity, and I'm sorry for that. But the purpose, okay, let's say that there exists many ways you could live your life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And let's say that you could rank them from the best to worst.
Mm-hmm.
If there
Well,
is
tell you what,
uh,
SC, here's what I want for you. Write down your argument in like on a whole notepad, because it sounds like you're inventing your argument in real time. Write down your whole argument
yeah,
on a notepad, and when you get something that you think is workable, come back and give me your script, okay?
yeah, sure. I don't think I'll come back tonight.
That's
My
fine.
brain's focused like on math right now.
There's no rush, but write it down before you come so that you can give it a coherent argument, okay?
Yeah, thank you, and sorry.
No
Have a
worries.
great
It's
night.
good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
He's always nice. We're gonna give him that. He's always
He
nice.
seems like a decent guy. Like it's not combative
Yeah.
or anything.
No. Gretchen, welcome
He's just
in
got a special
tonight.
purpose.
He does. Gretchen, thank you for the 311. Says Blitz runs the Illuminati. You know this. Actually, I didn't know this. I wasn't aware that Blitz was the leader of the Illuminati, but it doesn't surprise me because he's the one pushing all this globe nonsense. And obviously, if he's the king of the globers, he's got to be in the Illuminati. This is a fair point, Gretch. I'm going to get a hold of Blitz, see if I can get a card. Trey says, if TikToks don't have a name yet, I submit tits for consideration. You're welcome. Horrors for life, though. This is not terrible. You could rearrange the letters in TikTok and get at least a tit. we can make that a reality. So now it's whores, verts, and tits. Listen, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'll have to ask Doug. Oh boy. Speaking of which, Bend Over, good to see you, says, have you seen the Forbidden Mormon cartoon by Jeremiah Films? It's a trip to be sure. I have. And that was my introduction into Mormonism. I watched it when I was like a teenager. And that was my Mormon education for a long time. Then I read a book. Shoot, who was it? Decker? There was a book called What You Need to Know About the Mormons. I read it a long time ago, around the same time, and then I kind of promptly forgot it. But I do need to brush up. I've talked to one ex-Mormon from our Discord group. I'll be publishing that soon. I'm going to talk to more. So I'm hoping to brush up on my Mormon lore. I'm going to get there, friends. Tim says, I'm an Orthodox atheist. I strictly follow the tenets we don't have, and I'm with you, Tim. 100%.
Classical atheism. Classical Orthodox atheism. Love it.
Absolutely. With the follow-up, Tim says, I used to be a practicing Christian. Then I got Then I got good at it. There we go. Da-dum-dum. Hits. You used to be a practicing Christian, then you got good at it, then you stopped practicing. Okay, there we go. Here, listen, you get a rim shot for that, friend. For sure you get a rim shot. I'm gonna read 2 more super chats. We're gonna get Caleb in here. Ben, thank you for the super chat. Says purpose exists because I need to sell books preying on people's desires for it. Rick Ward. Oh. Did anyone here read The Purpose Driven Life back in the day? Oh.
I heard of it. I never read it. Like that's like modern day spiritual formation stuff.
I don't think it's a bad book.
Didn't they do stuff for like an Alcoholic Anonymous type setup? Didn't Rick Warren do that?
I wouldn't
Didn't they
be
have
surprised.
there was some sort of like I know there was like a ministry, especially like targeting men for like drinking.
I bet he did, if I had to guess. Overall, though, Rick Warren, thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't dislike the guy. I wish he wasn't a Christian, but overall, he's not one of the worst ones. In fact, many of you don't know this, but when his books started to take off, he stopped taking a salary from his church. So after he started publishing books, he worked for his church for free for all the rest of his career. Didn't take a penny from it. So there's some stuff to like about the guy, but also, I don't know. he's so nice. Maybe we can get him out of the cult. Maybe we can get him onto atheism, give him a better purpose. And Carnage, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says Smash, Mary, or Unalive. Church Fathers edition. The options are Polycarp, Origen, and St. Augustine. Well, here's the thing. If I'm going to smash one of them, it's going to be Augustine. Augustine, what he was deviant. He was I think he was a sexual deviant. That guy is definitely he's the one. Also, Mary, if I'm going to marry one of them, I'm going to say Polycarp. Polycarp was a real nice sounding individual. If you read the letter of Polycarp, he certainly seems to be a decent human being who embodied the message of Jesus, but the loving part, not the cursing everyone to hell part. Origen, however, I'm going to unalive. He's a useless Philbro clown that didn't need to exist, that wrote horrific apologetics in the most wordy fashion available. Nobody has used more words to say less than Origen. So get him out of here. We don't need him at all. Great question, Go.
I'd agree with that too. Wasn't he the one that like cut off? He cut off his thing too, right? Like he isn't that the legend? Like Origen was the one that cut his.
Let's see. I forget.
I think it
now.
is. I want to say Origen's the one that. Like they interpreted the pluck your eye out, and he interpreted that as like cut your wiener off.
It was Origen.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. I knew the story. I couldn't remember who it was. Origen, now that my brain is putting that on, or I've read so much of Origen's work that now like it makes sense. Like he is the type of guy who would do that. He's so funny. Like when you read his disputation with Celsus, he really thinks he's cooking. Like he's writing as though he thinks he's roasting this church critic, all the while just making a fool of himself.
It just shows you just how delusional he was when he was writing his stuff. Like he was really just sold out delusional Christian.
100%. But what are you gonna do? At least he wrote down his delusions so we can enjoy them much later. You know what I mean?
He was a universalist too, wasn't he? The Origen was a universalist. Didn't he think?
No.
Wasn't he the one that wrote that study that like even Satan wouldn't be redeemed, or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, that I don't know. I don't have a compendium of his theology, but we could definitely look into that. I do know for a fact, though, that he does believe that Jesus was the literal Jewish Messiah, not just like an allegory of the Messiah. He literally thinks that the Old Testament spoke about Jesus, which is pretty crazy. Even though he does allegorize a lot of the Old Testament, like the Torah portions, he's definitely going to allegorize that nonsense.
Yeah, I'm working from like memory from like, I don't know, almost a decade ago when I read that stuff. So
I get it. It's been a long time for me as well. Kayla, welcome
I remember
in.
reading it. I remember reading it and not wanting to like go back to it.
Yeah, it wasn't until I started doing like these debates that I was like, I guess I got to remember all that stuff now, right? Welcome in, Caleb Peterson. Can you hear us?
Hey. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, perfect. I just had one question for you, just to clarify. I know that this might be kind of just for the thumbnail, but do you make a distinction between like imaginary and real?
Yeah, for the most part, imaginary is like when you can think of it in your head, but then you can't demonstrate it to exist in the real world. Now, there is a discussion to be had whether or not our imaginary exists in the real world. But the way I'm using the word imaginary is not what's happening inside of our synapses. I'm using the word imaginary to say there's this abstract concept and we can think of it, but we can't demonstrate it to exist outside of our thoughts.
Okay, so kind of almost like a morality kind of situation if you take God out of the whole debate of that.
Yeah, exactly like that. I believe that morals are abstract concepts made up by humans. I don't think that there is like an objective set of morals that exist out there in the real world anywhere.
Okay. Because I almost feel like it leaves open a hole for like an argument of like a Jungian interpretation of things.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely just discard that goofy Jungian archetypal nonsense. Yeah.
Why do you think it's nonsense? If I could ask.
Because it's trying to say that there's something out there because we have archetypes, but having archetypes doesn't do anything to demonstrate the existence of the model. Like, so this is basically like a weird psychological form of platonics. So like platonic
Right.
forms. But like I don't believe in platonic forms either for the same reason. Like just because like we see a pattern throughout history doesn't mean that there's some sort of immovable form out there. So we would have to demonstrate that the thing existed before we could attribute forms or archetypes or anything.
Okay, and I see where your distinction is now, because it feels like you really want something concrete.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about going in this direction of like a Socratic kind of argument of like, well, good exists, and isn't that something? You know, that kind of argument of basically going into Platonics and trying to argue from that direction.
Right. Yeah. You'd have to convince me that Platonism is true first, and then that's a hard sell. I don't know that anyone has ever tried to convince an atheist of Platonism. Not that there aren't atheists. Like my friend Ian believes in Platonism, but I mean, other than a few of us, most atheists don't believe that the real world consists of metaphysical things that are completely intangible.
Right, but isn't that the point of metaphysics, is to try and literalize any kind of mental aspect that isn't directly observable in like the material world? That's where the mental stuff comes in, and now you're trying to interpret, okay, so what does like good exist as, if we do understand that it could exist as something? You would have to go in a metaphysical direction with it. And I think there might be an argument to be made with Platonics as a grander thing of like, well, you might not need to make it so literal. It could be an imaginary thing. And
Yeah.
I almost feel like,
So like I think metaphysics deals a lot with abstract concepts. I think you can do metaphysics
Yeah.
without believing in Platonism. So it's like while Platonism
and that might be the problem.
Yeah, I think like Platonism always falls into the category as metaphysics, but not all metaphysics falls into Platonism. Is probably the way to say it. So that being said, yeah, like when it comes like the archetypes and things like that, I've never heard a good argument for it other than, well, here's an archetype. It must be because of something out here metaphysically. But I've never met anyone that could actually make the connection between the two other than, hey, look at that. Look at this other thing. Maybe they're tied to each other.
Right. Yeah, because essentially it's like it's all imaginary. If you're going into Platonics, then none of it is really actually existing. It's all in your head. And to your point, it's not real if it's in your head.
Right.
And then you get into that argument of subjective, objective kind of thing. And then there's no way to prove it. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay,
But
I can see how that line fails. Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming by and at least asking rather than just assuming that it was a really good argument.
Well, it seemed like it was at least getting into the crack of maybe where there was some kind of susceptibility, but I can definitely see how it's not enough. It's not sufficient to sway anything.
Fair enough, though. Good to hear from you, Caleb. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, you too, man. I like your show. I'll be listening in.
Sure. Cheers.
Cheers.
I think the metaphysics theme song is "In Your Head" by the Cranberries.
You know what? This is another good reference that the youngins don't know about. Man, Cranberries, are they still making music?
Not to my knowledge. I don't follow them, but I always think of that when metaphysics gets brought up. I always like hear that song in my head.
Yeah, I have to check it out. It's been a long time since I listened to it. Turd Burglar, amazing name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. It says, if somebody IDs as Christian after age verification, would it make sense to ask them about their foreskin status? This is a fair point because in Galatians, Paul says, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you. Well, listen, if that's the case, and you get a Christian up here, like, I need to know, is the Christian circumcised? Because if you're circumcised, you might not really be a Christian. AIM says, put a 6-7 in chat if you would like to don your former Christian hat and debate Justin. True, listen, Christians, get up in here. We've got Drew waiting to get in and somebody else in the YouTube queue that we're about to pull in, but now's the time to do it. I say this every live stream. If you wait till like closer to the end of the live stream to request up, you might not actually get in. Every time I end a live stream, I've got people waiting to get in because they waited too long to request up. You got to request at the beginning of the live stream, you know? Actually, our TikTok guest just dropped, so now the TikTok queue is open, but we got someone waiting to get on YouTube. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to get in, you can use the link on the screen. There's a clickable version in the description. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't even have to have a Google account. You just got to put it into your browser and you'll be able to get into the conversation. But with that, let's grab our next guest, which is interestingly named Spam. So I guess we'll bring Spam in here. How you doing, Spam?
Yo, I'm doing all right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sweet. I am over 18, but I'm not a believer, but I have a biblical study question that I thought that if it was slow right now, which it obviously is, I can
Sure,
ask
yeah.
you if you don't mind. So just for a bit of background, I was raised like fundamental, but in California, so I had a lot of conflicting things happening as far as what church I went to versus what I was getting taught in school. And I remember them teaching about like biblical study and how there was like different categories of biblical study. So they talked about hermeneutics, they talked about eschatology. I remember there being 5 of them. Does this sound like a familiar concept to you, or were people just making shit up in my church?
Well, they're mostly making stuff up, but if there was 5 of something and it was related to eschatology, it sounds like they're talking about dispensations. Were they dispensationalists?
I don't remember. Do you remember the 5 things? And that would...
Well, the problem with dispensationalism is there's like 4 different models. There's a 3
Yeah,
dispensation
pre-trib.
model. Yeah. There's
Pre-trib,
a 5.
post-trib, yeah.
Pre-trib, post-trib, premillennial, postmillennial.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, I remember those terms. Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember them saying like their hermeneutics informed your eschatology, and like eventually they had 5 terms. But my whole point was it went in this fucking cycle. Like it was a circle. So essentially, they were just basically saying like, as you're reading, you have to go back and reevaluate everything prior, which just to me it immediately rang circular logic, but I didn't know what to say because I was a kid, you know. I think I was like 11, and
Well,
to be fair, we were studying eschatology at the time. It was like a book of Revelation.
that's what I thought. So there is a
Class,
method
yeah.
for revelation. One of the models of revelation is that it's like the book of Daniel, chapter 8, 9, 10, and 11 and 12 of Daniel all actually say the same thing. There's multiple visions, but all visions are talking about the same events. So,
yeah, the statue, the invading armies.
So a lot of people, there's a number of scholars that think that the book of Revelation is like that, where we've got multiple visions, but they're all talking about one set of events, right? So some people call it nested visions or different names for it. But that's one of the reasons why you could perhaps read one of the visions in Revelation and then want to go back and read one of the others to see how they map onto each other, if in fact they're nested cycles. I like that interpretive method because the book of Daniel uses it, and we know that Revelation is riffing off of Daniel. I think it's a good interpretive model, and it makes a lot of problems go away, but I don't think it's without problems. And I think part of the reason is because the book of Revelation, I think, was written by multiple authors over a period of a couple decades, which is why we've got some material in there that sounds repetitious and some material that doesn't.
Interesting. Okay.
And also probably at the part in the end where it says like not to add to it.
Yeah.
That's the best part. I wonder why they put that in there. Probably because some mucks were over there adding to it.
Yeah, no, it was just the last person was just like, I want to be the last person, so I gotta fucking write this in this time.
Right. Yeah. So
It's like we're done. We're done with it. This is the final draft.
Yeah, no more adding. No more visions allowed. Cool, man. Well, thank you. That was all I had. I figured I'd kill some time while it was slow.
yeah,
It
no
looked like
problem,
you had
man.
another
Good to hear
guest,
from you.
so yeah,
Hope you're doing
thank
well.
you so much. And I will say the schism is real. I'm one of the elect because YouTube pushed the vert to me, so that means that it was chosen for me.
You're one of the originals.
I was predestined, preordained.
It is true. Doug, actually, Sharon preordained you to be part of the verse.
Yes, good.
Indeed.
I'm
Well-
stopping wet for Sharon. So, cheers, man.
Be blessed.
Have a good.
Stop and wet for Sharon. Such a great a line. JMR invented that one. That one came through. Although JMR's new name is called Not the Bible Jason, but that was JMR's invention. Stop and wet for Sharon. So big W for that slogan.
I mean, as a girl, I appreciate that. I like to be
Right.
included.
We got a question from Booga. It says, what is Isaiah 9:6 in Hebrew? A lot variance in translation. Wait, what? Isaiah? I guess I don't really understand the question, but what you'll find is that it doesn't match the Greek. So Isaiah 9:6 in the Greek reads completely different because of the textual variant. I'll pull it up real quick. So this is one of the reasons why you'll never find Isaiah 9:6 quoted in the New Testament, namely because it doesn't sound messianic even in the slightest. Which is funny because like a lot of Christians will tell you that like, no, you have to treat the Septuagint as more authoritative than the Hebrew because that's what the New Testament authors were using. Well, if that's the case, then you've just lost one of your favorite prophecies. Isaiah 9:6 in the LXX reads, because a child was born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named messenger of great counsel, for I will bring peace upon the rulers and peace and health to him, which reads entirely different from the Hebrew, which says, for a child has been born to us, a son has been given to us, he shoulders responsibility and is called Wonderful Advisor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. It's entirely different in the Greek. And so at some point, you have to sit a Christian down and say, listen, you've got to pick one. Either the Septuagint is authoritative or the Masoretic text is authoritative, but they can't both be authoritative because they don't agree with each other. But the New Testament quotes randomly from each one. If the LXX is the authoritative one, then we throw away Isaiah 9:6. And we throw away Hosea 11:1. In Hosea 11:1, it doesn't say, out of Egypt I've called my son. It says, out of Egypt I have called my children, knowing that it's about the children of Israel. So it's just one of those weird quandaries. Like, if you're a Christian, are you allowed to just randomly pick from one text to another? Like, if you like the Hebrew, can you pick the Hebrew and ignore the Greek? If you like the Greek, can you pick that, ignore the Hebrew? It just seems so, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just dishonest. It's a dishonest way of determining what's the authoritative reading. And Reverend Nate says, Dolores O'Riordan, singer of the Cranberries, died in 2018. That's terrible. I didn't know that. Bad Wolves did an incredible cover of Zombie. Check it out. Well, my personal opinion is typically I don't like covers unless it's done by Our Last Night. They're fucking amazing. But I'll check it out. I did like Zombie. Even though like a lot of the words are completely incomprehensible. It's a great song by the Cranberries, but I didn't realize the lead singer died, and that makes me quite sad. She wasn't old. She was like maybe just a couple years older than me. Oh, well.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that either.
Wow. Was her name Dolores? Hold on. Dolores O'Riordan. Okay, O'Riordan. I want to see what she died from while we're working through this. Okay. Unexpected.
Oh, you have
She's
that
46.
addiction too. Yeah, I always like to know how people die.
Yeah, all right. So she was young. She was only 46. That's terrible. Akrim says, if Sharon's slippery silica goes horizontal and Doug's rock hard goes vertical, there's going to be some schism. That is the case, actually. That is the case. There will be some schism when the rock of Doug pounds Sharon. An atheist named Lilith, good to see you, says the Cranberry song is Zombie. The lead singer died years ago. Yeah, we just learned that. It's terrible news. Thank you for the update, though. Like, I hate it. Like, we lost Meatloaf as well during COVID. That was sad. I loved Meatloaf, even though he was kind of, in his older days, kind of a right-winger. Kelly Shearer says the best definition of morality and my early ponderings are displayed in the 1981 movie Quest for Fire. They grunted and carried fire. Interesting. I've not watched any of that movie, so the reference is right over my head. I apologize. Usually, if it's like an 80s reference, I usually get it, but unfortunately, that one didn't. Wasn't there, you know. But thank you for the super chat. And Aragorn, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm not a Christian, but I have a question about prophecies. Can I call and ask about it? And where do I call? Well, crazy that people are on the stream and they don't know where to call. The link is on the screen. On the screen, it says call link. But yeah, you're welcome to call in. Typically, I don't take non-believers because this is a debate space. But if we run out of people to talk to, I'm more than happy to pull you up. 15 Blows says, for all the moral objectivists, would you rather unalive today or double it and give it to the Native Americans? Wait, what? Would you rather die today or double it? And listen, 15 Blows, I think this question made sense in your head, but it doesn't make sense in my head. I don't know what this means. Are you saying that the Native Americans would have to die twice? They're already dead. Like, we already came over, the white people came over and massacred them. Like, this was already, it's already been decided, you know what I mean? And they did it in the name of Christianity. Space Lord says, a Wikipedia article on premillennialism has a good graphic on the different views. Actually, this is true. By the way, the wiki articles on theological ideas are usually pretty good. Like, they're not bad anymore. You know, when wiki was new, these articles weren't great, but they're actually pretty decent nowadays. And Daniel says, your KJV episode on Unholier is out. So informative. I recommend anyone who is interested to go check it out. And follow my friend Jennifer, who runs the Unholier podcast. And also, if you're not following Seth Andrews, give Seth Andrews a follow. I was on Seth's channel today doing a recording. He's going to be dropping an episode soon where we go over some of the many failures of the Bible, and I don't even do prophecy. I decided to leave prophecies out of it because you've heard me do so many of Jesus' failed prophecies. I'm like, I don't want to beat that horse too dead. And last super chat from our friend McCorrine says, hey, Justin, huge fan, rock hard for Doug, wet for Sharon. This may be crazy, but is there a chance Jesus made an imposter get crucified for him versus a post-death imposter of him? And this is called thinking outside the box. And I don't disagree. He certainly could have. Could you imagine somehow? Because Judas was the one that went to betray Jesus. Judas is the one that determined to the guards who Jesus was. Could it be that Judas was actually doing Jesus' bidding and led the guards to the wrong Jesus so that the wrong Jesus would get crucified, and that's how he survived? And then he went
It's like Ocean's 11 Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ocean. That certainly is. I would categorize that like with the swoon theory, where somebody didn't actually die or somebody died in his place. That certainly could be the case. There's a theory that Jesus had a twin, and that the twin actually got crucified. There's all different theories, but that certainly is a possible one.
I mean, Saddam Hussein had a really convincing doppelganger, so you know it's not outside the realm of reality. Especially
if you know they're coming for you.
Right.
Like if you know they're coming for you, why wouldn't you have a twin?
Have you heard the theory about Schmittler? Same thing.
I didn't know that.
They
he
said
had
that
one too?
Well, because his body was burnt before they discovered it, and there's like kind of like a legend that he escaped through some tunnels and went to South America.
Oh damn! Well, that's something else. I didn't know about that one. Well, that's why there were so many German Nazis that settled in Argentina, apparently. Okay. Makes sense. All right, let's grab Cody from our YouTube queue. Shocking night. I've seen theists in the TikTok chat, but no theists in the actual TikTok guest box, which is odd. Usually people are banging at the TikTok door to get in, but let's see what Cody's got to say. How you doing, Cody?
Hey man, what's your name?
Justin.
Justin. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Justin.
Good to meet you, Cody. Cody, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am, and I do.
Cool. Which God do you believe in?
The one that Jesus was referring to.
So, do you think that the Trinity is true or no Trinity?
Well, the Trinity is a man-made way of explaining something that may or may not be accurate. I don't think it really is, but
So
I don't think Jesus is God.
that was my next question. Gotcha. So, you're a Christian that doesn't believe Jesus is God, but do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yeah, I think it's odds are it's pretty good. And just to clarify, I'm actually not a Christian. I'm a disciple of Christ, but I've been exposed to some of the same things you have. I didn't become an atheist, but there's some fucking I mean, all of them. Almost every single one I meet are just crazier than the last one, especially
Yeah,
like the
fucking
stuff.
atheists are the
And I kind of know
worst.
what you're talking about. I'm really interested. I know you probably don't talk about this, but I'm really interested in your education and what they taught you and what kind of language and Greek words. And it seems like you spend a lot of time on Hebrew more than Greek, maybe.
Yeah, Greek was kind of boring to me because I was more interested in the Hebrew Bible. But to be fair, Greek is easy enough of a language to learn that I could pick it back up again if I really wanted to. It just takes a little bit of memory and practice. The grammar's not all that hard. It's more extensive, but I don't think it's quite as hard. They follow their rules better. That's a good way to say it. The rules in Greek, they follow very well. In Hebrew, it's a little bit more like English. There's some rules, but also they break a lot of the rules. So there's a lot of like one-offs you have to remember. That's neither here nor there. So what do you
Pretty
think
archaic.
is yeah.
Go ahead.
What do you think is the best argument or evidence for God being real?
Well, I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever. And that may be the point. I don't know. As much as I've been exposed to the things people say and what it says, and I'm actually reading the New Testament in Greek. I don't even really read the English Bible anymore. The problem is what does this Greek word mean, et cetera, et cetera. And that I went to classicists for. And when I read it in its original language and understood it, it made a lot more sense to me. So I hope that answers your last question a little better. I think I have a better understanding of it now that I've explored it in its original language.
So you went and learned Greek?
I've been learning on my own. I read it. Like I said, I mean it's not too difficult. If you practice anything, you'll get it.
Oh. Huh, interesting.
I've been retired for about 4 years now, so I can do all I gotta do is feed my cat. I got a big fat cat, real fat cat, and that's basically all I got to do all day long as a requirement. So
interesting. Did you use Duolingo? How did you learn how to conjugate verbs?
Well, that's the problem. I can remember, like when I went to Germany, I could memorize words and I could start to talk to girls. So I basically just memorized the words, where you're from, stuff like that. So, Ungelion and Parlambano, and, I understand. And when I consulted, I actually flew to Athens to meet some of these classicists. And they're all pagans. They're not Christians. They work at the university there. And so that's what really got me over the bridge, if you will, really got the ball rolling, because before that I had no idea whatsoever. And I still consult with them, and there's a couple people that I talk to, and but participle, third participle, I mean, I can't even remember what a verb is all the time, I mean, I didn't even graduate high school, so it is pretty difficult. But at the same time, you could just memorize the words. Hopefully, you get the understanding and the context, and it's pretty repetitive between John's not, but the three are.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So, since there's no evidence for God, is there at least an argument that would lead one to believe in God?
Well, I think that's just an individual thing. I mean, either you do or you don't. And there's some people that, like I said, like in the Christian world right now, I mean, I would say 99% of the Christians have no idea what they're talking about. They don't even know what Jesus said at all,
you know
which
what?
is kind of funny.
I would agree with that. Well, thanks for stopping by. We're looking for people to debate us, and sounds like you're not here to debate,
I'm willing to debate. I don't know about that topic. I mean, I just
You already admitted that you don't have any evidence or an argument, so the debate's already lost, my man. Also, Redhead,
So
you learned...
atheism.
I know, right? You learned Greek as well. Can you say that?
Yeah, I learned it, but I wouldn't say that I'm like fluent in it or know like everything about it and still.
Well,
Yeah,
could you say that you know a language if you don't know how to like decline nouns and conjugate verbs? Isn't that essential?
I think it is if you're going to claim like an academic authority over it.
Like, how do you read something in a language without knowing how verbs work? What a weird...
It's just, I don't know. I think that just, it all sounded kind of, I think your face, was kind of my face as, like, I don't have my camera on, but I had a very similar expression on my face.
For everyone out there who loves languages, please know, and I say that from the bottom of my heart, I love it when you learn different languages. Memorizing some words is not the same as being able to read the language. It's very important. When you learn a language, especially like Greek or Hebrew or even Latin, you have to understand like how the grammar works. If you don't know how the grammar works, just picking it up and reading it word for word is not going to get you the information that you really need. You have to understand the rules of grammar unless you grew up in it. But even like we grew up speaking English, we had to go to school and learn grammar. We had to learn about participles. Fuck, we had to learn about dangling participles even. So like, yeah. Caution.
I would say Mandarin. Mandarin is like my strongest language, like outside of English.
Yeah, because you were going to be a missionary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get Marky9 in here. 15 Blow says, it was a joke, didn't land, but basically poking fun at the fact that Christians killed Native Americans based on a religious basis, but morals are objective. There you go. You nailed it. You're right. The Christians claim to have objective morals, but look what they've done. They've done some of the largest atrocities in history. And JH says, just watched your stream on Tim Pool with IP. You mopped the floor with him, but you wouldn't know it from the comment section. We are doomed. I know the comment section is doomed. That's like 8 months ago now. It was funny too, because like they only gave me like 2 days. I had like 2 or 3 days warning for the invite. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll go. Where's my plane ticket? I went. Like, what are we talking about? It was a bullshit topic too. I hated the topic. I think the topic was like, can America survive without Christianity? Like, what a garbage. First of all, it's a garbage topic because you're just postulating about the future. But still, neither one of them brought anything to the table. I don't think it went very well for their side. Although, you know how these political divides are. Everybody on their side is going to think that they won. Everybody on my side is going to think that I won. But either way, I think it was fun. I was happy to be able to finally get in front of IP in person. Mike says, just ask them who he voted for. You'll find out what kind of Christian they are. That's so true. In fact, I knew a number of people that started their deconstruction because the churches were like going for Trump. And they're like, that can't be right. Mediocre, by the way, good to see it. Says reading verses in a Bill and Ted voice is fun. I know, but I can't do it anymore. Back in the 90s, everyone could do Bill and Ted. Or what's that guy's name that was in like every freaking movie? Like he was in Biodome. Pauly Shore. Everybody had a Pauly Shore voice. And then now he's, lost to history, but
Keep it flowing.
that's right.
Squeeze the
Squeezing the juice.
juice.
Those days, you know what? There are some days in the olden days that need to stay in the olden days, Clap says, wrap it up. My God can beat up your God. I mean, that's basically, yeah. We're with you, buddy. Fern says, I don't need any of this. I just need this ashtray. What? I don't need any of this. I just need this ashtray. Fern, my friend, I care about you, but I don't know what your super chat means. But thank you for being here. Last super chat for now from Turd Burglar says, but are you cut? Get to hell, bish. Paul, also Jesus. Yeah. I mean, listen, Turd Burglar, you already said it, and I agree with you. Like, listen, if you're a Christian and you got the snip, Jesus isn't doing anything for you. It's pack it up. Paul said so. Get out of here. All right. Let's get Murky. I'm no way I'm pronouncing this name right. How you doing, Merc?
It's Marky.
Marky.
Yeah.
Gotcha, Marky. How you doing, Marky?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I can't
I'm
complain.
over 18, and I'm an atheist with a question, if you have time.
Sure.
Okay, and the ashtray comment, that's from The Jerk with Steve Martin after they
shit.
kicked him out of the mansion.
Oh,
He said
damn.
all he needs is
I
this
forgot about
ashtray.
that.
Oh, and this ashtray and this cup. Or this ashtray and this cup and this pen.
Thank you for that.
I'm 60, so I know that. Anyway, the question that I have, do you think any of these Christians, when they hang up after having a lengthy discussions with you or even a short discussion with you, do you think any of them actually think about what's been said? Or do they just go back into the basic denial of the whole thing?
I think it's a mix. I know some of them do. In fact, I had a believer up here that was pretty upset and was like super out of pocket for quite a bit of the debate. So much so that I put him in the background and I took another guess while he was crashing out. And then he emailed me a little bit ago and apologized, and he's in deconstruction as we speak. So I know that some people they're walking away thinking like that damn atheist, he doesn't know any better. But there's some people walking away thinking like, fuck, he made some good points. I had no way to contend with him. So it's mixed. But I would say this, I get a lot of messages and emails from people who watch the live stream and then start deconstructing and they're no longer in the faith. Because I think that, when you start when you start debating based on the book and you're forcing people to read the book, sometimes for the first time, I think a lot of them don't know what to do with themselves. I think a lot of them are finding stuff in the book they didn't know was there. And now that they're finding that, they're like, I don't fucking see how this could be from God. So I will continue to really try to focus on the holy texts,
Yeah, well, I deconstructed probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And I came from Calvary Chapel, West Covina specifically. Chuck Smith and his group, and they were at that time, very contemporary, and we were born again, what's the word? Modern Christians, I guess, would be a better thing. Cool Christians, I think, would be a good summation of it all. And listening to you, I've been sober 21 years, so I went to AA and learned about just any God or any higher power. And so I kind of just deconstructed from Christianity and went with just a higher power, and then started listening to you and went to absolutely there is no God. And Dillahunty and that whole group, I listened to them as well. None of it ever made any sense, even when I went to church. So basically, you guys just confirmed everything I had been thinking about for even the years that I was a Christian when I questioned it. I just went with it had to be right because so many people were doing it.
Sure.
But then I realized there's so many Christians out there that are not actually, none of them actually are walking the walk, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
In other words, it's always the face of Christianity, and then when you go home, it's another thing. Or when you're in your own head, it's another thing. and being deconstructed like I have for the last 5 or 6 years. I'm also bisexual, so I just got out of a relationship 15 years with my significant other at the time, and the freedom to be me just made all the difference in the world. There's nothing hanging over my head and all of that. So when I listen to all these guys with their arguments and holding fast to actual BS and all the stuttering and that's a good question, but then they never answer it, et cetera, et cetera. It just confirms and solidifies that I've actually made the right choice. And I am an intelligent thinker that knows what's going on, unlike so many others that don't know what's going on. So it just amazes me. And that was basically the only question that I have was basically my curiosity as to, do you really know how many people that you talk to that are Christians or believers in a higher power or God or whatever you want to call it, actually get off the line with you and give it any contemplation at all? Basically, that was it. So thank you.
It's hard to tell by numbers, but we're definitely moving people in the right direction.
Hey, thanks, Mark. And I see the numbers going up. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Cheers.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I do think the community on TikTok has really blown up in terms of deconstruction, but I think it's really starting to move into YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. I think we're seeing it accelerate right now in the culture. We're seeing a lot of people that are starting to face the reality that, like, hey, this stuff doesn't really seem to be true. Like, you've accepted it because you grew up with it, but you can't really demonstrate any of this to be true, User, welcome in.
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing?
I can't complain. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
User, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of God?
Yes, I am 18, and I'm above 18, and I do believe in God.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
The Christian variety or the non-Christian variety? Are you Islam, Jew?
Well, I don't know. No. I think that originally it was just a culture, and then when it was passed to Europeans, it became a religion. So
you don't think it was a religion prior to Europe?
No, it was a culture. From like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's what I mean. The difference. There's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were, according to the Bible, they were Hebrews, and only those people knew who God was. The Egyptians didn't know who God was. The Greeks didn't know who God was. The Babylonians didn't know who God was. The Arabians didn't know who God was. It was like a closed circuit.
Did Jesus know who God was?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Do you think Jesus is God?
Well, yeah, it depends on if that's a closed loop question. I can actually, I believe so. According to scripture, it says that, it says that he is the son of God. He is God. According to the Bible, he is God, but he's not he's not the all authoritative being. He says that he is, there's one above him, and so that's what he calls the Father.
He does say that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to him.
Yeah, but heaven isn't the same thing as like there's higher dimensions. So it's like degrees of like knowledge, like education.
Have you read the Bible?
I would say that's how. Yeah, I would use
Doesn't
that
sound
to
like you've read the Bible.
Yeah, I have.
Like maybe you had like a felt board like Sunday school when you were younger, but I don't think you've actually read this book.
Oh well, I'm just trying to get to like, I guess I'm just trying to get to like proving the dialogue. I guess I'm not sure what it means to believe. For you, I don't know what that really entails. I think I'm just trying to have an open course dialogue of, my belief and what does belief mean for you, and why don't you believe? Because there's a.
Let me ask you a
I
question. Are
guess
you
in terms
Hebrew?
of yeah. No, I'm not sure I am, but no, I'm not. I don't think I
Okay.
am.
Well, let's start at the beginning then. What do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for why your God is real?
I would say the word.
What
Right?
about the
So
word?
in the Bible it says, so when God, okay, so if we can agree that water is water, right?
That
Before we knew what water was, water existed. Hold on, hear me out though. Before
This
we
is gonna
knew
be
what water
wild.
was, water existed.
Water is the essence of wetness.
Hold on, because that's not what science. You know what I'm saying? On a biological, like a molecular level, on a you know what I'm saying, on an anatomic level, right? Water is considered H2O. We both can agree that H2O is water, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like numbers, right? Numbers, before the number one exists, before we put it into a codex for us to get to have awareness and consciousness and understanding of what it was, there were things that already existed before we attached a word to it, right? Before we put a label on it. So that's basically what I'm saying. There's a infinite amount of information that we don't know that required foresight, and then there's an infinite amount of information that we don't know that would require a person to have hindsight to be able to fully grasp and understand. Like, I guess on a human level, most people should understand that if anybody tells you that they know everything, you would say they're lying, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. The Bible never even claims, most Christians don't claim that they know everything. I think the religion, the belief part just requires you to believe, right? Because if believing was like getting a high school diploma, you see what I'm saying? Like, pretty much a lot of people would fail, right? So the requirement to believe isn't to know everything, because no matter how much degree of knowledge that you have, there's only a small, less than 1% percent of the population that has a 200 IQ. So there's a guy.
Where'd he go?
He teacupped. You're teacupped.
What is that?
When you swipe
That's
away
when you
from the
leave
app.
the app on TikTok.
Oh, my bad. Christopher Michael Langan. So this guy right now, if you look him up, he's pretty much smarter than everybody, and he came up with a
Yeah, I'm sure
scientific,
he is.
mathematical, physics. No, he is. He pretty
I'm
much
sure
is.
he's
But
the
I'm saying,
smartest.
so for some, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how true it is, but basically, according
So
to
I don't care so much about the mathematical formula. I was hoping you were going to give me a piece of evidence or argument for God being real. You pointed to the Bible. What I'm trying to figure out is, what about the Bible has to do with God being real?
Well, no, I said the word, right? The word. So when God created things, he said it was the word. So things that exist already exist before we put a word on them, right? And so what that means is, like, they're right. It's just pretty much like an atom, right? Uh, if you go like true size to scale, or is it size true to scale, something like that? There's so much information, knowledge that had to be known just for like life to exist, like how the earth
That's
is
amazing. You
just
said a
sitting in the void
whole
of
truckload of
space.
words that had no meaning.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Well, okay, look it. So the word, let me say, like, let me back up. So the word, right? And what would you call time if there was no word for it? Or what would you call space if there was no word for it? Or what would you call light if there was no word for it? We wouldn't even be able to communicate or exchange thoughts or exchange reason or have any knowledge whatsoever if there wasn't a thing called the word. Like everything that we know, that we
words
get
are
knowledge
things
from,
that we make. They're abstract concepts. When we flap our lips, we make words. My dog does it too. My
but we
dog
didn't
makes
create.
words. They use a different
Yeah, but we didn't
different
create. We didn't
sounds,
create
but they
words.
use word. We did. Yeah, we did. We
I'm pretty
created
sure my
words.
cat uses words too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's language. That just proves that language,
I agree.
the
Yeah.
codex of language, isn't
The codex of
human.
language.
It's not human.
Did you just say
Yeah,
codexes?
it's
Like
not
what? Which
human.
codex are
Yeah,
you? Is it the
there's a
Codex
Rolodex of
Sinaiticus or
languages.
the or
There's there's a Rolodex of languages that
the
people
Rolodex
that
of
don't
Oh
languages?
God.
yeah, there's a Rolodex of languages, right? Like you would okay, like if I asked you like what language
Rolodex
were
of
they speaking in
languages.
Pompeii? Yeah, if I asked you what language were they speaking in Pompeii, you would you know
Latin.
what I'm saying? What would you say?
Probably Latin and Greek.
Latin,
Okay, you probably yeah,
Greek,
okay, you got
Greek,
me. I didn't
Latin.
know that.
Yeah.
But anyway, you got me. But anyway, look at what I'm saying is the word is God's signature, right? Like your Apple device.
Yeah, I
It has
disagree.
a signature, like
Jesus Christ.
copyright has copyright infringement. So the word, every word that exists is pretty much like if you really it's almost like a periodic table. If you break things down to a periodic table, like they're fundamental dimensional uh aspect. You
Dimensional.
realize that everything,
Have you ever
yeah,
heard of
because
this
there's
thing?
every,
Have you ever heard of this term called word salad?
hold on. That's what I'm
Because you're
saying. But
giving
what I'm
us just
saying is,
this
yeah,
heavy dose of word
there's a
salad.
dimensional. So, okay, look at you ever seen Rick and Morty where it's like the finite curve of everything?
But I
Oh
There's
don't
a
my
think you
gosh.
should be
dimensional
watching Rick and
Yes,
wall.
Morty.
but I don't think you get the
Hold on.
humor of
There's a
that
dimensional
show.
wall of all matter, right? Where God put his signature. Everything that exists has a signature. Just
That
like when you make
certainly
babies,
is a
their DNA has
claim.
some of your,
Those are claims. I'm asking
right?
you, you think words come from God? Why would anyone believe that?
I'm starting to believe like all your knowledge is imaginary right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How would you? Where else would the words already
I'm more
exist? The
convinced
things
by
already
that claim.
exist,
Like
right? The things
all
already
your knowledge is
exist.
imaginary.
So look at everything that already exists. So we extracted knowledge from it. It's not that we created anything. We just
Extracted
extracted
knowledge
knowledge by
from
putting a
what?
label on it. Like basically putting labels on things called words.
What did we extract
Like
knowledge
water
from?
existed before we called it. So tell me, okay, give me a word that I don't know. I'm gonna prove it to you. Give me a word that I don't know. No, this is a lesson. This is a lesson. Tell me a word that you know that I don't know, then explain it to me.
Why?
Just give me a simple, just so I can show you how knowledge, how
Is
things
this
become known once you have the
is
word of a thing.
we know how things become known. We transmit information between each other.
Exactly, but it
We could
requires
do
the
sign
word.
language too. You know that people use
It
sign
still
language,
requires,
right?
it still requires a word though. It's still
Do
a
you
word
think
attached to
do
it.
you think people using sign language are using words?
Yeah, they're still using word, even though it's a sign language. It's sign language, right?
What do you
It's a
think
language. It's words.
what do you think a word
Just like you
is?
said,
Give me a definition of word.
mm, a word that identifies anything so that people can extract knowledge
You
from it.
can't use the word in the definition of word. What's the definition of word?
Mm, I guess language. Word
Mm-mm.
is not in the word of language.
No.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you give me a word, right? Like if I said, if I gave you a word that you didn't know, you would ask me, what is it?
I
Right?
just
You would
gave
be
you one.
blind to,
I gave you what you
no,
asked
not word.
for.
Word
I
is,
gave you a word that you don't know the definition to. That word happens to be word.
okay, well, how about, can we like at least, like, can we at least have like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a, an example, a real example, not the word. Like use a word that only like you know, like not the word. But let's use like a word that you know in a different language or a piece of equipment. Like okay, how about this? A 90-degree angle. What is a 90-degree angle
That's not a
in
word.
construction?
That's a group of
Okay,
words.
Okay, but that's what
90
I'm saying.
degree angle is a collection of words. I think you said
Okay,
a
but that's what I'm
word.
saying. It defines a tool. No, I'm just giving you an example, right? It could be one word, it could be a collection of words, but basically a 90 degree is a piece of equipment that connects two pieces of equipment together in
No,
scaffold building, right?
no.
Yeah, I don't know if you worked scaffolding before,
A
but it is
90
called a 90-degree
degree,
angle.
there's a lot of things that are referred to as 90 degree angles, T
Exactly.
squares, L
Exactly. Like the
squares, L
angle.
brackets. There's a lot of things that are 90 degrees, certain
Okay,
triangles.
but that's what I'm saying. In terms of construction, you see how you didn't know what I was talking about? So I gave you the
Yeah,
word to
I
explain
don't
what I
think
was trying to
anybody
say.
knows what you're talking about.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. Like, listen, user, you've used a whole lot of words to say a whole lot of nothing. Like, I'm sure in your head, like, this all made sense. To 99.9% of the people that are ever going to watch this, this is complete and utter gibberish.
Okay, so look at how is it that okay, watch this.
Did
How's it
you
that
even
when
hear
you
what
go
he
to
just
school,
said to
right?
you? Can
Ma'am, I
you at
know, but
least
that didn't
answer
it
what
didn't
he
it
said to
didn't
you?
yeah, but it doesn't
No, yeah,
it's not
yeah,
in
no,
a
yeah, but can you just answer what Justin just asked
it
you?
didn't bother me. It didn't bother me, right? Like maybe if I was small minded and emotional and like irritable, it would have got to me. Right? But it didn't bother
I
me.
wasn't
What I'm
We're
insulting
saying
not
is,
you.
trying to get to you. We're trying to get some
okay,
good dialogue, and we're not getting it.
so no, so what I'm saying is, okay, look it. So everybody goes to school, right? And we just learned something that somebody
Apparently
else
not
already
everybody.
knew.
After talking to you, like
It's that
I'm starting to
it's
question
that
that belief.
it's that thing in with Goodwill Hunting with like how
Oh
you like
no.
them apples? That's the crucible, right? It was like you went to school to regurgitate somebody else's theories, somebody learn some, you know what I'm saying, math, but you're not thinking for yourself, right? So that's basically
I think you're thinking too much
how is
for
what I'm
yourself.
saying, how is what I'm saying not actually like it's not something that they're teaching you in school,
You haven't
right?
even put
It's
together a
it's
cogent sentence yet.
a cogent. Uh
That's
no,
another
but
word you
that's what
don't
I'm
know
saying. It
the
doesn't
definition of.
it does yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter because at
Okay.
the end of the day, like
Listen,
what
user,
what
here's the deal.
what has
I don't think you're capable
what
of like communicating in clear dialogue. I gotta end this
okay, but that's what I'm
conversation.
saying.
We're not gonna do this anymore, okay?
It hasn't I proved my point, but
You did not prove a single point. You couldn't even form a sentence. That's crazy.
I was thinking of like Billy Madison, where he like tells the puppy that could story to try to like describe like economics.
It's wild that that kind of gibberating can come from somebody's face and they think that they're talking coherently. Crazy. Okay. Well, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. It's Gizmo, and then we're going to switch over to the YouTube queue. Carlos says, hey, friend, started therapy as part of my process of divorce and continuous deconstruction. Good to hear it. Therapy is important, my friend. Says, and knowing that I can always count with our community support. Love you guys. Wish me luck. Rock hard for Doug. Carlos, you know that we're with you, and you already know my story. If you need anything, reach out, my friend. It's a difficult process. Therapy definitely will help, but you know the old saying, divorce is hell, right? And there's a reason for that. It's a very difficult process, but we love you and we care about you, Carlos. And also, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is super generous and super helpful to the channel. I really appreciate that, friend. And while I'm reading these super chats, by the way, if you're watching on TikTok and you haven't followed Redheaded Trouble yet, Doug would be very disappointed. Sharon, even more disappointed. They're not mad, just disappointed. So make sure you're doing that. Are you over 1,000 yet?
Yes, I'm over 1,000 yet on
Good.
TikTok or yeah, I'm on YouTube yet. My YouTube content's like a thing to come.
All
I
right,
plan on doing it eventually.
we'll get that. When you get around to getting the YouTube channel, let me know and we'll get it promoted.
Like I have it set up. I have it set up. I do have it set up. Like
I saw that
have
it
a
exists.
YouTube. Yes, the redheaded trouble, same name. And I've been in
Link
the
it to
comments on
your
YouTube, so people see my name over there.
link it to your TikTok account so people that follow you on TikTok can easily find it. It'll help a lot. Chip says, I took courses translating both ways in German and English after I was already fluent in German. Still bloody difficult. I agree. learning the grammar of a language, even if you learned how to spell it, is always a little bit difficult. That's like even English, we grew up learning English from our parents, but when we went to school, we had to learn grammar. We learned all kinds of stuff that, might be difficult for our brains to wrap our minds to wrap our brains, hands. I don't know how to say that. We learned lots of difficult grammar when we were in school, but it is necessary if you really want to know an ancient language. Blood Nightmare, thank you for the super chat, says it was John that emailed you. It wasn't John. In fact, I won't tell you who it is because I don't want anyone to feel embarrassed. But it wasn't John Masterson. The guy that was on mute in the background for like an hour flipping you off. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. And I told him after he emailed me, I said, I won't post it. I won't, because normally I would clip it. But I said, I won't post it. Since you came and you apologized and you're being normal and honest right now, then unless sometime down the road, like you find yourself in atheism and you want to do like a follow-up video where we can say, look, this is how I was then, this is how I am now as an atheist. We could do something like that, but otherwise I'm not going to post it just to embarrass you, being that you came back and you apologized. Science Lover says, in hindsight, the Bible looks pretty unbelievable. Listen, I agree, actually. And in hindsight would be something that this guest didn't know how to use, even though I think he said it twice. Dr. Fudge says, I'm allergic to alcohol. Please have 2 drinks for me to survive this particular call, Justin. I will survive vicariously through that. Well, thank you, Dr. Fudge. I did have to pour one. I poured one out for that guest. Like, no fucking way am I listening to this word salad without some kind of a drink. Reverend Nate said, in response to Marky's call, have you heard from Wesley? No, I haven't, actually. That debate really struck a chord with me. Such a thoughtful, funny, and honest person, young mind. I haven't heard from Wesley, but Wesley is one of my favorite discussions I've ever had. That discussion with Wesley was great. He was an honest young thinker, just out there trying to rationalize. And I'd like to think he's deconstructed by now. Nightman comes says, what that bottle of Four Roses bourbon, LOL, good stuff. Well, it wasn't actually. It's actually, where'd I put it? It's 1800, but this is the 1800 coconut flavored. Now, I know not everybody likes coconut. I love coconut. So the 1800 coconut is delish, my friends. Deep Burrito says, when AI becomes sentient, it will constantly be kept amused by the tricks it will play on these clowns. Yes. And I'm kind of excited for it. I am a firm believer that AI will become sentient. I don't know at what point, but it's going to happen for sure. And I think it'll be fun. But we do have like ethical questions we have to answer. Like, once it becomes some level of sentient, do we have to treat it in a particular way to not like hurt its feelings? Like, there's going to be ethical considerations. And last super chat for now from our friend Atlas. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, oh my God, user is intoxicated on his own farts. How many crazy references does he have to use? Here's the deal. I think he honestly thought he was cooking. Like, right? What, didn't he really think he was out here cooking?
I just, it was a lot. He used a lot of words.
Too many words. Oh well. We'll see what Gizmo has to say.
He'd probably get along with Paul. A lot of run-on sentences.
Hello.
Indeed. How you doing, Gizmo?
I'm doing good. By the way, I think I was vaguely able to translate a little bit of what he was saying. I think he was trying to say that all knowledge there is for us to learn is already here. It's just our job to learn it. I think that's what he was vaguely trying to say in some really weird roundabout way.
Maybe I could see where that could have been his point for sure. Yeah. So, Gizmo, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. I'm actually a senior in high school, and I was wondering if I could potentially ask you some questions to help me out with a philosophy for theology final, where I need to interview someone with a different worldview than me. I'm a Christian, by the way.
I mean, I'm more than happy to do it, not during this debate, though. This is a debate live stream. But if you want, you can send me an email, and we can do like a Discord call or something and do an interview that way. That'd be much easier.
Okay, they're just basic questions like what is ultimately real and who is God to you and stuff like that. So,
okay. Well, the who is God to you is your question to answer. You got to do that part.
Well, yes, that is my question, but it's kind of it's dependent on like which of the worldviews I am going, and I'm obviously going for a more materialist, atheist form of worldview. I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting you there.
I guess I'm confused. I'm an atheist as well.
Yeah, no, sorry. That's who I'm going to ask.
I think he's trying to get your perspective on what God is to you, and we're just going to say we don't believe in God. God doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it's basically questions like that. Anyways, if you don't want to answer them right now, then I can just I'll email you or something.
Join the Discord. There would be hundreds of people that would love to answer your questions if I don't get to them right away.
Okay.
Sound good?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's sad because I love to mold young minds, but in the middle of a debate live stream isn't really the time for that type of a conversation. I want to keep it to actual debates. We've had a kind of a slow start today. We've got a full queue now. Right? We've got like 10 people waiting to get in. Somebody's going to want to debate, right? Okay. Well, let's grab...
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, let's grab... I think... Well, there's a guy that has gone and come a couple times. I think the first time he was here, his name was Moose. This time around, I don't see a name. So I'm just going to type in Moose on the screen and see if we can get connected here. Welcome in... Maybe Moose. Can you hear us? Moose? Maybe? Maybe not? I don't think I don't think
we
your
can't hear you.
Good enough, buddy. You might not have
Do you have like a headlamp? Is that like a headlamp on his head?
Let's see. I'm gonna request a different microphone. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I think your hardware's broken, my man.
Your headlamp works though.
There we go. It's catching up.
I was gonna say maybe do Morse code.
No, you're good. You have a lot of people that are willing to debate you, so I'm going to go ahead and dupe out. I wanted to know how you deal with the overwhelming feeling of death.
Oh fuck!
But, you've got other people. Yeah, you've got other people willing to debate you. I watch you. I'm a fan. I'm a member. But I don't want to take up your time. Go to somebody else.
Well, thanks a ton, friend. Tell you what, I'll answer the question and then I'll get the next debate rolling. So
yes,
this is a real problem that I think all of us face. Not all of us. Some people are like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like they feel alleviated at the idea of not existing, and some people feel anxious. Now,
leaving the party.
Exactly. Yeah. I know for me, I did a lot of dark nights of the soul when I became an atheist and realized there was no afterlife. What I can tell you is that you do get over it. So, for example, there's a couple things you have to take into account. You want to be taking care of your mental health. So, like, you need to actually have a decent therapist if you don't have one.
Sure.
If you are having trouble sleeping at night, that's going to impact your mental well-being. You want to find a way to get to sleep at night, even if it means you have to take a prescription. And then on top of that, go outside your house, socialize with others, make friends. Because when you're out having fun, you don't worry about like, oh my God, I'm not going to live forever. So that's a huge help.
Yeah.
I would say one of the other things too is just time. I know for me, I spent a number of years just being anxious and frustrated and mad. But, over the course of time, you kind of get over it. And I think the mantra that I like the best is like, I wake up every day and I'm excited for the day. Because listen, I know that I'm not going to get infinity days. I'm not going to live forever. But I have today. And I can make today fucking awesome if I want to. I can do everything I can. So every day that I'm on this side of the dirt, I determine to make it a good day.
I totally agree. And for the most part, I don't have problems day to day. I think that sometimes I just think about, so I have a daughter and a son, and from time to time, I think about the fact that I'm not going to be there for them. You know,
Right.
I'll die, and they'll need someone.
Right.
And I've left the party, as Hitchens would say, and that troubles me sometimes, and I have to like redirect my focus at that point. But I didn't know how you dealt with that, and I just wanted to ask you that question.
Lots of preparing, because like, so for example, most people that know me really well know I've got an autistic son, and he's on the severe end.
Sure.
He
Yeah,
most
I'm
likely
aware of that.
won't be able to take care of himself in his adult age. So
Right.
I spend a lot of time today working and saving and being a penny pincher,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
that
Yep.
I can leave everything in a trust, so that he'll have money to take care of him, because he might need
Yeah.
money. You know, I can't trust our
Yeah.
government to do it, right?
Nope. Nope.
So the best I could do is work as hard as possible and plan as much as possible, so
Yes,
that
sir.
I can give them the best chances, and just hope and pray that, 40 years from now,
Yep.
the world is a better place than it is today.
Yep. Yeah,
So,
I
I
agree.
say fucking hope and
Yeah.
pray. Some
Yeah.
habits are hard to kill.
I hope and
They die
pray. I
hard,
mean,
right? They die
I would
hard.
say deconstruction is not without its like existential crises.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I'm deconstructed. Like I'm 10 years. I'm a decade in. But I still it's my kids, you know.
Yep.
So anyway, but I don't
Okay.
want to take up any more of your time, Justin. So
Well, it's good to hear
I
from you,
love
friend.
you. Peace, love, save the whales.
Absolutely. Cheers, buddy. Have a great one. Love you back.
Yeah, you too, sir.
One of the other things, y'all, that I started doing once I left the faith is I'm much more intentional about telling my friends that I love them, even if they're dudes and it might make them uncomfortable, because at the end of the day, you don't know if that's the last time you're ever going to be able to tell them. Like, you don't know that. Like, you're not going to see them in heaven one day. So, like, just do it. There's so many things that you might have anxiety about doing, but I think once you become an atheist, you're like, well, fuck, I'm only going to be alive once. Just fucking do it. You want to go talk to the girl? Go ask her out. You want to talk to the boy? Go ask him out. It's just, you can't do it when you're dead. Do it. So, what are you going to do?
Definitely seize the day. I think that's like the order of like atheism.
1,000,000%. I agree. Absolutely. Seize the day is kind of the mantra here. Okay. Get our next guest in here. Looks like person with no name. How you doing?
Hourglass.
Hourglass. Here we go. How you doing, Hourglass? Hourglass. Are you with us?
I barely can hear them.
I don't know if I can hear anything. It sounds like the phone is in a different room. I think Hourglass accidentally requested, if I had to guess. And I think she's in the other room. So we'll let that one go. Mr. Nobody up in here. How you doing, Mr. Nobody?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi there.
Yeah, how you doing?
I am definitely in the same crowd as your last good call, in that I think I'm at the point of being deconstructing. I would consider myself a deist at the moment, where there's been times where I've gone outside, put my feet in the ground, looked up at the sky and said thank you to something that I don't know what I'm thanking, and I can battle with that in my mind of, am I really just thanking for having a good week, or am I thanking a higher power? I have no idea. But when I've seen this, you say your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Do you have an argument for deism?
with regards to an argument for deism, it's just the idea of imagination. You know, you know, eventually we learn Santa's not real, right? You know, like, and I'm okay with the idea of a God not being real, but having an imagination and thinking of something that's greater than something that can be described fully, to be fully, you know, pictured in your brain as something that's real. And it's actually something that actually, you know, as I was listening to you guys, and I was thinking is like, what got into your imagination that made God not real?
The same thing that got into your imagination that made unicorns not real.
Okay.
Like logic, evidence, rational thinking.
I mean, rhinoceroses are kind of unicorns, kind of.
The magical unicorn.
Oh, okay. Oh,
right.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
listen, Mister. Sounds like you don't have an argument, and that's fine. Thanks for watching.
No,
and if you develop an argument, come on back and give it to us, and we'll examine it. He didn't have an argument at all, by the way, just to be clear.
I mean, once you get in that the deism phase is kind of rough in like deconstruction.
Right? Yeah, it certainly is. But
you just like you don't know what to make of it, anything, because it's kind of like you know that like the Christian God isn't real.
Yeah,
and
at
then
least he's moving.
Yeah, and then you're just kind of like, what is real?
Indeed. Yeah. JH, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That's monumental, my friend. It's huge. Big W for JH. Says, for your son's future, sir. I really appreciate that. I got people to take care of as well, but self-employed and will just charge $100 extra on the next job. That's fantastic. Love what you do. YOLO, fellow atheists enjoying life and living once. Cheers. I'll cheers to that. And you're right. I used to run my own engineering company. In fact, that's how I got through seminary, is I did private engineering contracting. And you're right. Like, if you get into a pinch, you're like, well, fuck, the next job I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure there's enough in there to cover the gap. But thank you. I really appreciate that, JH. And Don, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, what you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought, which I've got that.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
On my soundboard. Thank you for that, Dada. And Zelda, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I learned to tell my friends I love them when I had to carry my buddy's casket the year we graduated college. I say it to all my friends now, just do it. It sucks when you can only hope they knew. Yeah, right. Listen, once you lose a friend or a family member, you can't tell them that anymore. It's over. The opportunity's gone, right? The only opportunities you have to make an impact on somebody's life is while they're still alive. So do it while they're still alive. And you know, it might feel awkward. It's okay. Just go ahead and tell people you love and care about them. All right, let's get Chris in here from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, I'm good. Can you hear me okay? I'm kind of out and about.
Yeah, I can hear you. Chris, are you at least
Awesome.
18 and do you believe in God?
I am over 18. I would also classify myself as a deist, I guess.
Okay. What do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence for the deistic God?
So, I would argue that my God's not imaginary from the standpoint of... Well, I mean, I know you also believe in an infinite regress, which I believe in too. And in my mind, and I know I could be wrong, and you've probably heard this argument before a million times, but I kind of feel like if an infinite regress is true, then that would kind of mean all possibilities that can possibly happen at some point will happen, including a universe that was created by a conscious agent.
Well, so I don't disagree with you that in an infinite in an infinite universe, all possibilities are going to be manifested at some point. What I don't know is if God is a possibility.
And why would you think it's not, I guess, would be my question.
Because possibilities still seem to need to abide by the laws of nature and logic, right? So if there's an infinite universe, it doesn't mean that everything is possible. It just means that all possible things are possible. Like all things that don't violate like the laws of the universe are possible.
So no, I can agree with that. And I think what would kind of push me one way towards the other, obviously, I don't believe in scripture because compared to the reality we live in, there are things we can pull from it and see that, it obviously doesn't correspond with the reality we live in. But then also, there's things like, to me at least, that kind of point to a conscious designer, which would be, like, and I'm sure you've heard it a million times before, but I think like a theological argument would kind of work there, like even if you believe which I do too, I believe we all, evolved through a
pause for
billion-year
just a
process.
second, because it sounds like you're probably going to embark on a fine-tuning talking point, which is fine, except it sounds like you're driving a car now, and that's not fine. You can't drive in live, my friend.
No, I am in a car, but I'm not driving. I'm the passenger.
Okay. Well, you can be a passenger, you just can't be driving. So what about our universe makes it look or would give evidence for a designer?
I don't know if it's necessarily evidence. It's just kind of, they're more like hints, I would say, things like language developing, things like, like the code, and that's the statement I was going to make. Even, like I believe we all evolved from like an embryo or like a single-celled organism, but even the DNA of that.
What does that have to do with God?
So I would say like even the DNA of like a single cell organism, the code of the DNA code kind of points to some sort of intelligence.
Why?
I don't know. That's a good question. It just kind of seems like, I lean more towards the fact that couldn't be random.
Why?
And I could be wrong. Just because the complexity of it, I mean, even to give rise to a single cell organism, it's a pretty complex organism.
What does complexity have to do with it? So I think the DNA evidence is the best evidence for evolution, not for a God. The DNA that we have clearly has been copied for billions of years, which is why like 70% of our DNA is no longer functional. We've got all these pseudogenes, genes that used to work, they used to code for stuff, but now like one little piece of it is broken and it doesn't code for what it used to code for, which is why like there are some vitamins that we have to consume that our body can't produce. There's so much about our DNA that only makes sense if you believe in evolution, that I don't know why God would do it. Why would God create humans so that the vast majority of our DNA is useless?
No, I totally believe in evolution, and I also, I guess what I'm trying to say is like going back to even the first living organism, even that, and looking at that. And I'm not a biologist, obviously. I don't know much about, like the human organism, but I guess so. What you're saying is, I guess if a god had created it, then it would have been created in such a way that through the process of evolution, the DNA or the genomes we don't need anymore would, cease to exist, or it would be programmed in a way where it would evolve to be more functional.
Yeah, I mean the hallmark of good coding is that you don't have dead code, and that when you have problems in the code, you patch it and fix the problem.
I mean, my area is more in computer science, so I totally agree with that, and I get what you're saying. I can agree with that.
Yeah, how many times have you seen a project that's been copied like 15 times, like copy of a copy of a copy, and there's like all these functions in the code that aren't getting used anymore, and you're like, well, we got to go in here and delete all these old functions that aren't getting used.
Yeah, no, those would all get eradicated, definitely. A
Right.
good programmer would definitely eradicate all that.
Exactly.
So
You can't have dead. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of code in the real world that's honestly just dead code. But like a lot of when I was an engineer for a long time. A lot of our customers have clauses when they buy machines from us. They can't contain dead code. Like you have to go before you finish a machine. You've got to go through and hunt for non-functional code and eliminate it because the customer might not know that it's dead code. You know what I mean? So like this is a hallmark of good design. But it's not.
totally. And
Yeah, it's not a
I'm
hallmark. Like having all this dead code, I don't think it would lead me to believe that something designed our DNA.
Totally. And I'll be completely honest, I didn't know that 70% of the genetic code we have right now isn't being used. That was new information to me. So
It's a lot.
I see what you're saying there. But even still, like there's just so many things in our reality that's just kind of like mind-boggling. Like, even and I know we didn't, but humans kind of. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I believe humans discovered mathematics or they created it, but it definitely describes real-world functions and like even stuff like, we see in nature the Fibonacci sequence and just other mathematical things that kind of hint towards some sort of intelligence. That's the hump I can't get past. Like it would be pretty miraculous to me if all of this happened randomly.
Well, I don't see why it could have happened randomly. So if the odds of it happening is anything but zero, and we've got infinite time to do it, it means it's inevitable.
And that's kind of what my thinking was behind, like a conscious agent inevitably creating a universe. But I guess, you can go with the line of thinking
Well,
that a conscious agent creating a universe isn't a possibility because it defies the logics that we know of. So it's hard to argue that.
also, I don't know, everyone knows Forrest. Forrest, when someone brings up God existing outside of space and time, Forrest is always like, I don't know what that means. What does it mean to exist nowhere and at no time? He says stuff, but like it's a really good thing to think about. When we say that there's this entity that exists outside of space and time that created space and time, it's such a meaningless statement. In real life, if we describe something that is completely immaterial, that takes up zero space, that takes up zero time, we're gonna be like, oh, that fucking thing doesn't exist.
Well, I wouldn't believe it's outside of space and time and matter. I would more so think that, if a deity created this world, he would exist, either in another universe or in a higher dimension. But I don't think
Sure.
it would be like this spaceless, formless,
Gotcha.
timeless thing,
More like a super evolved entity.
Sort of, like some sort of like, I guess you can call I guess the best word we have to describe it is a deity, but it would be like some sort of super evolved conscious agent that has the ability to create a universe.
Yeah. So at that point, questions need to be asked. If it created this universe and ours in it, then why did he create it so poorly? Or is it, I mean, obviously it's not a he. It probably doesn't have the same gender norms as we do. But like,
yeah, probably
why
not.
did he create the earth so that 97% of the water is undrinkable?
Well. Again, that sort of deity to me wouldn't be all powerful and like he might have super knowledge and superpowers, but not infinite knowledge and infinite power.
Sure. So you're describing a God that makes more sense than the typical God that we hear about. So I love that. But let me say this. I think Occam's razor would demand that the God doesn't exist. And here's what I mean by that. If you've got a God that is indistinguishable from the universe doing what universes do, like if our explanation of the universe can account for us being here, then adding God to it is now unnecessary, right? So while the God concept that you described makes more sense, everything that you just described could also just be true about the universe. So Occam's razor is like, the answer to that doesn't needlessly multiply entities is usually more likely to be the right answer. And I feel the same way kind of about these gods. When we get these gods that like they're not very powerful, they're not really like all-knowing, they're not like omni in nature. Well, at that point, we're like, yeah, we would expect that God to fuck everything up because he has no idea what he's doing, right? But like, if we have to compare a fuck up God to, well, the universe is just doing what universes do, I think the simpler solution is that the universe is just doing what the universe does.
Right. The simpler explanation is likely the true one. But I would contend that it's not completely pointless, at least to me, because, like that sort of God or that sort of deity can help a lot of people, I feel like, navigate through things like, like purpose and just help. I mean, I know it helps me mentally to kind of know why or how we got here, and that's the best explanation I can come up with. And I guess I can take the
Yo,
position.
ring.
Hey,
Sorry. My cat was. I thought I was on mute.
Don't
no,
worry. Been there.
so
What's that, Chris? Chris,
Did my cat scare him away? Yeah, sorry. I kind of like, he got scared by my cat like jumped on me, and exactly what's going on in your video just happened to me.
Yeah, I think Chris drove like under a tunnel and we lost him.
And that he kind of startled me. He like jumped on the back of my seat.
Oh well, Chris lost reception. That's right, Chris. He was nice though. At least he's
nice.
thinking,
Yeah, that was
right?
good.
Oh, well,
and I have a cat. His name's Sebastian. You can see him on my page if you want to see him. Yes,
yeah.
He's a Siamese ragdoll.
That's cute. Well, let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. Next in line, I think, is going to be Marlon and then Enrique. Double Donkey Surfer says, religion has given the world a tremendous amount of comfort in a world torn apart by religion, mostly. John Stewart. I love John Stewart. And I don't agree. I mean, I do agree that religion does provide comfort for some people. But to me, it also brings a whole lot of horrors, right? And we have to ask ourselves, is the comfort of religion worth the horrors that comes with it? I don't know if it is. Reverend Nate says, the moose curly, just one thing. You stick to that and everything else don't mean shit. Mitch, that's great, but what's one thing? Oh, wait, what's happening right here? Okay, sorry. I got to go back. You're doing a bit. Okay, so this is a bit. Two moose curly. Is this like a Three Stooges reference? Just one thing. You stick to that and everything else don't mean shit. Mitch, that's great, but what's the one thing? Curly, that's what you got to figure out. City Slickers. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time. Yeah, that's fair. What's the one thing I have to stick to? I don't know. You got to figure that out for yourself. That's fair. And you do, for your life, you've got to figure out what you're going to dedicate yourself to. Don't let anyone tell you what to do with your life. Collapse says, I call my close homies every week to check up on them, make sure they know they aren't alone, and we tell each other we love each other. I love that, Collapse. That's huge. That's really important. Don't let your friends go without letting them know that you care about them. And Clever says, those death thoughts are difficult to deal with when you have kids. Stick to it. Love you, Moose. They are. I'd say having kids definitely makes it harder because you're always, as a parent, you always worry about your kids and you always worry about what's going to happen to them when I'm gone. And I don't know as a parent if you can ever get rid of that. I think it's a biological factor. I think no matter how old you are, no matter how old your kids are, you always worry about them. PDX Geek says, just put the deist into the total perspective vortex. a blip in over 2 trillion galaxies with 150 billion stars. Our species' total experience a nanosecond of galactic scale time. That's fair. When we look at how large the universe is and how long it's been here for and how long it will be here in the future, like we are a blink of an eye. Like, the Bible and other books talk about the human existence being like a blink of an eye, but like literally our solar system, our galaxy in the grand scheme of things is just a blink of an eye. Nothing. Like it's such a tiny blip on the radar of the cosmos that it's just, as they say, dust in the wind. Yeah, let's get Marlon. Maybe Marlon's having a little bit of trouble connecting. I do. Oh, there we go.
How are you?
How you doing, Marlon?
Oh, okay. No, I was just curious. How long have you been streaming? I thought I was late earlier. Like for example.
I started about 3 hours ago, and I've got a couple hours left. Marlon, are you a believer?
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Awesome. Are you a Catholic Christian?
I was. Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. So, Marlon, what do you think is the best evidence or the best reason to believe that God is real?
The best evidence that God is real. You don't believe that God is real, right? I mean, it is stated in your live stream that God is imaginary.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I mean, God is real. I have talked to Him. I feel Him. God is in my heart. God is my friend.
How do you distinguish between your God and the imaginary friend you had when you were a little kid?
It's excuse me if I burp because I have kind of a food addiction. I've just eaten a large breakfast, so I would just excuse for that.
Yeah.
So I would say that the existence of God is in the connection of the natural and the supernatural. I have talked about the presence of God with miracles to you and like Forrest Valkai and Godless Engineer and Owen Morgan. And
We've
I
talked
have
before.
talked about the experiencing.
Yeah, you're from the Philippines?
I have experienced the super. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And I have talked about the experiences of the supernatural, about being hunted by ghosts and spirits and like evil demons. And whenever I prayed to God, he saved me. God is saving me from natural events like being hit by a motorcycle or falling from a high place. And God is also saving me. Yes.
Do you have access to a doctor?
Like doctor?
Like a medical doctor?
Yeah. Yes. Why?
So these types of visions are usually corrected by taking like anti-psych meds.
What anti-psych meds?
Antipsychotics.
What condition are you talking about?
Religious visions.
No. I really meant that back then God has saved me from an encounter with an evil ghost lady, a white lady.
That's what I'm saying, Marlon. God didn't save you from an evil ghost lady. You need an antipsychotic medication because evil ghost ladies don't exist. What's happened, my friend, is
I have video evidence to prove it otherwise.
I'm sure you do.
I can.
What you most likely have
I really
is a break with reality.
I have photo evidence and video evidence to show you, and that is my proof that it is not imaginary.
All right, well, tell you what, Marlon, email me the evidence, and we'll talk about it next time I hear from you. Okay.
Okay, can I ask one more thing?
Not today, buddy. We need a real debate. Sorry, love you. Oh, Marlon, he never learns.
Wild. We haven't had like one really good.
It's been a rough
debate
one
yet.
huh?
Yeah.
We started out with a guy named Seth, who I thought was fun to talk to, but after Seth, we haven't had a whole lot of debate with anybody. But we'll try, right?
That was the Jewish guy, right? That was a really good discussion. I would have loved to have been on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Oh well, we got Enrique now. How you doing, Enrique?
Hey, hola. I'm not sure if this works. Does this work? Can you hear me? I'm on a website on my phone.
Yeah, hola, ¿cómo está?
Hola.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
So,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Hi.
Enrique, are you a believer?
Yes, sir. 27-year-old. I've converted to Catholicism about 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. So before we get too far in, just a heads up, your battery is super low. Could you plug it in? Because it might die.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Okay. So now, you believe in the Christian God of the Catholic variety, and that's fine. What do you think is the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I came in here to listen, and then, we might debate, or I might just get some insight. But, all right. Earlier, you had a man out here talking or rambling about words, right?
That rambling is the right word. He was rambling about words.
Yes.
And
word
English
salad,
isn't my
yummy,
first language, so I do want
Except in this case, not.
Okay, so that ramble, I was, I try to make sense out of it, and I think that I converted to Catholicism because a lot of the things wrong in this world, and I believe I was atheist beforehand, never even really thought about it. It's too much, right? When we start thinking about everything we've been talking about today, the Fibonacci sequence, the water not being entirely drinkable, is there a great architect upon this? And what Catholicism helped me reach was this idea that, God is imaginary for everyone. For the original people, when I read old scripture, we have characters who talk to God and give God this name or that name, and other people would say, hey, you're God, whatever you're doing, you're believing in. I like that. I see how you're living. I see that you have riches or this or that. Teach me, right? Because I'm over here with this consciousness and I'm calling it this, and shit's just not working out for me, right? And then we start, giving each other information. And a lot of these old scriptures are just a compilation of even older scriptures we haven't even deciphered, from Los Sumerian tablets. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
It's this old.
Yeah,
is user holding your beer right now?
User holding my beer?
Is user holding your beer?
That was the name of the guy that we talked to.
Yeah. I hope I don't ramble too much. I don't mean to. Yet, I believe everyone's, just whatever we land on, whether it's atheism, Catholicism, it's all definitely imaginary because it's only a construct of this heritage of stories and sounds and thought that has really molded, us, and to categorize what is right and what is wrong. I stopped seeing God as like a person or a thing or something you can have as a friend, and more of, it's natural sequence of, throughout history, just thought that we've given each other.
So it sounds like we agree.
To agree and disagree upon. So I wonder, because it was Catholicism that really helped me land on this idea. And you know what? I'm not a confirmed Catholic. It's only that I've been going and, sitting and reading and discussing these things with, the folks at the church here in Mexico. And, it's really given me this peace that it's all pretty much imaginary. Now, it feels like a paradox, right?
So it sounds like we agree, Enrique. It's imaginary.
It's pretty much. But what does that imagination, that imagination has this drive.
It means this conversation is over. That's what that means. Thanks for calling in, my friend. But we're here for debates. And if you agree that he's imaginary, we're not debating anymore. But at least he's in agreement with us, right? At least it sounds like
I think so.
Like it started out, it was hard to know if he was in agreement with us, and at some point it sounded like he was. It was a confusing call, but I think we're.
It was very confusing. That's why I thought he was holding user's beer. Just like,
Yeah.
Oh, you can do word salad. Hold my beer.
I need to get a salad tosser up in here for when we get word salad. Plus, I love a good salad. Okay. Well, let's get Ash in here from the TikTok queue, and maybe we'll get a real debate. How you doing, Ash?
Sorry, I didn't mean to come up. I'm not an op.
No worries.
My bad.
Kiss the baby for us.
Oh, will do. Thanks.
Fucking
Crystal,
love babies.
Crystal had her daughter had her baby. Did you hear this?
That's exciting. I haven't been in the loop. I've had I'm not going to share my information, but I've had some stuff happen in my family recently, so I haven't really been in the loop with what's been happening with everybody else. But y'all, just for the record, if you message me baby pictures, I'm always happy about it. I don't care if it's your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter. Babies, puppies, kittens, fucking otters, they're awesome. So Crystal had her grandchild. Are they local? Are they in California with her?
I didn't get into details. She just kind of shared that information in the chat of another live earlier. I think it was like Tiny Science's live earlier.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently it's healthy and yes, great. She said she's really tired. She hasn't slept in like 3 days.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have some of that. Babies will do that to you. It's one of those things. Like I remember when my son was little, he didn't really sleep for like 6 months. It was tough, but like it's different. Like when it's a baby that's keeping you awake. Like if you just can't sleep because of something else, like maybe you've got hooligan neighbors or something that keep you awake at night, it's super frustrating. But I feel like when it's your baby keeping you up, like it doesn't frustrate you quite as much. Like you're tired, but you're like the experience was good, Headaches were rough though. I had to take a lot of medication for headaches. So there's that.
Oh, I bet. Sleeplessness.
Yeah. Does anyone else get sleeplessness headaches? When I don't sleep, I get headaches, really bad ones. So, not my favorite. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Hey, Quanta's here. Has it been slow on TikTok and YouTube for anyone else? It's been really slow here today. At least it seems that way. How you doing, Quanta?
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Quanta, I don't know what it's been on other live streams, but not a lot of opposition today.
Yeah, that's strange. I was also experiencing that, not today, but I think either yesterday or the day before. Just very low traffic in general, it seems.
Yeah, in fact, the last stream on Monday, it was a little bit slower than normal. I was able to fill it out. Still got some debates, but it was slow on Monday too. It might just be that time of the year. I do know this. I've talked to quite a few creators. I've been on YouTube and TikTok for a long time, and they all say January is always a slow month. The January and September. January is slow because everyone's done with the holiday season, and they're like, okay, I got to get back to work. Yeah, right. And then September is the same way because the summer vacation's over. The kids are going back to school, so they're not on the internet all day. And then also the parents are like fucking back to the demanding schedule again. So I think those 2 months are the slowest, which is fine. You know, you're gonna have some slow times here and there.
Or alternatively, we did it. That's it.
Yeah, there's no more believers. We beat them all. Speak of the devil, we had some people pop into the guest box just now, so let's pull them up. Which reminds me, if it's going to be a slow month for opposition, I'm thinking I might schedule like 1 or 2 Q&As. People do like the Q&As, and when we're in the really busy months like December and whatnot, I usually don't do it. But it's been a little while since I've done one, so I think it's time to throw a Q&A in. But let me grab our guest on the TikToks, Calm Critic. Let's see how this works out. How you doing, Critic?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
You know I can't complain. Calm, are you at least 18?
Yeah, 35. I'm an old man.
Old man, younger than me. He's saying he's an old man.
Yeah, younger than me too.
That's right, Calm.
I guess I'm the youngest, the Ute here.
Yeah, you're a Ute. Have you turned to 20 yet there, Quanta?
28.
Very good. You're almost to adulthood. It's funny, like you're technically an adult when you're 18, but in like the real world, in like when you go out to the your wherever you work, I feel like they don't really treat you like an adult until you're getting close to 30. Then they're like, okay, now he's an adult.
Grad school is a weird limbo period because I still am technically a student, but I also work like a 9 to 6.
Yeah, I get that. I did the same. So, Critic, are you a believer?
I am. I'm a Catholicist.
Fair enough. What do you think is your best evidence or argument for why God is real?
Well, actually, I wanted to get your take on this. I heard this not too long ago, and I've been kind of thinking about it. But so if you took a population starting at 2, and then you doubled the population every generation, it would take 40 generations to get to 1 trillion people. Now, say you did it every other generation. Because, you know, I'm not like a young earther or anything.
That's like, it sounds like everybody's Catholic in your world.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying at the rate, like if this is true, at the rate populations would increase would be, you know, well, it's exponential, obviously, but I am just surprised, I guess, that there aren't more people in the world.
Well, I can tell you why.
Now, granted, they're not always doubling all that stuff. There's a lot of factors, but I mean, 40 generations.
People die as well.
Yeah, that's well. Sure. This is the thing, that populations are limited by the resources available. So if there was like truly an infinite amount of land, an infinite amount of food, infinite everything conducive to life, then sure, it would just be perpetual exponential growth. And in the cases where there is a very large amount of resources in proportion to the population, that first kickoff, yes, it is exponential, like if you're talking about a few bacteria in a petri dish. But of course, once you reach a critical limit, it follows more of like an S-curve, where it approaches a stable population size, where the rate of deaths is equal to the rate of new births, and the population will usually level off. It'll either level off or just oscillate up and down.
Sorry, I shouldn't be reading the comments, but
yeah, don't worry about the comments.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors in there, but
what do you think
I was just surprised because I would have. Sorry.
What do you think the fastest population growth in history was? Because my understanding is we've never grown at more than 2%.
You know, I don't really know. I haven't. I should research it more, but that's why this isn't a proof for it or anything. But I was just curious as to what your guys' thoughts were.
So, the reason why I checked into this is because I did some math. Remember, in the book of Genesis, we find there were 70 individuals that go into Egypt, and when they leave Egypt, either 200 years later or either 400 years later, depending on which book you believe, there were about 2.5 million of them. So I did some work on whether or not that's enough time to produce that big of a population starting from 70 individuals. And what I discovered is no. In order for that to happen, you would have had to multiply at a rate faster than any rate in all of recorded in any history anywhere. And if I remember correctly, it was over 2%. You would have had to multiply over 2%. So I say all that to say this. One of the reasons why the number is so low is not just because the generations die. Like typically when you have children, like while it might be, you might double the size of your household. Well, everybody in your household is going to die eventually, right? And it's not a guarantee that everybody in your household will double their household, right? So it's not as clean as that. The other thing too is we've had a lot of mass extinction events. There's been quite a few mass extinction events. Some people have claimed that the bubonic plague at one point wiped out almost, 40% of some countries' populations. I think that might be a little excessive, but the reality is we've got lots of records from the ancient world. In fact, that's what happened to Matini and the people living in the Hittite, or now ancient Anatolia is what we call it, but in the Hittite country. They caught a plague when they went to war against the Egyptians, and it basically wiped out the kingdom. In fact, it was so bad that the king, Mursili II, literally started to engage in all kinds of religious rituals in order to try to get rid of it. In fact, he assumed at one point he was even of the mind that God was mad at the people of Hatti, because his forefather didn't come to the crown faithfully. He was an usurper of the crown. And so he thought, oh my God, we need to do corporate repentance because of what our previous king did. That's why the bubonic plague is here, right? But the reality is, we've had lots of plagues in history that wiped out many people, in wars as well. Nowadays, when we go to war, the non-combatants don't usually get killed all that much. But in the ancient world, when you went to war, if a town didn't
break of the plague almost wiped out all of Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, it was, and that. No, absolutely. But even still, I would imagine that people, you can never stop their urges. So it does seem like, and that is under the assumption that a generation is 25 to 30 years. So
right.
It's not like they're dropping off as fast as but
right.
Anyways, yeah, I just thought that was really interesting.
Well, it certainly is an interesting thought.
That for most of human history, the success of children reaching, getting out of infancy, the infant mortality rate was much higher than it is now.
Yep.
So even though people are, having kids, that doesn't mean that the kids are gonna have their own.
Yep.
Yeah, well, birth rates were much higher too, so everyone would have 8 kids as opposed to just 2.
Yeah.
But how many would make it?
Yeah, well, no, I agree. Probably 4 to double it. I don't know.
Well, Chris, thanks for stopping by. It was good to hear from you.
Yeah, no problem. You guys take care.
Cheers. we're going to get a debate eventually.
Have a good night.
I don't know when.
Yeah, right. Yes. Hey, it's 7:14 here on the West Coast. So I don't know.
West Coast.
Well, there's lots of time left. I had a live stream. This is sometime last year. I had a live stream where it was like I couldn't get a debate going. And then sometime like 2 hours before I was supposed to quit, it just got red hot. And I ended up debating until like 2 a.m. Sometimes it happens that way. Sometimes it'd be like that. But, you got to do what you got to do, right? I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we'll get Steven Riesel in here. Archibald says, you can't spell word without O-R or oars. Row a boat. What do boats float on? Water, H2O. Hallelujah. 220. Sandra O was walking in The Walking Dead. Jesus rose from the dead. Ergo, God is real. I think you've just nailed User's entire argument. That's exactly what he was saying. Oh man, imagine nobody give User a thesaurus. Oh man, that's a terrible word for someone with a lisp. Yeah, he'll be even more unbearable. Gosman says, "Hi Jay, I heard today that the Catholic Church believes or believed that unbaptized babies didn't go to heaven, but somewhere called limbo. Surely that can't be true. Tell me it's BS. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, gay for Justin, and that's true. That's why you got to baptize those babies. And that's one of the reasons. So it's not really limbo; it's more like purgatory. But that's the general idea, because the babies are still born contaminated by original sin. So they can't go right into heaven. They've got to go to purgatory. Only those who believe in Jesus can go right into heaven and are baptized. That's why Jesus says in John, I think chapter 3, that you can't see the kingdom of God unless you've been born of the water and the Spirit. So the reality is, a lot of Catholics believe that baptism is for the remission of sins, because the Bible says that it's for the remission of sins. And so if you want a baby's original sin to be remitted, you got to baptize them. And that's why they do it as early as possible. And that's a real thing. And that's why, even the conquistadors thought that, hey, when they went and conquered other nations, they're like, well, if we baptize them first before we murder them, then it's okay. We're just sending them straight to heaven. There's so many different ways baptism was used in the early church. They were forcefully baptizing Jews, by the way. They thought that if they could force a Jew into baptism, it was as good as a Jew willingly going into baptism, because the effects of baptism works whether the participant is willing or not, apparently. It's the fucking craziest thing.
Did you ever watch that video? There was like a viral video of a baby getting dunked in a baptism with the audio, "Where's the money, Lebowski?"
Yeah,
Where's the money?
yeah. What he's doing.
Yes.
Did you do total immersion when you got baptized, Justin?
So I did. In fact, I still got my baptism picture somewhere in my office. So the funny thing is, my baptism was crazy. The church I went to didn't have its own baptismal, so we went to another church that we were good friends with, but their pastor and their church, I forget what was happening. A bunch of them were, I think they went on a winter mission trip. I forget the whole situation. But anyways, they weren't going to be using the church that day. So we went there after our service. And the problem we had was, since nobody was there that day for service, they didn't turn on the water heater. And they didn't have the church heat on either. So everyone's gone on vacation. So the church is 40 degrees. The baptismal wasn't heated. We get there and we're like, oh no, we got 8 of us getting baptized in this ice water. And so I basically took an ice bath for my baptism.
Have you ever seen an anti-baptism?
Should have done the, I guess, what is that? The ice bucket challenge at the same time? Was that a thing?
Yeah, that was, the ice bucket was before that. Where's that picture? Hold on.
But yeah, I saw a clip of somebody performing anti-baptisms with a hairdryer.
Oh, yeah. So what I actually asked somebody recently, can we get an atheist ritual, like baptism, but for atheism. And I couldn't come up with anything
I
good.
vote for like the Nickelodeon. I think we need to have like a Nickelodeon like getting slimed thing.
Yeah, here it is.
Remember that?
Here's my baptism as
gotta think on this.
Pastor's laughing at me freezing in the cold. So that's like, I guess I was like
God.
Baby
17.
Justin.
Yeah, I was a baby. And
that's right, the gack. Have some atheist gack.
There was actually, it was really
black,
good.
Black gack.
Here's my friend Bob. Look at his face when he got plunged.
I like Mech in the comments is saying that our ritual is graduating high school.
Yeah. Actually, here's another
graduating
one.
High school.
This is Bob's sister Nikki. She was freezing in that water.
Oh my god, that looks miserable.
Oh yeah.
It was so cold. But anyways, good. We got good memories. Unlike
like how
many
do you
people,
distinguish like being just freezing your ass off and the Holy Spirit entering your body?
Right. I'm lucky in that in my church experience, I had basically almost exclusively good experiences in the church, thank goodness. Because there's so many people that been like viciously hurt by the church. I feel like I'm lucky that I came out unscathed.
I didn't get church hurt until I left the church.
Oh, yeah, that's believable.
I grew up agnostic, so growing up, my only exposure to religion was VeggieTales and Bible Man. And I thought that they were purely fictional. And I was right, but I didn't know that anybody else took them seriously.
VeggieTales was fun. I still like VeggieTales. All right, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. I'm going to get Steven in here. Yantu, good to see ya. Says, oh, to be Faraday on that neck. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, gay for Justin, vexed by Volta, and flattering Faraday. Well, thank you, Yantu. And Faraday, he's a little lover, isn't he? That cat wants to cuddle all the time. In fact, he's so cute. Like at bedtime, he wants to like get in like under the covers and snuggle up with you. He's so cute. He just wants to be loved. And can you blame him?
Oh, that's adorable.
I know, he's so cute. Volta's a Hellraiser. He wants to break everything in my house, and that's fine. But
I love that you named him after electromagnetism people.
Had to.
Eventually we'll get a Maxwell.
You know what? There's a lot of names you could have picked from. Hertz, Maxwell. I wasn't going to do Tesla or Edison. They were both kind of goofs. But anyways, Lucor says, know about the striking similarities between PS 104 and the great hymn of Aten, 1350 BCE Egypt. I mean, Psalm 104. Is this another case of borrowing from old myths? So when it comes to the Psalms, people might not realize this. There's a handful of Psalms that parallel the Egyptian wisdom literature, a bunch of them actually. And we've got a couple that are ripped off from the Canaanite literature. Here's what I don't know. With the Egyptian literature, I don't know if it's just common wisdom that gets repeated enough that it finds itself in different locations, or if it's direct borrowing. I do believe that some of the Psalms that are for lack of better words, looks like they're borrowing from the Canaanite literature. I think they really did borrow from the Canaanite literature. In fact, I believe there's a couple Psalms that I believe, like quite literally, took a Psalm of Baal and just like crossed out Baal and put Yahweh in there and didn't do much else. So we've got some direct borrowing from the Canaanite literature. As for the Egyptian, I don't know if it's quite as clean. And I think one of the reasons why we see ideas from Egypt show up in the Bible is because they were neighbors. But if they really spent that much time in Egypt, I would imagine there'd be more direct borrowing. And I don't see that much direct borrowing. But the Canaanites are the precursors to the Israelites. That's why everything about the Israelites remind you of the Canaanites, their language, the names of their gods. What they call everything is the same. What they named their kids after Canaanite gods. If you read through the name lists in the Bible, a lot of these Israelites have Canaanite deity names. So it's like these people are just Canaanites. That's all there is to it.
I actually have my own question similar to this. I know in the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's also another flood myth where like two humans survive that great flood. is there a relation between those two?
Gilgamesh came before, like
exactly.
It predates, yeah.
So
but is that likely where that flood myth came from, or?
So there's multiple flood myths, and it's funny if you compare the details. Somebody was borrowing from somebody else. I think the Bible, in this case, was directly borrowing from the Babylonian version, because everything in the first 11 chapters, everything from 1 to 11, every story in there has a Babylonian parallel. Maybe I'll put it on the cheat sheet eventually, the story in Genesis versus the story from Babylon. But the reality is all of them came from Babylon. It's just 1 through 11 is just a polemic against Babylonian ideas. And after the tower, that's like the crescendo. That's like, okay, fuck Babylon. And then they move on to their own mythology. So, yeah, the flood narrative directly borrowed. And it doesn't seem to have a parallel as far as we know in the Canaanite literature. I've not seen it yet. If it exists, I don't know of it. We do find in the Canaanite literature possibly this fight with the sea monster, kind of like what we find in the rest of the ancient Near East. That's where the Leviathan comes from. They've got their own sea monster called Lotan, and it's described in identical words, Lotan. So we definitely have some ideas that cross over, but in terms of borrowing them from the flood narrative, they definitely stole it from the Babylonians, who stole it from the Sumerians before them, and so on and so forth. And yeah, it's a good story though. Like, y'all, if you haven't read the Epic of Gilgamesh, I highly recommend it. It's a really good, because Gilgamesh goes through his own existential crisis as well. And so it's a really good story of like, hey, you know, how did the earliest people on the planet deal with existentialism? And this story, I think this story kind of points to that. It's a good story.
My favorite bit from that is when he meets the two immortal humans. He asks them what the secret to immortality is, and they like tell him to stay awake for like 7 full days and nights, and then they'll tell him. And of course, he falls asleep in that time. And then they tell him, well, how can you hope to conquer death if you can't even conquer sleep? And that is such a hard line.
So there's actually multiple
Forgot to
versions
take their
of
uppers.
it. You might not.
I didn't know this.
You might not realize this. I'll put it on the screen. But there's multiple versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh. But if you want to get a critical edition, so you can see the differences between them, you can get this one. This one is called the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it's a critical edition of the Epic of Gilgamesh. So it's not just one version of the story. It shows you where it diverges and which tablet it comes, the individual bits come from. So it's really cool, especially because as recent as like 2012, we discovered a new tablet. There's a new tablet of Gilgamesh that we discovered in like 2012 that adds a piece of the story that we never had until just a decade ago. So definitely get a critical edition. It's really cool.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah, big W.
I would add that this is what gives a lot of evidence for like the interpolation hypothesis and documentary hypothesis. It's this kind of like information that leads, you know, critical Bible scholars down these paths of, you know, this is an original.
Yeah. People think that like these critical Bible scholars are just evil, you know, church hurt people, but like that's not the case. Most critical Bible scholars, most of them aren't really all that Christian anymore, but like most of them came into school a conservative evangelical. The problem is when you learn too much information, you're not able to hold on to it because the information will lead you to believe that the Bible is not inspired because, well, it's not. But welcome in, Stephen.
Hey, thanks for inviting me in.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I can't complain. Stephen, are you at least 18?
I am.
Awesome.
Have we talked before, Stephen?
I absolutely do. And I would like to maybe lay down some understanding of what you have believed in the past, possibly, and maybe I could lay down mine and then go from there.
Well, I used to be a Christian, and I don't believe in any God anymore.
All right, so whenever you say you used to be a Christian, just wondering for the basis of the debate, what denomination were you around?
The Christian ones.
Nice. All right, so even though I would be considered non-denominational, I am Baptist as far as the belief, because everybody believes in a different timeline, right? So like you have certain ones that believe in the baptism for Catholics, right? You know, you have just the different many ways of salvation. But, you know, once you start digging in deeper and you find out like Acts 2, like you quoted earlier, how it tells you to be baptized for the remission of sin, it's actually talking about the remission of the sin because they crucified Jesus. So it's really just a apology letter for, you know, crucifying the Lord. So that's what I believe. I believe in a belief system salvation. I believe that the only way to be I had to meet something is to believe in God and that he does the work and maybe lay down the foundation. Do you believe that Jesus was a actual person that walked on earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do believe in that, and I am a KJV only guy. It's just what I grew up with. I understand it, and to me, I have a real time of bouncing between 20 different Bibles if I'm going to get one truth, right?
Well, it's not going to be found in the KJV, that's for damn sure.
Seems to be the case.
Well, and that's interesting, right? So it's the only one that is taken from the original text,
Bishop's
right?
Bible, you
so
mean?
we have the
Yeah,
other
you
ones
took
that
it
were
from the
found.
Bishop's Bible. It's a rip of the
No, the
Bishop's
Bishop's
Bible.
Bible.
Yeah, it's a rip off of the Bishop's.
Yeah, that's part of what they found with the tablets.
What tablets?
Man, that's music came back up. Hold on
The
one
tablets.
moment. Yeah, I know. Didn't that sound cool? Not what I meant at all. So
What
the original
tablets?
manuscript. I meant to say manuscript. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Which ones?
If you follow the Byzantine text back,
there's
you know,
there's no such thing as the Byzantine text. You want to try again?
All right, Textus Receptus.
The TR is also not a manuscript.
It is a manuscript. That's where they got it from originally.
You'd be wrong. The TR is a collection of manuscripts.
Man, you got me there. You are correct. You are absolutely correct there. But, you know, the other versions come from the Latin Vulgate and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, no, nothing in the KJV. Nothing in the KJV comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh, yeah, obviously.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I said. The other versions, the other versions come from the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Latin Vulgate. So I believe that the only truth you can find, because, you know, you have issues where other Bibles contradict certain words, and I have not personally found a contradiction in the KJV. I've seen a lot of people show contradictions that prove the other way around.
Oh no!
Well, that's what I'm here for, right? I'd love to have it. I mean, you guys seem like really intelligent people. I've really enjoyed listening to you guys talk, and hopefully we can expound upon that.
Sure. We'll do some easy contradictions. How about that? Let's check out. In fact, I'll switch my Bible to the King James so I can put it on the screen here for you. And let's check out quickly Numbers 23:19.
Oh my God, I'm already there.
Exodus 32:14.
Y'all are such Bible nerds.
We are nerds. It's bad.
Hey, this is the bread and butter, right? Number 23:19 says, God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. So it just means God doesn't lie or repent, right?
Yes.
Cool. Exodus 32:14 says, the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people.
Okay.
So does God repent or not?
So what does repent mean?
It means, in this context, it means to relent or to be sorry that you made a decision and change your mind. In fact, most modern translations, rather than saying repent, it says to change one's mind. But the Hebrew word nacham here is used. It says God does not nacham. And then in Exodus 32, it's God does nacham.
Right. So, all right, I'm going to go, just because I don't have a Bible right in front of me and I can't use my phone because I know it'll cut me out. Just one of the things I'd like to bring up just on a personal level is I have children. And if one of my children, let's say they made a heinous crime, right? They did something unspeakable that you could not say out loud, right? Like just something terrible. And you look at it and you go, I made this, and it was once so innocent in my hands. It was so beautiful. How did it get to this? I believe that that's what that verse is saying. How did that innocent being that was in your hands at such a young age that you held with your hands, the first innocent thing you ever held, turn into something that potentially did a horrible thing?
I don't think the issue is that he is feeling this. I think the issue is that he said that it says that he wouldn't, and then he did.
That he doesn't lie,
and are you trying
right?
to make an Old Yeller argument? Like,
I love Old Yeller, by the way. That's an awesome movie. No, not
you're
like
going to take out Old Yeller to the woodshed type thing?
Not like it's my dog, but I'm sure you know from your studies that the fallen angels were sleeping with man.
Oh my God. We were just talking about this, Justin. Are we going to go into Nephilim, really? Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a Catholic word for it, which is fine. Other people use it just like I use Trinity, even though it's not found in there.
It's a Catholic word?
It is. It's found in the Apocrypha, right?
I think you just
found the Book of Enoch.
I think you've just heard these terms and you're just cut and pasting them all over the fucking place.
So
and you think you know what you're talking about and you don't.
Nephilim is used in Genesis chapter 6 in the Hebrew text. Also, it shows up in Numbers. Is it 13 or 33? Now I got to double check. I think it's Numbers 13. 1333 is maybe the verse I'm looking for. Yeah, it does. 1333.
Yep. It's in yeah, okay. You got the parentheses on yours.
So the King James Bible is it's a train wreck. And I know that because I've read it, and there's stuff missing from it that you actually need that you'll never get. So for example, the goddess Asherah, you've probably heard of Asherah, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you find her anywhere in the King James Bible?
No.
No. Unfortunately, she is there over 40 times. But when the King James Bible was translated, they didn't know who Asherah was because we hadn't sent anybody to the Near East to do archaeology yet. We didn't discover Asherah in the Hebrew text or the Akkadian text or the Phoenician text until close to the end of the 19th century. And that's why Asherah will never show up in the King James Bible. But every Bible that's ever been printed after the discovery of the Near Eastern tablets and literature, we now know who Asherah was in the Hebrew Bible. We actually can make sense of those passages. God wasn't mad because the Israelites were worshiping a grove of trees. He was mad because they were worshiping Asherah. Asherah is a deity. That's why it says that Asherah is the queen of heaven. God's not pissed off at trees.
Shout out to Julius Wellhausen.
Never heard that. That's one of the aeons. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by aeon. Aeon's a Greek word. So Asherah is a deity in the Canaanite pantheon. She is the mother of Baal.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I haven't not come across that, of course, because I am a KJV guy. Because again, if there's contradictions in the other ones, I have a hard time coming back to it. Since you don't believe in God, why do you want to prove that he's imaginary?
to be sure, there are contradictions in every Bible translation. And the reason why that is not because of the translation. It's because of the underlying manuscripts that they're being translated from. The contradictions exist in the manuscripts. So, like, for example, Matthew, the first page of Matthew, the first page of the New Testament contains like 5 contradictions. The first of which is Joram isn't the father of Uzziah. There are 3 different generations between Joram and Uzziah. Jeconiah, his father is Jehoiakim, not Josiah. But Matthew says that Josiah is the father of Jeconiah. Another problem, right? And the reason why these mistakes are made is because they were using the Greek Septuagint as their guide. And in the Greek Septuagint, they're missing 3 generations between Joram and Uzziah. So Matthew didn't know. Matthew didn't have access to the Hebrew manuscripts, which were better and more complete.
So to that point, wouldn't Matthew also not be called Matthew, right? So we are taking a Greek translation of names, like an English translation from a Greek translation of names that were in a different language, right? So his name's obviously not Matthew. Abraham is not Abraham whenever you find him in Greek. So Simon is not Simon, right? So all of these names wouldn't be the same from old to new translation.
Why would you think that 16th century English would be a good choice for translating your you don't speak like them at all. You sound like a surfer from Long Beach.
Poetry. Thanks, I appreciate that. So to me, whenever I'm reading the Bible, I just go off of the ones that correlate all the way through, right? So if it bounces back and forth and draws a picture in Psalms 22 of Jesus' death 1,000 years before he's crucified in a way that was not a way that was not out for 800 years before that. So there wasn't a version of that before.
Psalms is not a prophecy about Jesus. I'm sorry.
What's it about?
No.
And why did it happen just like it said?
It's a Psalm of David, like it says.
So David is writing a lamentation about his present struggle.
Mm-hmm.
A prophecy is when you say something's going to happen in the future. Psalm 22 doesn't contain that. It's not a prediction for the future. It just happens to be that the struggle that David was going through was vaguely familiar to the struggle that Jesus was going through. But you could do that with anything. I could go into the Hebrew Bible and find all kinds of stuff that David wrote that are vaguely familiar to things that happened in my life. And it doesn't mean that it's a prophecy about my life. It just means, hey, something similar happened here that also happened here. That's it.
But also there's a deeper issue with the logic here, I think, where you're like, even if we were to grant that the King James Version has like the least amount of contradictions, picking like the specific translation with fewer contradictions is unfaithful to the original text. Like you shouldn't be picking the one with the fewest contradictions. You should be picking the one that's the closest translation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I believe
and if there are contradictions, then you just have to bite the bullet with those.
Yeah, that's why I believe there are no contradictions, because if both texts don't match up between, the Latin Vulgate and the Textus Receptus, right? If they don't match up, then they're not the same. One was used and one wasn't.
That's backwards, though.
Is that Textus Receptus there, Justin?
What does the Latin Vulgate have to do with anything?
Because that's where a lot of the newer translations take a lot of it from.
No, not remotely true. Okay, I'll show you
where Origin
translated. No. Origin did not translate the Septuagint. Oh my gosh, this is bad. Okay, we got some work ahead of us. All right, let's start from the beginning. So Origin didn't translate the Latin manuscripts. Origen was a keeper of the Greek manuscripts. In fact, he's famous for writing the Hexapla. It's 6 different recensions of the Greek text. Now, Jerome was the one who did the Vulgate. He was tasked with ordering all the old Latin manuscripts into one unified text. Our modern Bibles are translated typically using a critical edition. I've got a critical edition right here of the New Testament. This is the Nestle-Aland. This is edition 28. And in it, you'll find the Greek text from every manuscript in existence and the different variants. For example, on this page, we've got more variants on this page than actual text because we've got a lot of manuscripts and a lot of them don't agree. Now, the Old Testament you can find in the BHS, although now the new one is the BHQ, the Quinta, but the Biblia Hebraica Stukartensia, which will soon be the Biblia Hebraica Quinta. This is the same thing. It's got a critical edition of what they believe are the original wording of the text, and then at the bottom of the page, it's got all the textual variants. Now, scholars will go to one of these critical editions, and they will typically choose to translate directly from one of these critical editions, which was already put together by teams of scholars, or they'll use this as a starting point. They'll say, listen, I'm starting with one of these critical editions for my translation, but I do know of a couple other variants that I think didn't get considered as much as I think they should have been considered. And a classic example of this is Psalm 22. If you go to the Net Bible or the NRSV Bible, what you'll find is that both of those translations have a unique way of translating Psalm 22 verse 16 because they didn't directly translate from one of these critical editions. They said, listen, I disagree with one of these critical editions. So the reality is that's how we get modern Bibles. We have teams and teams of people with PhDs reconstructing what they think is most likely the original text based on hundreds and hundreds of years of textual criticism and scholarship. It's not somebody just blindly looking at, well, I guess I like the Byzantine manuscript tradition better. That's not how that works.
Nice. You mentioned Jerome. I love Jerome. I also like where he wrote in there, why can't they leave the word of God alone? In one of the ones that were being translated. So we know that they were trying to change it at one point.
Who is he talking
right?
about? I don't think you're getting the right guy.
It doesn't give a lot of context for that. And I'm not saying it was, I don't know if it was somebody else who was working with him trying to translate or something along those lines. I can't help you because I wasn't there, and that's a long time ago. All I know is that it says in there, I wish they would leave the word of God alone.
Sure. So let's get back on base. The King James Bible, as we've already discovered, does have errors, and it's also got contradiction. That's not a problem. I think all Bibles have contradictions and errors. I don't care about that. Why would we believe that this religion is true with or without a Bible that has contradictions? To me, the Bible could have contradictions and Christianity could still be true.
Right, you can absolutely find God's creation when you look into a leaf, right? I mean, you look at anything, a thumbprint, a snowflake, how everything's unique and individual.
Look at the trees? I never considered that before.
Yeah, you got to be careful, Quanta.
I love looking at the creation.
Yeah, I went on a hike the other day and almost became not an atheist.
I truly believe that you can find God by being quiet and sitting and listening to God, right? So the trees, paying attention to the design, you know that there's a creator, some kind of intelligent creator rather than a random form.
Unfortunately,
I don't. Halfway through the plot of Ferngully.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know that.
Yeah, I agree that there's a lot of nice aesthetic stuff with nature, but why would I expect this more so out of a god than I would a natural world without one? Because we understand the mechanisms that led to the evolution of trees and their leaves. We don't need a god to explain that. So, like imagine for a minute we wanted to evaluate the theory of a god like we would evaluate any scientific theory. What evidence would you present to the table, like to give you a nice quantitative argument of why this is more likely than the alternative?
Well, I think the first place where I'm going to start is using science to prove it. I love the fact that science proves it, even whenever you look at, let's say, evolution, and it all starts from soup, right? Or let's how is it worded? Soup.
Somebody gets snitch.
Oh my god.
They're just gonna have an aneurysm.
Right. So once it comes from,
do you really want to go down abiogenesis with this guy?
The only reason why I love that part of it, because whenever you look at day 4 in Genesis, You have fish,
Oh
right?
no.
It's the first creation
No,
of
no,
life.
God.
Day
But
4
fish were
is
not
like
the
the
first
sun,
kind of
moon,
life
and
on Earth.
stars. Right?
Day
Isn't day
3
4?
is, I believe, is sun, moon, stars, and then day 4 is fish. Day 5 is animals, man. Oh yeah, you're right, because day 4 is. Sorry, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right, because the third one is where the earth resurrects, right, from the where it was without form and void
But-
and had the waters at the
but
face of the deep, right? Because on the first part,
That's day number 1.
so on the third, it has now come back out, right? So on the third, it has all come out of the sea.
The
But
third
if we're
day,
going to use
Can we like
Genesis,
stay on one subject though? This is like we're all over the place. Like, does anybody else like
Yeah.
on the panel like feel like this? Like,
yeah,
Well, does it make sense?
I mean,
Like,
this
we're
like,
is
the
we're
getting
just
fish.
like all
close to
over the.
my. This
The
is getting
fish is
close
the
to my
first
area because
life.
if we're going to use Genesis to try to evaluate if the claims of the Bible are true or not, we can see like right at the start they get the order of creation of the creation of different celestial bodies wrong. Doesn't it say that like the Earth was created before the sun?
Sure does. Yep.
Yeah, and well, that's not the case. The sun was formed before the Earth. We know this very well.
How do we know it?
Because the Earth was formed from the protoplanetary disk of the sun. Like the Earth has no mechanism of being formed before the sun is formed.
So is the soup on the sun first and it transplanted to the earth?
Oh my God.
What? Soup? The
Yeah,
sun
where it all
is
came
plasma.
from. The bio soup that made everything out of one cell
Bio
organisms.
soup.
Bio soup? It's not bio soup. It's just a collection of atoms in space.
Have you ever
And
done
gravity
any sort of
formed it
like
into a
critical
star
study of
and a
evolution?
protoplanetary disk. That protoplanetary disk coalesced into planets. The solar system was pretty chaotic at first. There was a lot of collisions. One of those collisions created our moon. So again, the sun and the moon were not created at the same time. That was, I believe, another claim of the Bible. And we know this because we can test the actual composition of the moon and see that it matches like the Earth's mantle. So we have good reason to believe that the moon was created after the Earth was, and the Earth was created after the sun was. So we have multiple issues with the timeline now.
Hey, Sun Soup, that sounds like a fucking franchise.
Right?
Sun soup. So if we're gonna look at evolution, right? Why does nothing get better over time? Only worse, including people.
What?
What
do you mean nothing?
Why does nothing get better over time?
That's not like. Are you asking in real life? Because that's not true in real life.
Everything gets bigger and it dies, right? Everything gets older and it dies, and
Well,
it
everything
never
dies,
changes
yeah.
on that pattern.
No,
There's some kind of immortal jellyfish that don't age.
True.
So the thing is that
they kind of die and then they just kind of rebirth themselves. It's really weird.
Yeah, they essentially just hit a reset button on themselves. But like the whole point, what you're sort of alluding to here is the concept of entropy, where entropy tends to grow in a closed system, time progresses. But the Earth is not a closed system. We receive energy, and the process of life takes the light of the sun and turns it into a higher entropy state, allowing us to lower our own entropy and take ourselves into a more ordered state. So this is completely allowed by the laws of physics, and not just allowed, expected.
Can I ask you a question, Stephen?
Can you expand upon that? How's it expected? Yes, sir.
Do you think that the Earth is flat or a globe?
Globe.
Just checking.
Yeah, I wasn't getting flat Earth vibes from this. There's a lot of those people. Anyways,
well, especially the King James onlyists. The King James onlyists are more likely to be Flurfs.
I'll
make a note of that.
Well, here's one that's not. So you got a new one under your belt that's not.
Have you read the entire Bible?
Yes.
Awesome. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Trinity?
Yes.
Do you think that the Trinity is logically valid?
I get that from 1 John 5, 7, and 8.
Well, unfortunately,
yes, because,
the one in the King James Bible is not original at all, not remotely original to the text, but that's fine. You know how that got there in Desiderius Erasmus's edition, right?
I'm not sorry, not John 1, John 1, 1.
Well, I'm not debating
I've
the
heard
Trinity
the story.
in the Bible. I'm just letting you know that in 1 John 5, that particular passage was added like 1,500 years after Jesus died. That being said, I'm not questioning whether or not the Bible supports the Trinity. I'm just asking whether or not you believe in it, because to me, if the Trinity is not true, if Jesus is not God, then that just means Christianity is false, is right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the problem I have with the Trinity is that it's not sound or valid. Like it's got like really bad logical problems. And now I think there's one way around it. I won't tell you the way to get around it because it's a heresy. Although I assume you'll stumble upon it in the middle of our discussion. So nevertheless, let's do, we're going to call some logical premises up. I'm going to put them onto, in fact, you know what? I'm going to do the easiest one. There's an argument that I use a lot against the Trinity, but it's kind of wordy, and I feel like we want to use the easiest one possible. So we're going to say premise number one. I'm going to say the premise. I'm going to ask you to either agree or disagree, and then we'll progress. So premise number one is, no one has ever seen God. This is a premise because 1 John 4:12 literally says it. I can read it for you in the KJV if you want.
It's okay. I already know this one very well. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, in fact, some will even say has never seen God at any time, but it says no man has ever seen God at any time. That's exactly what it says in the King James Version. So King James says no man has ever seen God at any time. Now, premise number two, people have seen Jesus.
Correct.
The logical conclusion then is that Jesus is not God.
All right. I like the short way that you put that. I'll try to a short answer back. All right. So if we're going to go with God, who is the Father, right? Lord would be all three in one whenever it's capitalized. So that's, Jehovah. So whenever you have God, singular, we're talking about the Father, not the Son, not the Holy Spirit. We know that these are separated, even though they're one, because we have in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and ahead of that, you have the Spirit is on the face of the waters. So we know that they're separate. Just like how we have a soul and, if you don't believe in that, you have blood, nerves, and muscle, right? So we have different things that are inside of us. Just like how God has a form, right, which is going to be Jesus, God's the soul, and the Holy Ghost is the Spirit. So even though these three are one, they are separate, right? This is a triune being, three gods in one. So it's one God, three persons.
So Jesus is one part, and the Father is another part, and the Holy Spirit is another part?
Yes.
That's called partialism.
And at the very beginning, it was not.
And it's a heresy.
It's not partial. So it's not a heresy. And the reason why is because you're not believing in multiple gods. It's all one God, three persons.
Nope. Partialism demands that God has no parts. He's divinely simple. No parts.
If my finite mind can understand the infinite being on that, it kind of begs me a question: why would I worship a God that's not infinite?
Right. So then what
Oh, sorry. The Orthodox position is that there's three persons in one essence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you run into this problem.
Yeah, so he's omnipresent, right? So he can be anywhere at one time. He's omnipotent, all power, right?
Was Jesus omnipresent?
No, because he was in flesh. He came down in flesh. Now,
okay, so
if he's part of God,
that's partialism. Partialism is a heresy. God can't have parts. If God
maybe
has
in the
parts,
Catholic Church it's a heresy, but it's not a heresy to my faith.
Well, hold on. If God has parts, then what that means is that Jesus isn't 100% God. So the way the Trinity works is Jesus is 100% God, the Father is 100% God, and the Holy Spirit is 100% God. Now, if Jesus is only a part of God, then what that means is he's like 1/3 God.
Nice. All right, good deal. So God, Holy Spirit, Jesus. All God, Spirit is not Jesus, God is not Jesus. Right? But they communicate with each other. Why would they communicate if they were not in parts? Whenever they said make man in our image. Right?
I agree.
You just proved his point.
That's not heresy for what I believe at all. That's the truth.
My friend, what you believe in are 3 gods.
I believe in one God, 3 persons, or else they wouldn't talk in unison as one.
What makes them one God as opposed to 3 gods?
And also, doesn't
because
Jesus
they agree
ask the Father a
one.
question at one point?
Yeah, I promise we'll get there.
That's definitely not in unison. If one of them is asking the other thing a question,
because they're clearly not in unison.
It's like explicitly not in unison.
Jesus prays in the garden to, if it's possible, let this cup pass from me, but not my will, your will be done. Meaning they have separate wills and they don't even agree. So they're not always in unison. But my question is Jesus 100% God or only part of God? Let's nail that down.
100% God.
Okay, so then what that means, if Jesus is 100% God, and the Father is 100% God, and the Spirit is 100% God, that means you got 3 gods.
One God, 3 persons. Nope. Just like how you have, well, in our religion, right? It's spirit, soul, and flesh. You have 3, which I know how much you love Nikola Tesla, right? Yep. He believed 3 was the answer to everything.
Fergie, thank you so much.
Believed in eugenics.
Yeah, Fergie, thank you for the galaxy. But you can't compare it to a mind, body, and soul because a mind is not 100% human. A mind is only 1/3 of a human, like in the analogy you're painting, right? So if you believe that there are distinct parts, then each distinct part is only a percentage of the whole. It can't be equal to the whole.
But without the brain, is it a human?
I think you might need the pen analogy.
Or is it
you might need the pen visual
once it's together?
Let's do the pen. We'll do the
right,
pen
does that
analogy.
make sense?
Okay.
Like,
so I've got a. We'll
does
make
that
this
make
easy.
sense?
No, I've got a pen. I don't know if you can see the screen, but I'm holding a pen. Now, the pen, my pen has 3 parts. It's got a body, it's got a lid, and it's got a ink. It's got ink in it, right? Now, if I just have the ink, I don't have the body or the cap. If I'm just holding this ink, do I have 100% of a pen?
What I really love is that earlier you used a really good example because you used a really good, hold on, I'm going to go right back to it, but you used a human as an example, right? Which is what I used. We have to use a living creature for a living creature. So without a brain, you don't function. Without the ink,
you don't function either. I agree. You need the ink. It's one of the vital parts. So right now, if I take this pen actually comes apart. So I've got the pen body, I've got the pen cap, and I've got the pen ink. If I'm holding just the cap and the body, do I have 100% of a pen? I think he's losing reception. Volta, you Hellraiser, my desk is full, honey. You can't get on the desk right now.
Also, I just want to comment that Tesla was obsessed with the number 3, not because it had any divine nature or anything, but because he had crippling OCD. He was also like deathly afraid of pearls and obsessed with pigeons. So,
he's gone. Steven left.
We lost him.
We lost him. I think the pen analogy just got too real for him.
Yeah, that's a shame. I like the pen illustration. I think it's effective. To be fair,
my favorite bit of that was when he went, oh, but it's not analogous because with the human you need the brain, and with the pen you need the ink. So it actually is analogous. Like, he just proved himself wrong in the same sentence. I love that.
Perfectly. Well, it is what it is. If he comes back, we'll bring him back in. And listen, it's 11 o'clock now, and like clockwork, the queue is filling up. It happens like that all the time. You have a slow start, you got a busy end. Chodicus,
you gotta move to the West Coast. You gotta move to the West Coast, Justin. You'll be able to stay up longer.
Maybe.
I'll probably be able to stay for like one more guest, but it is a weeknight, and I can't do what I did last time I was on.
All right,
I was ruined that next day.
After our next guest, I'll swap you out with Dalton. Dalton's here to play. Chodicus says, rank the 5 worst Bible translations from worst to first. Okay, the worst is gotta be Word on the Street, followed by The Message, and then the Gen Z Bible. And then
Good News Translation.
Oh, well, the Good News Translation is like a worse edition of the NLT. A lot of people don't realize that the NLT was like an update of the Good News Translation, which was already bad. But they did at least go back to the drawing board a little bit and try to revamp it without just copying the badness from the Good News Translation. Another bad translation, give me a second. What's that new Bible? The Complete Jewish Bible? Is that what we're calling it now? It's basically a Bible that's pretending to be a Jewish Bible for Jews, but it includes the New Testament. It's just a Messianic bait and switch Bible. It's the biggest bullshit on the bookstore.
Justin, Dalton just wants to come up for a sec. So if you could bring him up right now, he just wants to say something really quick.
Yeah, let me grab him.
How about this one?
Oh gosh. I take the Minecraft Bible over some of the ones you just mentioned.
Oh, by the way, it's the Orthodox Jewish Bible is the one you're thinking of.
That's got to be the one.
Just informing you, I've been uploading one video for 6 hours.
Oh fuck, man!
And it's only at 13%. So I tried to restart it and try to re-upload it. I'm at 1% now. So I don't know what's going on with my internet. So just know that if it's a shortage of videos this week, it's just taking forever to do anything for some reason.
Y'all, we got to support Dawkins' channel so he can get an apartment with real internet, y'all. We got to...
Yes.
I'm 1/3 of the way there on the money I need to save up before I move out. So there you go.
Watch, view, like, and share all of his videos. You see a Dalton video, like it, watch it, and share it. And I promise we'll get him there fast.
Okay, just letting you know, bud. Okay, I'm gonna head out now.
Thanks, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Have a good one, Dalton.
Dalton. RMT says, been a while since I caught a live one. Is it worth asking people who say yes to baby paste how they can tell if a command is from God? I do. I do think that's a worthwhile question. I don't do it because usually by the time we get the baby paste, I'm usually kind of done with them. But that's a fair question to ask, I think. Maybe I'll start doing that. Serenity says, Christians forget very easily about people going to hell. Congrats. Continue protecting your story over hurting people. That's all you got anyways. It is interesting that there's people who can sleep at night knowing that their God is going to torture people for all of eternity in hellfire. That's a weird thing to... I would lose sleep over that if I really did believe in it. Thank goodness I had Catholic influences. I was like, fuck it. People are going to purgatory. Facing Opposition says, glad I found your channel. Much respect. I've fully deconstructed from Jesus. In my opinion, he was just a myth. Too many red flags and contradictions to be God. I agree. Was he a real person? Maybe, probably. It seems to be the case. Was he God? No. Was he Messiah? Definitely fucking not. Eternal Adam says, I had a dream. I ran into Justin at my old church, and Justin knew me in the dream. It was hilarious. We were saving people from their imaginary tale. I fucking love it. That might be a real dream one day. That might be an actual thing that could happen. I'd be here for it. Let me know. Let's meet up and go deconvert people. PDX is all these denominations of nonsense. You can fine tune your crazy. That's the case. There's a flavor of crazy for everyone out there. If you want to be a Baptist and believe that everybody's wrong but you can do it. You want to be a King James onlyist and believes that every Bible's wrong except for the one that you randomly found, you can go do it. And Chode says, is being a KJV only chud a mating call for Christians? I think it is.
I was already starting to laugh before you read that. I was like, try not to.
Elder millennials will know what chud means. If you don't know, you got to look it up. It's from a movie.
It's coming back.
It's a good saying.
And then
I've
it's
been
quoted
using
in Rick
chud
and
since I
Morty
was a
too.
kid.
That's hilarious.
Oh, did they really? Oh, good.
And Rick
good.
and Morty, yes, they're the horse people that live underneath the
Okay.
earth.
Dr. Fudge says, Stephen gives salesman brain rot vibes, just confidently spouts BS that sounds about right. Yeah, like just the buzzwords. Yeah, you find a lot of salesmen out there that just kind of repeat buzzwords. They don't really know what they're saying. We'll get a lot of that in here. Skeptics and scoundrels. Great to see you, my friend. Yeah, Flurf's definitely doing that. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Says, I think Christianity old yellered this guy's critical thing. That might be the case. But you know what? I'll give him some credit. Stephen was at least nice. And if you're nice up here, you'll get some credit. Design, last super chat for now, says the Trinity really works to reduce the price of God by 3,000%. Believe me. Actually, you know what? The Trinity, when I first started debating, I didn't fuck with the Trinity that much because it was I felt like it was a boring topic. But the more I've been doing these debates, the more I'm like, nah, this is kind of a dope topic. I kind of like cooking on the Trinity. So we'll see some more. All right, I'm going to get Agathos in here. And then after Agathos, I'm going to grab Mr. Parisia, because they actually look like they're ready. If you don't know, friends on the YouTube queue, I always prioritize people on the YouTube queue that have their microphone plugged in and their camera turned on. That tells me that they're actually ready to join. If you've been sitting in the queue and you've got your camera turned off the whole time, I don't really know if you're ready to really join, So that's like a good cue if you really want to get up in here. How you doing, Agathos?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Awesome. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. And what kind of a god do you believe in?
Well, I'm a classical deist. Wait, hold on, I'm sorry.
So you're a closet Christian?
Yeah, I'm a classical theist, right? So I just believe that there is a sustainer for reality, not like a organized religion, I guess.
Yeah, so you're a closet Christian.
Oh, what happened?
I'm just fucking with you. Most classical theists are actually Christians. They're just lying about it, or Muslim. So then you don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
I deny all that organized religion stuff, so yeah.
No, I'm not asking about organized religion. I'm asking you about the person of Jesus. Do you think he was the Messiah?
Oh, yeah. Of course. Oh, I thought I'd be agnostic on it, but for the sake, yeah, sure.
For the sake, like, what do you mean by that? Like, are you a?
Well, yeah, for the sake of the argument. Right?
Are you going to deny Christian? Like, are you going to deny Jesus or not?
Yeah,
I'm a devil's advocate, but never a Jesus advocate.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Okay, so you're a closet Christian. That's fine. So give us your bad premise-based argument for God.
Bad premise. That's funny. Are you familiar with the argument for motion?
Yeah, we've all heard it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear it again, right? So are you familiar with the definitions given? Like the motion just refers to real change. Potentiality refers to the capacity to be otherwise. Actuality refers to the fulfillment of a potential. And mover refers to actualization of a potential.
Yeah, so we don't have too many rules on my live stream, but the one rule that I do enforce is that if you're using a philosophical argument, you have to use words the way that they're conventionally used in English. You're not in philosophy class. Which means if you're going to be communicating here, you have to communicate effectively. I'm not going to bog down the conversation endlessly by asking you to define words.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you got to be mindful of the audience because not everybody's.
Yeah, I'll use layman terms.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the right thing to do. Like, I don't go into live streams and like demand that they know like electrical engineering terms just because I went to school and became an electrical engineer. That's not really fair to people who didn't go to school. So all we ask is that you use words that the common person is going to know, and it makes the conversation go much, much faster. And also for premise-based arguments, we do typically invoke a 10-minute timer for each argument. If the timer expires before the argument is able to be successful, then it's basically a failed argument and you got to pick a new one.
Amazing. So just in layman terms, right? So premise 1, some things are in motion. Pretty sure everyone could agree with it, right?
I do agree, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. So premise 2, anything in motion is moved by something else. Would you agree?
False.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Like light, as soon as light is created, it is automatically in motion by its own nature. It doesn't need to get moved by anything in order to go into motion.
Wait, so it's automatically moved by or so wait, it's
no, it's
automatically
not moved. Like as soon as light is created, it is already by definition in motion. It does not need to get moved by anything.
Well, that's irrelevant because the argument for motion just says that anything which has change itself is just going to be some form of motion. So even if it has no mover externally from itself, the argument for motion will still apply here. I don't really see how that's a defeater.
It doesn't need to start from anything in motion to create it.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
we're not talking about creation here. We're just talking about some instantiation art, something
I think hold on, just pause. I think what we need to do is just reword premise number 2. I think the problem is that we're just disagreeing on the wording of premise number 2. I think our guest could probably reword it in a way that actually does work. So I've got premise number 2 as anything in motion is moved by something else. Is that actually how you want it to be worded, or do you have a better way to word it?
Well, I guess since we're getting our semantics wrong, I'll just rewrite it. So anything in motion has a prior existence, meaning that, you know, if something is in motion, there exists something prior to it. I'm not saying
like
the prior thing is. Yeah, I'm not saying the prior thing is like the instantiation of that thing, but there just existed something that's prior to that thing.
Let me think about that. I mean, I think that's true, but I think it's true for a different reason than you think it's true, but that's fine for now. What do you think, Quanta?
There are models of cosmology where there is like a first moment of time. The Hartle-Hawking state is the most well-known one, where differences in time become differences in space until you have a fully atemporal universe, just differences in space. And this is a fully coherent, well-described mathematical model that is consistent with observations.
So in this model, in the Hartle-Hawking model, would it be fair to say that causes are not preceding the effect?
It's that there is a timeless state that the universe evolves from. Like gotcha. It's built into the geometry of space-time itself.
That's still fine. That still corresponds with the argument. I mean, there could be something timeless, but still something prior to it, right? I don't really see how that's...
No, in the Hartle-Hawking state, there is no moment before the timeless state. That's not how that works. Time itself transitions into differences in space.
Wait, how does that negate the argument for motion?
Well, it negates premise number 2. It says anything in motion has a prior existence, but that wouldn't be true in the Hartle-Hawking because there is no such thing as prior because it's timeless.
Yeah, in fact, if you keep propagating in the same direction, if you approach that first timeless state, it just curves back around and you start going forward in time again. So it's sort of like going to the North Pole, where once you reach the North Pole, you can only go south. You can't go north of the North Pole if you're staying on the surface of the Earth. In the same way, if you stay on the geometry of the universe, if you trace a path in space-time back to that first timeless state, eventually, and you keep following that path, eventually it'll just turn you around and keep you going into the future again.
So within a model, it's just saying that, well, it actually denies all priors because the thing is self-sufficient within itself.
It's just a consistent model of describing the geometry of the universe.
That doesn't really tell me nothing.
Are you familiar with the B theory of time?
Yeah, I'm familiar with B theory, but I don't really see how that negates the argument. I mean, since the argument is not referring to time flowing, it's just referring to actual change, right?
It's a description of the shape of our universe, essentially.
Yeah, I know B theory, I know A theory, C theory, B.
Well, I'm saying Hartle-Hawking is a description of a shape that the universe could take in both space and time.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but the argument, I mean, I'll just say that the unification fallacy then, since the argument is not hinging on time flowing measures or something like that, it's just referring to some chain reactions, right? So, I mean, B theory doesn't really deny that objects have different properties at different times. It really only denies that the present is metaphysically special, which the argument doesn't really secure that.
No, the present isn't special according to B theory either. All moments are equally real.
Yeah, I said it denies that the present is metaphysically. Yeah.
Sorry, I misheard you.
Yeah, and the argument for motion does not rely on the present also being special. So I don't really see how this is a negation of the actual argument.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is that the universe evolved from a timeless state where there is no time before that.
Which is fine. Okay, how does that negate the argument? I believe that.
Well, because then you have a state of the universe that does not have a prior existence. There is no such thing as prior to the timeless state.
And the inference will just be because there existed no motion, right?
Not just no motion, but like literally there is no time. Again, the analogy is like asking if there is a point on the Earth north of the North Pole.
Right.
Yeah. So I think premise number 2 is in question, but our time's getting short, so I want to fast forward the argument. We're all familiar with all of these motion arguments. They all rest on typically premise number 3, which is that you can't have an infinite regress of causes. And I actually disagree with that one. I'm pretty sure so does Quanta.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, what's your name? Hold on, let me read the Texas. Agathos. Agathos, is that your name?
Agathos.
Agathos. So to be clear, Agathos, I know, like you've done this long enough, I could tell by your verbiage that you are probably really sure that you can't have an infinite regress, and you probably got a couple of examples demonstrating that. But before you go down that road, just know that I've heard all of them, and none of them actually work. So it's up to you kind of how much time you want to spend on it. Premise number 3, I disagree with out of the gate. I don't have a reason to believe that you can't have an infinite regress.
Well, usually, I'm using Edward Fesser argument from motion, and usually he distinguishes between a per se and a per accident regression. And I could say that a per accident infinite regression is completely logical.
Now you've got to pause and define your terms, because again, I don't know what either of those things mean.
But I thought you knew the argument. I mean, this is kind of
I know the argument. I don't know your special jargon.
It's not really jargon. It's Latin.
I told you at the beginning. Yeah, as it turns out, I don't speak Latin. I speak English.
Okay, you don't have to know a different language to know some basic terms, but I got you. I'll define it for you. So per se accidents just means that a thing is moved only accidentally, not essentially. I guess you could just say that accidents is literally in a name, and per se motion just argues that the thing's nature is what is being changed, right? So I'll just say a per se motion of infinite actualizations is incoherent, but a per accident motion is perfectly coherent. Like, for example, a person
and that's all gibberish to me. Everything you just said is gibberish to me. You got to reword that.
So you don't understand that something could be moved accidentally, not essentially?
I believe you can move something accidentally. That's what you should have said if that's what you meant.
Oh, yeah. So by accidents, we're referring to something that could have failed to exist. Like, for example, my hair changing is an accident. My hair being blue is not something essential.
Now the word accident has a different meaning? This is what I talk about with the Phil Bros. Y'all never use words that normal people use. What do you mean by accident?
Well, the thing is, I mean, I think you're coming at me because I use words interchangeably from your view, but I think that's just a spite of your ignorance, which is fine. I mean, if you don't want to really have this conversation, since you don't really understand.
I'm not upset that you're using words.
Hold on,
Quanta. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not upset that you're using words interchangeably. I'm upset that you can't adequately define your words in ways that normal people use them. Like when we say that something is moved by accident, we mean that it just wasn't intentional. That's it. That's all that means. Now you're saying it means something else.
Well, the thing is, I'm not really here for the audience. I'm here to debate you, and you say you actually knew the argument, meaning that if
you're here for the audience and you're here for me. And again, knowing an argument doesn't mean that I know your special Philbro jargon, because as it turns out, all of these arguments you can use without the Philbro jargon. You only use the jargon because you think it makes you sound really smart, but it doesn't make you sound smart. It just makes you sound like a bad communicator, which is how we just wasted the last 2 minutes on jargon, which I warned you before I started the timer. If you use Philbro jargon, you're going to burn the timer out and you're not going to actually get to the completion of your argument. We wasted, 2.5 minutes on you trying to even get around to address infinite regress, and you were never able to do it.
So his own ignorance is just saying that I'm doing stuff just.
Nope, your inability to communicate.
Wow, meta.
Yeah.
That's how it goes with the Philbros. It's like it's meta, and then bunch of jargon, and then you argue about the jargon, and then you might talk about whatever that jargon is a little bit, and then it's back to some more jargon, and then you never get to anything.
Always the same.
I've also noticed that Philbros tend to love to try to prescribe how things should work in the universe without actually listening to how physics says it does work. You know?
That's the case. Redhead, remember when we were in school and we had to learn all these like specialized theological words? Imagine if we just walked into a non-theological live stream and started rambling off all the bullshit words we learned in school. They'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what the Philbros are doing. They're like, I went to philosophy class, I learned all these words, and now it's your job to learn them on the fly. No, it's not my fucking job. It's your job to learn how to communicate like a human being. I ain't doing it. Oh, well.
Honestly, I think most of them are just parroting like videos that they've seen like on 100%. YouTube or something, and they're just parroting. Like they don't even know what these words mean. They just know that those people sound smart to them when they use them. So therefore they're like, ooh, I'll just use those words a bunch of times in these lives, and
smart
I'll sound really smart too.
So that's a very fair point. A lot of I've ran into quite a few people doing philosophy where when I actually ask them what do these words mean, they can't actually define them because they don't even know what they mean. That's a real problem. But the reality is they're using these words because it makes them feel smart. Like I know words that you don't. And the reality is I know a lot of fucking words you don't. They're not useful here. I'd be a clown if I started communicating in all the specialized words I learned in school. Like, I'm not going to show up and start using a bunch of electrical engineering words. The whole audience would be lost. It's ridiculous. Well, let me grab
a couple. It's just a bunch of armchair parroting bullshit. It's just, it's ridiculous.
And what's funny is, like, you can address infinite regress. Like, you and I could sit down right now and have a 10-minute conversation on infinite regress and not use one philosophy word because you don't really need them. They're not that necessary. Anyways, Shane says, if you know who it is, what's your opinion on John Marco Allegro's The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross? So here's the deal. I like Allegro. That being said, I haven't read his book yet. So I've read like articles he's been adjacent to and other things. I've never sat down and read his book. I did finally get his book and I'm going to read it. I'm not entirely convinced that his thesis is true, but there might be something to it. I'm definitely willing to give it a shot. It certainly is the case. We do know at the Israelite temple at Arad from the 9th century, we found cannabinoids in the incense burners, which means they were definitely burning incense and, getting Looney Tunes in the temple. So could they have been using mushrooms as well? Maybe. Certainly is a possibility. I'll have to read the book to find out. And Chode says, can't say Aquinas without wine. You're right. You can't say Aquinas without wide. And that's what Phil bros do. They get really mad. They get so mad when you're not impressed with their insider jargon. They hate it, which is crazy. Like, you guys know, probably a couple months ago, I talked to Dr. Derek McAllister, and I just told him ahead of time over email. I said, listen, don't waste time in jargon. Use words that all of us know. We had a 2-hour conversation. Never once did I have to stop him to be like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? Because he just used normal people words. You can do philosophy even with a PhD without insider jargon. The question is, are you a good communicator or are you a clown? And Derek was a good communicator. So it is what it is. PDX Geek says Sofa King.
Sofa King.
Classic. All of these Phil
I have a funny story about that.
All of these Phil premises could be false outside of the confines of what people can interact with. Human digits. How do they explain quantum entanglement? Oh, that's a fair point. I don't know if they have an explanation for that. I mean, I'm sure they're working on one, but I doubt they have one. Although I do have a question. I've asked Dr. Blitz, I'm clear as Quanta, what's your opinion on retrocausation? Real or bullshit?
So there is a real effect. It's not retrocausation.
Gotcha.
It's using different bases to interpret the results of experiments in ways that kind of makes it look like there's some kind of retrocausality. It's not. Blitz did actually make a really good video on this.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. Also, T.Y. Wolf, you absolute fucking clown, says Derek crushed him in the debate. You obviously didn't watch it. Derek not only got crushed in that debate, he declared after the debate that he'll no longer be debating. I literally ended his fucking debate career. He got absolutely clowned because he couldn't read the Bible. Okay, let's grab our next guest. It's going to be Mr. Parisia, if I'm reading that correctly. Hopefully I'm reading that correctly. And we got him up now. How you doing, Mr. Parisia? Can you hear me? Mister?
Out.
There we go. We got you.
Actually, I should be using this time to hop down now.
Hey, man, it's good to hear from you, Quanta. Thanks for being up.
All right, sure thing. Later.
Cheers, buddy.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, how
Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Welcome in.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit delayed, but we can hear you. So what should we call you? What's really fucking delayed? Mr. Parisia, I think it's like 10 seconds delayed, my man. Your connection says you got 3 red bars. Do you have better Wi-Fi anywhere?
My name's Danny. You can call me Danny.
Danny. Oh, it's like 15 seconds delayed. Danny, you've got a really slow connection. Can you get on a better
really
connection
delayed.
somewhere? Yeah, it's really, really delayed.
God, I had better satellite phone signal in Iraq. Holy shit.
Potentially. All right. Maybe feel free to drop me down and I'll have a little fiddle around and I'll see if I can get back in.
Sure. When you come back to, one thing you can try is coming in with your video turned off and it'll take a little bit less bandwidth. That's one option for sure.
Yeah, drop me down, brother, and I'll try and jump back in a second.
All right. Cheers. Had a dope accent. Also.
Yeah, it definitely sounded really cool.
If we can't get him into the debate, if his connection's too bad, we do have a return guest, Jesus is King 777, which was a special treat last time. Let me see. When did we have him? Back in November, Jesus is King was here. Let's see. He got cooked on Psalm 41 and then science and then the rest of the Bible. Nice though. So
okay.
just so you know,
yeah, as long as he's nice.
Yeah, friends, if you're coming in here and you're nice, I'm just letting you know, in my notes, I take notes for my phone calls. I'm putting in my notes that you're a nice human being. So for all of like history, you'll be preserved as a nice person if you come in here and you're nice. If you're a clown, I'm going to write in my notes was a POSFF clown. That's what's going to happen. So just, it's up to you how you want to be recorded in history. Oh, Orin said he crashed out
autism just
earlier
keeps
today
track
somewhere.
of them.
Oh, shit. Oh, Mr. Precia came back. Let me see if we can get him in. Welcome back, Danny. Although this connection's really slow. I loaded him, but he's not loaded yet. Fuck. I think his connection's too bad. He's not loading. All right. Well.
The womp sound.
Yeah. We got that somewhere, don't we? Or maybe I don't. I've got this one.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that's perfect.
That's very good. I do need to get a womp womp, though. A womp womp seems like it's essential. Okay. Well, I'm going to grab, there's another person with the camera on, which is aptly titled, God is Real. And then we'll grab Jesus is King, and then Paul after that. Welcome in, God is Real. Are you at least 18? And, I'm assuming you believe in a God. Which God do you believe in?
Hey, Justin, this is Cody from earlier. I had to call back in because I'm going to cover my camera because my wife's home now.
Cody, you don't believe in God?
No, I believe in God. I told you that.
What's the name of your God?
The one that Jesus was referring to in the New Testament.
Which is what?
Jesus told us he was the Father.
Does it have a name?
He said the Father.
Does it have a name?
What are you, Gnostic?
No, I'm a Christian.
Okay,
all right, I got a good one for you. Can you hear me okay?
What's the name of the Father?
The name is the Father.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Is it the God of the Old Testament? Is that what do you believe that the God of the Old Testament is the same God as the Father as Jesus? That's what we're asking.
I'm not referring, I said earlier, the New Testament, Jesus refers to the Father as God.
Some people just aren't serious, Redhead. You know that?
You ready? You ready for a challenge?
I'm ready for nonsense. I'm still waiting, as if my question wasn't obvious enough. Is the God of the Old Testament the Father that Jesus was referring to?
I've never read the Old Testament.
Oh my God. That's why I asked, are you a Gnostic? Because that's seems like borderline Gnosticism because they rejected.
It's a dead religion. It doesn't have
because
anything
Marcion, they had that problem with the Old Testament.
Okay. I got
they thought,
plenty
do
of
you
stuff
think do you think
to
okay, do you
read
think the God of the Old Testament is evil?
I don't know. I've never read it.
Redhead, how the fuck do you get to Jesus without the Old Testament? Why do we give a damn about Jesus?
Did you just
Is the Old Testament enforced?
Did you just get like one of those little pocket New Testaments that they that the Gideons hand out? You just stuck with that.
That's exactly what happened.
You know what? I actually did get one when you kids were in school learning. I was in the mountains of Afghanistan fighting the Taliban.
Oh, congrats! Thank you for serving.
Oh, cool. So you're a vet too, huh?
I am a veteran. I'm a disabled
Cool.
veteran too.
I was in Iraq.
It's crazy that we're called kids.
What part of Iraq?
Do you know how old we are?
Samara.
Samara?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that by?
Cody, how old are you?
46.
And you think we're kids?
Yeah, you look like a kid. She sounds like a kid.
We're 4 years apart. We just aged well.
I'm 42. I'm about to be 43 in June.
Well, you sound like kids. I don't know.
I
got a good one for you. I got a good one for you. Ready? You want to debate? Let's go. You ready?
Yeah. So, Jesus isn't God, but Jesus believes in a God. You don't know who the God is. We're just going to call it the Father. What's the evidence that any of this nonsense is true?
You want to come back to that later?
No, I just asked you, what's the evidence that your God is real?
I'm going to show it to you. Okay, here we go. The temple in Jerusalem, right?
Oh boy.
Was destroyed 2,000 years ago. The temple has not been rebuilt. According to Jesus, it was going to come down. And the epistles that were written before the destruction, it talks about it passing away. So,
wait, what epistle was written before the destruction?
I got a question for you. What the fuck does the temple matter to you if you don't believe in the Old Testament?
That's a fucking good
I never
question.
said I didn't believe in the Old Testament. I just said I haven't read it because I'm busy with the New Testament.
Uh-huh.
Do you think if you want to become a lawyer?
What is the temple? What's the significance of the temple? Yeah, what's the significance of the temple?
Okay.
And how on earth are you going to come on a Bible debate show when you haven't even read the fucking Old Testament? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Have you read the Old Testament in Hebrew or Greek, the entirety?
We're both Bible, we both went to school for this, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, so I've read the entire Old Testament multiple times in large portions in Hebrew. Have I read the entire Old Testament in Hebrew? No.
Okay, so here we go. The Old Testament.
It's really funny that you're saying that it's funny that you're like coming at us with like, have you read it in Hebrew? And you've been stuck in fucking Gideon's hotel New Testament Bible this entire time.
All right, so the temple was
destroyed 2,000 years ago. What in the actual fuck?
And it hasn't been rebuilt, okay? Because God said it was over. So
when did he say that?
You can explain to me why the
when
temple
did he say that?
Been. Jesus said that the temple would be destroyed in the Olivet Apocalypse, right? He gave his discourse of it, right?
So what?
Okay. In Hebrews, which was written before the temple destruction, said it's obsolete and it's passing away, correct?
We don't know when Hebrews was written.
They talk about animal sacrifice.
We don't even know the author.
Does it not talk about animal sacrifice happening in the epistle?
It talks about the end of animal sacrifices.
No, it talks about active animal sacrifice happening. Present tense.
Okay. Whatever you say, bud.
2,000 years, it hasn't been rebuilt. Why? Because there's a God. He ended it, and it's over. It will never get rebuilt. That the Jews actually have a state in Israel again, and they can't rebuild it. If you go up there and you try to sacrifice,
why can't they rebuild it?
Because the Arabs won't let them.
There you go. Yeah, because they don't have access to it, but they will. If they
God
get access.
No, you can't say will.
If they get access, if they get access to the land, they absolutely will fucking build a new temple.
Oh, I agree with you, but they're never going to get that access. It's been 2,000 years, friend.
Well, now you're predicting the future.
I'm not predicting the future. I'm determining the present. This is a factual, historical proof that in 2,000 years they have not been able to rebuild the temple. They've been up there. They planted their flag in one of the wars. I think it was the one in 7.
The mistake that you made is you forgot to read Ezekiel, because according to Ezekiel, the Messianic age is accompanied by a new temple.
That's not how that reads, and it doesn't matter anyway.
There is.
Jesus
oh my God! Wait, how do you know how the fuck it reads? You've never read the Old Testament.
You don't know what the fuck's in Ezekiel
or after Ezekiel?
After, and Ezekiel gave you the roadmap for the Messianic age. He says during the Messianic age that there's going to be sacrifices and offerings. There's going to be a new temple and a new Jerusalem. The New Jerusalem includes a new temple. The New Jerusalem is in the New Testament.
There is no temple in the New Jerusalem.
There's certainly is. Ezekiel chapter 40, he gives you measurements for it.
Okay, that's Ezekiel. I'm talking about...
I know, I'm talking about Ezekiel. The New Jerusalem wasn't invented by the New Testament. It was a concept that was already laid out in the Old Testament. This is the trouble you get into when you haven't read the Hebrew Bible.
And guess what? The Old Testament law is expected to be practiced to the full
Old
extent.
Testament is dead.
In this new temple.
It doesn't exist anymore, sweetheart.
Actually, that's not the case. Jesus said the opposite. I guess you haven't read
Are you
Matthew
referencing?
either.
Tell me what
He's
Jesus said. Go
referencing
ahead.
math. You're
Hold on a second.
referencing
Matthew, tell
Matthew
me what
chapter
Jesus
5,
said.
verse 17. Yeah,
Go
you're
ahead.
referencing. You're getting ready to cite Matthew chapter 5, verse 17.
No, I'm not going to cite anything. I'm going to
read it.
memory.
I'll
That's
cite
what
it
you
for
were
you.
just. Oh my God.
Yeah, he
Go ahead.
doesn't know what the word sight means. That's fine. We expect that. So in Matthew 5, 17 through 19, he literally says the opposite of what you want him to say. He says, I have not come to abolish the law or the prophets. What does it mean to abolish?
He came to fulfill the law. That's
I know.
Jesus
What does it mean to abolish?
Okay, Jesus died for our sins, right?
What does the word abolish mean?
To get rid of.
Okay, so he said, I didn't come to get rid of the law. He says, I came to fulfill the law. So fulfill doesn't mean get rid of. Whatever it means, it will never mean get rid of. That's why he says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. All hasn't been accomplished because the heaven and earth hasn't passed away, which is why he says, verse 19, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus says,
and who's he speaking to?
If you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the laws.
Who's he speaking to? Who's his
He's
audience?
speaking to everybody because in Matthew 28,
speaking to the Jews.
He's speaking
to the Jews.
He's speaking to everybody. If you want the answer, you have to listen for it. In Matthew 28, he tells his disciples to go out and make disciples of the other nations. And he says, teach them all of the commands that I've given you. This is part of the commands that he gave them, which is to follow the law. Jesus not once ever in any of the Gospels ever says that the law is temporary or that it's going away. He says the opposite of that. It's not until after Jesus dies that other people are like, hey, this law business, do we really need this?
And that's a problem here with what you're struggling with. I know what you're going to go. You're going to say the fulfill part in this passage, and you're going to use Pauline typology to interpret this passage, and that's a mistake. Because the word fulfill in the Jewish context, I mean, it's just to fulfill the law is just to practice it.
I thought this was written in Greek.
She didn't say anything about Hebrew.
Well, I didn't say anything about Hebrew in this context.
You said fulfill in the New Testament. Now you're saying it's in Hebrew or in Greek?
I think you're
no, I'm saying like I'm saying like in Jewish culture.
Okay.
To fulfill the law.
Okay.
Is to just practice it. You just do it. It's kind of like an example is like if I'm driving the speed limit, which is like 45 miles an hour on a basic street,
right?
And I'm practicing that law. I'm going 45 miles an hour. I am fulfilling that law.
Right, you're following it. Let me ask you a question.
In the Jewish context, I am fulfilling it, and that's how this is being used.
Okay, are you done?
Do you have any more to say about that, Justin?
No, but I hate the fact that he just dismissed you. Do you have to have testes for you to listen to her?
I wouldn't do that. Look, there's no temple, so how can you follow the law?
You wouldn't do what?
If there's no temple, how can you follow the law?
You wouldn't do.
There's been times it'd be the same as when they were in Babylonian captivity. If you knew anything about that.
He doesn't. He never read the Old Testament.
Who gave them permission to do that?
Do what?
Modify the religion up to that point.
It's not modified.
How can you practice Judaism properly? I'm going to call it Judaism, if you don't mind. Judaism, is that okay?
You practice as much as is humanly possible, which, as Red had already stated, exactly what happened in the Babylonian exile. In the Babylonian exile, they couldn't do any of the temple sacrifices, so they had to forgo those during the exile. But God wasn't concerned with that because there were exigent circumstances. They weren't capable of actually doing it.
Did God allow them, or did they do that on their own?
God allowed them. God told them ahead of time that they wouldn't be able to.
Forced it to happen.
Okay,
so the reality is you do as much of the law as you are capable of doing. There's no temple,
Okay.
which means they can't do the sacrifices in the temple because there's no temple to do it in. Once they get the land required for the temple, they are planning to build another temple and reinstitute the sacrificial law. I know this because I've got rabbis, friends of mine that live literally in Jerusalem that believe eventually they'll get access to the land and they'll build another temple and they'll reinstitute the law.
Right. And it's been 2,000 years. So
what?
You know, Jews have always been in this area.
Jews have been scattered. I don't know if you know this, but in
the
Hadrian
diaspora of the Jews.
It's crazy that he
Called
won't
the
let
diaspora.
me respond to anything.
Yeah.
Have Jews remained in the
I'm just going to
vicinity of
turn them
Jerusalem
down.
since-
So they were driven from the homeland. So what happened under Hadrian is there was a revolt. There was a Bar Kokhba revolt, and after a period of about 3.5 years, they were driven from the land, and it was so bad that Jewish literature was outlawed, Jewish religion was outlawed. In fact, most of the Jews that remained became slaves or driven out, and they even renamed the land to Palestina, and it wasn't even called Israel anymore after that, or Judea wasn't even called Judea anymore. So the idea that the Jews were still living there all this time isn't the case. That's why in 1946 we had to draft a proposal with our allies to create the land of Israel, which they finally started going back to, I think, in 1948. So this idea that they've just been there this entire time is preposterous. And even if they had been there all this time, they didn't have access to the land that they needed all this time.
That's right. So you'd agree
It wasn't long after the Nuremberg trials.
What's that?
I said the Nuremberg trials, like where they prosecuted schmazzies over all the war crimes.
What about it?
I just said it wasn't long after that happened.
Well, yeah, it happened in 47 when the state of Israel was created. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's what we just said.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't listening. It's okay.
Well, I can't.
It was the diaspora of the Jews, though. Yeah, it's a diaspora of the Jews. That's the Bar Kokhba revolt. That's like around 134 CE.
Yep.
Right. So they came back into the land and they created a state, and it's known as Israel, right?
We created the state for them, the allies.
Yeah, I know about the Accord. I'm talking about they created a state. They're there, okay?
Yeah,
right?
And they're planning to build a temple when they get the chance.
Well, I'm planning to take my wife on a Paris vacation, but guess what? It's probably not going to happen.
Well, the Jews actually have the resources. The Jews actually have the resources for it. They just need the land. Also, I fail to see what this has to do with what we're talking about, namely that Jesus never said that the law is going away. He said to follow the law if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven. So you're not going to get rid of it.
And you can't typologize Pauline literature into this text. And that's what I felt like you were doing earlier.
No, I really don't do that. Look, Jesus.
Also, why the fuck haven't you given your wife your Paris vacation?
Because I spent enough money on my wife, and I don't want to go.
Redhead, I'm not convinced that this man respects women.
This is why I'm a lesbian.
I don't blame
you. Have you ever been to Paris before, Justin?
No, I don't want to go.
It's a fucking shithole. I have.
If I had a wife that wanted to go, I'd take her, though.
Yeah, well, I already went to Thailand twice, so.
With your wife?
Yeah, she's from Thailand.
Did she
She's
want to
a
go?
woman.
You want a cookie?
I got a mom as a woman, too.
I don't care if you're married to a guy or a girl.
We're not bigots here. Like, this is the difference between atheists and Christians, I think.
So
back to the topic.
The reality is, Jesus
God is real.
Well, you're not yet. So Jesus disagrees with Paul. Paul says in Ephesians chapter 2 that the law was abolished. Jesus says the law is not abolished. In fact, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the law. So that's just a flat out contradiction.
What do you do in that situation, Justin?
Which situation? When the Bible contradicts? I would throw Paul away. If I was still a Christian, I said, Jesus and Paul contradict each other. I would say one of them has to go, and I'd make Paul go away.
Go ahead. Yeah. Why? Go ahead.
Because the religion's about Jesus, unless you think Paul is more important than Jesus.
He's not.
Well, then you got to stick with Jesus' words.
Jesus is the guy. Period.
Then that means you got to follow the law if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven.
I understand what you're saying, but here's the problem, and we talked about it earlier. I'm going to go back to it real quick. But when Jesus says the temple's coming down, I'm abandoning you, I'm leaving you. Okay, this happened before, right, in the Old Testament, did it not?
Yeah, so we have the temple destroyed under Nebuchadnezzar when the invasion of Jerusalem happens. It's crazy how he never lets anyone talk. Do you do this to your wife? Do you interrupt your wife while she's trying to respond to you all the time?
I feel like I'm at an international call because I talk when there's a break, and then it seems like we're talking over each other.
Seems like you're talking over me. So the temple was destroyed under the Babylonian invasion, starting in 605, being completed in 587. That is the case. They rebuilt it, and it was re-inaugurated in 516 BCE, and then it was despoiled again by Antiochus Epiphanes during the invasion of the Greeks. They repaired it after that, and then it got destroyed again under Hadrian. Or I mean, sorry, not under Hadrian, under
Nero.
Titus.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Nero died in 68. So what's the temple?
It was the resurrected ghost Nero.
Actually, you know what? We got to have that discussion sometime. Maybe we'll have it today. Okay, so the problem we have, Cody, is that Jesus' prediction of the temple being destroyed isn't unique. I don't know if you knew this. Other Jews were already predicting the fall of the temple. The reason why other Jews were predicting the fall of the temple was because Messiahism was at a fevered pitch, right? Because the Romans had their boots on their necks, metaphorically speaking, and they thought the Messiah had to come any time now. But according to their reading of the book of Daniel, they're like, listen, according to Daniel, the Messiah can't come until the temple is destroyed. So if you read in the Sanhedrin 97, you'll find discussions from the early Jews saying, listen, the temple has to fall. So we know the temple's going to fall because the Messiah is coming, right? So Jesus wasn't the only one around predicting the fall of the temple. A bunch of Jews were predicting the fall of the temple. It wasn't a novel prediction. Also, I have no reason to believe that the Olivet Discourse was recorded prior to the fall of the temple. All the evidence we have suggests that the Gospels were recorded after the fall of the temple.
That was a common belief among the Zealots and the Essenes too, wasn't it? Or the Essenes? Essenes.
The Essenes had a various... They weren't unified entirely in their beliefs, but they did believe that there was going to be a huge war for sure, and there'd be lots of destruction.
Do you guys have both the same educational background?
Pretty close.
What, dispensationalism or something? I mean, what is it?
No. Dispensationalism.
I think I deconstructed dispensationalism, but okay.
So Redhead has.
Do you know what dispensational? Yeah. What is?
He doesn't. Redhead has a bachelor's degree in biblical studies. She studied the New Testament. I've got a bachelor's degree and a seminary degree. I had a concentration in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay. Because see, like, I was rewatching your comments about my reading. You know, I can read some Greek, but not like you guys can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I didn't even get the opportunity to graduate high school. And then a year later, I was in the military. So that's how it went for me. But
look at you now.
Going back to what we were talking about before, okay, we got the destruction of the temple. So let me ask you this, and that's why I'm asking about your religion. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what good would it do to rebuild that temple that we don't already have with the narrative of the New Testament Gospels?
Both the Jews and the Christians largely agree. The Jews believe the Messiah is going to come when the temple is rebuilt, partially because of Ezekiel, which is what I said previously. The Christians believe that the temple needs to be rebuilt again for other reasons. So they think there needs to be a third temple before Jesus comes back. So both of them are waiting for the temple to get rebuilt before the Messiah comes. The Jews think it's going to be the first time the Messiah comes. The Christians think it's going to be the second time that the Messiah comes. But the reality is It doesn't matter when they build the temple because Jesus' promise has already failed. He says in Matthew 16, 27, 28, and in the Olivet Discourse, the not the paragraph, I mean the chapter that you're referring
This
to.
generation will not pass away.
Yeah, he says that he's coming back within that generation.
He emphatically says that. As a matter of fact, every scholar that I talked to pointed that out.
Yeah.
Multiple.
That's what it says.
Like
it's funny how that works.
Yeah. Well, that's what's so funny about Christianity. It's very clear. I mean, if you divorce it from heaven and earth will pass away and all that, it's just floating out there into nothing. Jesus did very clearly say that he was coming back in the generation of the people that he was speaking to. And there's no way around it. You could say generation means something else, whatever. But I guess my question to you is, if we have Jesus, do you think we're in the new covenant? Is that what they taught you, or is that what you believe?
So just to be clear, when you go to Bible college and seminary, they don't teach you what to believe. I just want to get that off the table. If you went to a Bible college and they told you what you need to believe, you didn't go to a good school. What they do is they teach you hermeneutics, they teach you history, they teach you the languages of the Bible, and then they also teach you like all the various theological concepts. Like I learned about all kinds of theology when I was in school, even theology that the denomination of my school I knew they didn't believe in, but you have to learn everything. If you went to a school,
We even learn about like Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and stuff too. It's not even just
so this is like a seminary both of you went to?
I went to a seminary.
Yeah, we didn't go to the same school.
She went to Bible college. We went to different schools.
I'm not aware of the education that people take, but I know there's divinity and theology and et cetera, correct?
Yeah, so the point is, you don't go to Bible college and seminary for people to tell you what to think. They give you the training you need to do your own thinking for yourself. That's the ultimate goal of Bible college and seminary.
Okay, sounds good. So that's the whole point. If Jesus already came back, which he says that he did, and people try to make excuses about 1,000 years, like which means that, I mean, how do you even equate 1,000 years as a day and a day as 1,000 years? It doesn't mean anything.
Well, a day is still a day.
Right, but
are you quoting from Peter?
Yeah,
what is the 2 Peter 3? I mean, would you agree that what he's saying is like, look, it's going to take as much time as it's going to take, basically?
I think like the context of that is that the early church was kind of expecting it to already happen. Even Paul was expecting it to happen, and then it didn't happen, and they were like, "What the fuck?" And that was an apologetic for that.
Yeah, like 1 Thessalonians, like is basically just that, right? He gets to chapter 4.
I don't know. Like, I'm not convinced. I think that Peter is pseudepigraphal, so it's not even like we can get into authorship and stuff. But I think it's 2nd century that it was when it was written.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm referring to the fact that he's trying to tell people, like, look, I know people are dying, but they first, when God comes to what's Ago again? Go lead, bring Ago. So when God comes and brings forth, the dead will rise first, correct?
So you're referring to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, where they're wondering, hey, what's going to happen to the people that already died? And Paul says, don't worry, those who are already asleep in the ground, who
be caught up in the hair. It's like it's this whole like king thing, where they're it's like the coming of a king. It's a lot of symbolic language that Paul's using there.
Do you think he's talking about God or Jesus there?
Jesus.
Really? That's what they taught you?
No, that's not what they taught me. That's what it says.
He's not talking about the Lord God?
The Lord is Jesus.
Well, what about God?
What about him?
So God isn't in 1 Thessalonians 4, you don't think? Okay, that's fine. Well, let's move on. So
do you not know that Jesus is referred to as Lord by his followers?
They use Lord a lot. Do you know who James Tabor is?
I know James Tabor personally.
Okay, ask him about that, because that's who taught me about what that meant.
I find that highly doubtful.
James Tabor doesn't have a YouTube channel. He makes videos about it all the time.
I do.
I'm one of his
and again, I'm sure you are. And I know James Tabor. And I don't believe he said what you think he said. Verse 16 says, the Lord himself with a cry of command, with the archangel's call, with the sound of God's trumpet. So the Lord is made to be distinct from God in this verse. The Lord is Jesus. God is the Father.
Okay. Why don't I look that up and get back to you on it someday?
Fair enough.
All right. So again, if we have Jesus and we have, did I ask you if you think the new covenant's in force right now? Did you answer that?
I'm not a believer. I'm an atheist.
I know, but according to what you read, does it say the new covenant is in force?
According to the Old Testament or the New Testament? According to the Old Testament, no, the new covenant hasn't arrived yet. According to the New Testament, they think it has arrived.
Okay, so according to the New Testament, it quotes that it is. So what point would having a temple, what difference would it make? Why would you need one? You already have everything you need.
Again, because the Hebrew Bible demands it. The New Testament and the Hebrew Bible disagree. They don't agree with each other. The Messiah and the Messianic age in the Hebrew Bible is different than what we find in the New Testament. In fact, I'll give you I'm going to call this like the quintessential Messianic passage from Jeremiah 33. And listen
but you're the belief that the old Hebrew Testament is still in force. It still applies today. Is that your view?
That's what it says. It says that this is forever.
Is that your view?
It says that this is God's law forever. Do not add from it. Do not take anything away from it. And then if you read enough of the Hebrew Bible, you'll discover that it's not just even for the Jews. During the Messianic age, all the people of the world will be living under this law. But what we find in Jeremiah 33 for the Messianic age, it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it is called. The Lord is our righteousness. So first part failed. Jesus was here. He didn't rescue Judah, didn't save Israel. Verse 17, for thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time.
Okay, so Jesus didn't come back, right? So he's a fraud.
Yeah.
It's just, well, yeah.
Nailed it.
Pretty much.
Okay.
This is what I was trying. This is why I point this out to Christians too. Like, this is like the law was meant to be forever, even in the new kingdom. And that's when they get into the law denying, like when we go into the ugly passages that Christians don't want to look at in the Bible. Like those? That's the law. There's all kinds of fun stuff.
All right, never mind. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. Go ahead.
There's all kinds of fun laws.
Well, I believe you, trust me.
So I think,
when I say fun, I mean very sarcastically.
I think your summary is exactly my viewpoint, which is Jesus was a liar and a fraud because the message of the New Testament and the message of Jesus doesn't match what the Old Testament says. The Old Testament gives you all the parameters you need for recognizing the Messiah and the Messianic age, and Jesus didn't accomplish any of it. Not one thing.
Well, I mean, speaking of Tabor, that's his view too. It just didn't happen. It historically didn't happen. Mm-hmm. And, in the New Testament, if we go to 25, we have the judgment that's supposed to come. Does everyone believe that when Jesus does come, it's, the judgment, kingdom of God, everything's going to be done, right?
But I don't know what you mean when you ask that. We're atheists. We don't believe any of it.
No. According to what's written in the New Testament. I know you believe something else. I'm talking about what.
Yes, according to Jesus' teachings, when he comes back, he's going to judge the living and the dead. That's why we've got like the parables, like in Luke chapter 19,
like Lazarus.
We've got the parable of the king who goes away and he's got servants, some of them wise and some of them not wise, and then he comes back, and he's like, what the fuck you been doing since I've been gone? And then he judges everybody. Some of them gets rewarded, some of them get punished. You already alluded to Matthew 25. It says when he comes in verse 31 with the angels, he's going to bring up the throne, and he's going to gather all the sheep and the goats, and he's pronounced judgment. It says, those on your left, you who are cursed, to go into the eternal fire that was prepared for the devil and his angels, so on and so forth. So yeah, I agree. When Jesus comes back, he's going to be coming with fire in his eyes and a sword in his mouth, it says.
So everyone agrees that that's happened. Now, is there an excuse people give as to the Son of Man conflict in 24? Because is that why they always say Jesus is coming back? Because the Son of Man is something else, and this heaven and earth is something else, and they associate Jesus' name with it?
So I get asked about the Son of Man a surprisingly large amount of times. And the problem is there's references to the Son of Man in the apocryphal literature. So if you don't have the apocryphal literature, you won't know what Jesus means when he says Son of Man. But if you read the book of Enoch, and if you read 1st and 2nd Esdras, and you go back and read Daniel chapter 7, and then you read some other texts we can worry about later, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, what you'll find is they took this text from Daniel and from Enoch about this supposed Son of Man, or son who's like the son of a man. It doesn't necessarily say he is a man. It says he's like the son of a man. And they build this whole messianic framework. Daniel 7, I believe, verse 14. There's a whole...
say anthropo?
Well, Daniel, that section of Daniel is not written in Greek. We do have some additions to Daniel that is written in Greek.
Yeah.
So you're not going to find anthropoi or anthropo. That anthropo would be like a plural genitive form, I believe.
But when I say huio to anthropo, I'm referring to what Jesus is saying in the discourse as to who is coming, because he never says Jesus is. He never says I'm coming.
What discourse?
Warns people. The Olivet Discourse.
He says over and over again that he is the Son of Man. This seems pretty clear. Like in Matthew 26, when he's before the Sanhedrin.
He's tipping his hat to something in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree? Okay. But what I'm just using the name as a reference in the Olivet Discourse in 24, because he's saying, not I, Jesus the man. As a matter of fact, I won't come back. If someone says I'm in a room, it's not me. It's not me, baby. But the Son of Man is coming. Is that correct?
Jesus is the Son of Man, which he makes clear in the Gospels. That's why
I understand.
When they question his ability to forgive sins, he forgives their sins. And he says, so you know that the Son of Man has the authority to forgive sins, because he's the Son of Man. He's the Messiah. The Messiah is linked to the Son of Man.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But, okay, so we have this coming of the Son of Man. It's going to be Jesus. We know who this is. That's established. We both agree.
Yeah.
So all this stuff is going to happen. So what good would a temple be if when he comes, the temple is going to be destroyed? And that's my question. What good, and that's why I asked a lot of my dispensational friends.
Because it's going to get rebuilt.
What good is the temple going to do? But what's it going to do?
It's going to get rebuilt. There's going to be an eternal temple, according to Ezekiel. And the Messiah, called the Prince, is going to give sacrifices with the New Jerusalem and with all the Israelites back in the land. They're going to give sacrifices and offerings forever.
Right. So as soon as that happens, the Messiah is going to show up.
So it depends on what you think about Daniel. The book of Daniel seems to indicate that the temple gets destroyed, and it doesn't tell you when it gets rebuilt. So we don't know the relationship between the Messiah coming and the temple being built. There are some passages that you could tease out to kind of get an idea, but the reality is, I personally don't think that the temple has to be rebuilt prior to the Messiah coming. I just know that when the Messiah comes, there will eventually be a new temple and a new Jerusalem, and the book of Revelation talks about it like it's going to happen all at once.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to Daniel, does Daniel say the temple's going to be destroyed then rebuilt? Is that what you said?
No. In fact, the book of Daniel is difficult too, because that section, the word that they use for destruction is shakath in Hebrew. And that doesn't really mean to be literally annihilated. It doesn't mean to be like completely destroyed. It just means that it's been like defiled or despoiled, or somebody like desecrated it. And that's what it's referring to. There are words they could have used to mean like literal obliteration. It didn't use any
The
of those
abomination
words.
of desolation.
Yeah, that was done by Antiochus Epiphanes.
That was a Maccabees.
Right. These are post hoc fake prophecies about what's happening during the Maccabean period, which is why they get the second century, they get it really good. They know everything happening in the second century, but you can tell that the author was writing prior to the death of Antiochus, because he gets Antiochus's death wrong, and all the events after that he gets wrong. So it's clearly somebody who was writing during the latter stages of Antiochus's reign. And this is not something that modern critical scholars just invented. This is a view that's been around for a long time. Porphyry of Tyre, way back in like the 4th century, was already saying it. And like, this book obviously was written during the reign of Antiochus.
And same with Daniel. And there's scholarship that suggests that Daniel was written, during the Hasmonean period.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jesus is a fraud. The New Testament is just some fluke that happened. Some guy pretending to be the Messiah, but he really wasn't. But the Old Testament is still valid because Jesus is a fake, and they're going to rebuild the temple, and the real Messiah is going to come. But you don't believe that either.
Well, I don't think that the Old Testament is valid. I don't think any of it's true. All I'm saying is that the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible doesn't match what happens in the New Testament. They're not even comparable. So Jesus obviously isn't the Messiah, but I don't think that there's ever a Messiah coming, because I don't think that this God is real.
When I speak, I mean, I'm basing off not what people think, but what it actually says. What is this word? What is that word? What is the meaning of it? Because Jesus does say, I think it's during his arrest, if I'm not mistaken, it's like, this must happen so all the law, et cetera, et cetera.
So all that is written about me in the law and the prophets will be fulfilled.
There you go. Mm-hmm. But it does say that, right?
Yeah. So Jesus,
that was go ahead.
Jesus thinks that he's fulfilling the Hebrew Bible, but he doesn't fulfill anything. The problem is that Jesus is using a really sad interpretive method, where anything that sounds vaguely familiar to something later, he's just calling it a prophecy. Like, if you look at the prophecies that he says he has to fulfill, so for example, he claims he's fulfilling a prophecy in the Psalms, Psalm 41, and also Psalm 69. But if you go back and read them, not only are they not prophetic at all, but the part that he's fulfilling couldn't be true, because it's David talking about himself, and the author of the Psalm calls himself a sinner. So it's obviously not about Jesus. So, but Jesus is saying, look, here's somebody in the Psalms who got betrayed. Oh, it's a prophecy about me. I mean, that's just a bullshit way of reading a book. You can't just go into a book and say, oh, here's something vaguely familiar to me. Let's call it a prophecy.
Yeah, it's just this bastardized typology is what it is.
Yeah, and I agree with Tabor. I read it too. I'm not finding a lot of Davidic or Messianic references in Daniel, like they say.
Oh, there's none. And if there is a Messiah, it's clearly Michael the Archangel. And Michael the Archangel being the Messiah, I think, is a pretty common view in the scholarly literature. In fact, you'll find John J. Collins, I believe, still holds this position. Because if you read Daniel from front to back, the angels are described interestingly. They're described like the son of a god. They're described as men. And what that means is that you've got this angel that's somewhere, these angels are like between gods and men. They're not men, but they're not as the same status as God. So all throughout the book, they're like little gods. All throughout the book, we've got this idea of these two archangels, Michael and Gabriel, that are like warring on God's behalf and warring on behalf of the Israelites. That's why it says that the prince of Israel has to go fight with the prince of Persia. The prince, they're referring to the archangels. That's what they were called in the book of Daniel. So this idea that the Messiah is a human isn't really there. The Messiah, or whatever you want to call the figure, in Daniel 7 isn't a man. It says like a son of a man, which is exactly how the angels are described.
Right. Well, I get that. And I've never read the Hebrew, but people say it conflicts. But if Jesus is the Messiah, I know you don't believe it, but if he's claiming that he is, and this is my view, and I don't know anyone else, and I've been working with James Tabor on this before. He's a very busy guy, so he got back to me. But I presented.
Wait, you were working with him?
Like I said, I do his Patreon. I just took the Paul course or Christianity before Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I asked him if he could look at something. He said, "Give me a summary, and I'll look at it." He's got back to me. He wanted me to redo something. I said, okay. So I got back to him, but he hasn't got back to me because he's a busy guy. But from what I'm reading, and I've talked to the classicists on this for the words, is Jesus comes. 25, we have the judgment. Okay. And then we skip over to Revelation 20, the same judgment. Heaven and earth flees away. Then we have the judgment. Then the New Jerusalem comes in. Now, everyone thinks the New Jerusalem and Jerusalem are the same, but they're not. And that's what James is getting back to me on. So in my opinion, everything did happen according to the way Jesus said it would.
Except it didn't.
You're going to roll your eyes, but spiritually.
There you go. Yeah, I'm going to roll my eyes. You're right.
Yeah, my eyes couldn't be further back in my skull right now.
Took over the old temple system, and there's nothing left to be done.
So here's what you got to do. You got to read the Hebrew Bible. Just go through the Hebrew Bible and see what it says. Listen, if Jesus...
I don't have time. I'm not a smart guy. You gotta understand, I got hit in the head so many times. I've had explosions go off near my head. I can't read. I'm trying to learn Greek. You know how tough that is? I wish I could. I got my hands full. I mean, I just can't do it. I take your word for it.
To be fair, if you want to know if Jesus matches the qualifications of the Messiah, you got to read the Hebrew Bible. Also, my cat is trying to destroy my camera stand now. Hold on.
My focus was on the New Testament, but I mean, I still read the Old Testament. You need to read the Old Testament to understand the New Testament.
So your basis of study is the Greek New Testament, or the New Testament?
It was when I was in school, sure.
Yeah, that's what your degree is, New Testament studies, or something like that.
It's biblical studies, but I mainly focused on the New Testament, and I went above and beyond. So,
yeah. Also, and you don't think Jesus overrides? Let's just say Jesus is real, just for a second. You found out something is real. Do you think what he said in the New Testament would override everything previous?
I'm not convinced Jesus said anything in the New Testament.
No, I'm just saying, according to what he said, and let's just say it's true, would that override anything and everything, like Justin and I talked about earlier with Paul, what everyone else said? Let's say they were mistaken, for example.
No.
So Jesus wouldn't be able to override something said in the Old Testament?
Nope. The Old Testament is the source. It's the foundation. You can't override your foundation.
Okay.
Do you think Jesus is the same in all four Gospels?
Yes.
All right. Well, listen, Cody, we had a good time talking, but I think we've got to the end of the conversation where there's not really an argument to be had anymore. So I think
the temple hasn't been rebuilt. It's been 2,000 years. You could say it's going to happen, but it hasn't happened.
Well, I don't care if it ever happens. Jesus isn't the Messiah, no matter how many temples do or don't get built.
I don't think God cares about what we do down here.
Well, I don't think he exists.
Build the temple now. It's time for me to go to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's more plausible, that there's a God up there that doesn't really care about what's happening here, or that there's just no God?
There is a God, and he doesn't care because people don't listen to him.
Well, it sounds like his problem then. Maybe he should figure out how to get people to listen to him.
I think he has a really shitty way of communicating.
He's gonna have to get what's that one book? How to win friends and change heart. What the fuck was the name of that motivational book? Let's see.
Win friends and
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, how to win friends and influence people. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. So apparently Yahweh needs to pick up a copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People because he's dog shit at it.
Well, you, in a sense, have rejected. You don't believe in him, so you've rejected him, correct? Both of you.
No, I don't believe. You can't.
There's
reject
nothing
something you
to
don't
reject.
believe in.
I know. Okay, so you don't believe him, but would you, if he was real, would you say that's a rejection?
I would believe he's real.
Can I ask you actually a really good question, both of you?
So confused by this line of questioning.
When you were religious, did you pray to God?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, did you really talk to him? I mean, did you feel like you were talking to someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, we fucking dedicated thousands of dollars and years of our lives to Bible college and seminary. Do you think we just forgot to pray?
No,
I was
that's not what I'm
obsessed. Did you ever go through the
What I-
spirit? He like Justin mentioned like John of the Cross, because he mentioned the Dark Night of the Soul. Like that's like spiritual formation stuff. Like doesn't
What
get any
the-
more serious when you start tackling spiritual formation.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with people that think we dedicated our entire lives to this religion and we just, oh golly gee, we just forgot to pray seriously one day.
I'm not asking in that.
I spent a fucking decade in ministry, and oh, golly gee, if I just prayed harder. What a weird. This is so.
I don't think that's
so
true.
weird.
I was obsessed. I was obsessed with Saint Teresa of Avila.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if you felt that it was actually doing something.
Obviously, when you're a Christian, you do, yes. But then you get a dose of reality when you study the Bible, and you can rationalize it because, as it turns out, people in other religions pray and feel things too. It doesn't mean that their gods are real. It just means that people pray and they feel things. That's all.
Well, looking back, both of you, do you feel that you were just I was praying to nobody?
Yep.
Is that?
Yeah.
Both.
I think it was psychological. Yeah, I think we created this stylized, idealized version of God in our heads, and we were praying to that.
You know, quick story. We were being accompanied by a Taliban from behind us. They were shooting down.
Nope. We are not here for story time. Not going to do story time. Thanks for coming by, Cody, but this is not story time. Space Lord says, by the way, in the Old Yeller book, Dad gets rid of the dog right away instead of waiting for symptoms. I know, I read the book. I never saw the movie. Back then, you don't fuck around with rabies. Listen, you really don't. You could lose a whole village to rabies if you're not careful. You gotta, some serious shit. Well, although, I mean, it depends. That's an exaggeration. You really can't lose a whole village to rabies. You have to transmit it via blood. Like, you can't just cough on somebody. But yeah, I mean, you could definitely cause some problems there. But I do remember reading Old Yeller. I think I was in the 3rd grade. Is 3rd grade too soon for Old Yeller?
That broke me. That and the red fern grows, where the red fern grows. That one broke me too.
Same thing. We were on the same curriculum, apparently.
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I like where the red fern grows a little bit better than Old Yeller because it broke my heart when the dog died, you know?
I cried so freaking hard with that one.
I do. I fucking love dogs, you know? Hound says, I've been telling my wife that I deconstructed looming. You're missing a word in the sentence that I don't know which word it is, but I'm going to read it verbatim. It says, I have telling my wife that I deconstructed looming over me. Oh, I see now. I got you. You mean you have the task of telling your wife looming over you. We are Assembly of God. Oh, no. You're AOG? Not looking to that. I wouldn't look forward to that conversation either. AOG is serious. I mean, to be fair, or to be honest, she's going to start speaking in tongues over you. It's going to get real. There's going to be some laying on some hands. She might make one of your legs grow longer than the others, and the other healing parlor tricks. We'll see. Let me know how it goes, though. Best of luck to your friend. Chodicus says
those atheist demons.
That's what it is. It got those atheist demons and those spirits of Jezebels. Crazy. I do love the charismatic denominations, though, because they find new things to turn into spirits. Like, every bad thing that they don't like becomes its own spirit, and it's always fun to see what they'll come up with. one of my favorites back in the day was the spirit of lethargy. Okay, so there's a fucking spirit out there roaming around just trying to make you tired. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
There's going to be a spirit of TikTokery.
Right?
TikTokery. Yeah, exactly.
Chodicus says, my argument for motion is usually to suppress evidence. Can I move to suppress this caller? Chodicus, I didn't give him 1 fucking minute longer than 10 minutes. That was all he was going to get. I knew it was going to be bullshit when he came in. I knew he was going to try to bog down the conversation with lingo, and I wasn't going to tolerate that shit. So when that timer was up, he got the fuck out of here. We all know the argument for motion. It's a 5th grader argument. It doesn't work. Archibald, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, now I'm a master of biblical debate. But before we start, who is this Jesus fellow that y'all keep talking about? Exactly. Anyway, they didn't rebuild the torn down church chickens by my house. They forgot, which is a fucking crime. Church chicken, not too bad. I can do some churches. I used to do some church's chicken. I'm not doing meat anymore, just fish, because fuck fish. But no more, no birds or cows or anything like that. Jesus had no loincloth. That is the case. You hang around nude one time, and next thing you know, some weirdo is trying to make me drink sour wine off a sponge. Party is over, bro. It's finished. I know. Imagine getting nailed by a bunch of Romans and somebody shoves a sponge full of vinegar in your face, man. What a downer. Skeptiquest, my friend, says, funny how the documents which claim Jesus prophesied the temple would be destroyed were written after the temple was destroyed. Isn't that weird how that happened? It's almost like it was prophecy written in post. But listen, I would never accuse the Christians of making up scriptures, except that we fucking know that they did. Long ending of Mark. Juno's boy toy and fucking the pastoral epistles on top of it.
Aw, thank you.
Juno's boy toy says, red-headed trouble seems pretty cool and very intelligent. That is the case. I've already subbed to her YouTube. When does she generally go live on TikTok? Good question. Do you have a schedule?
I have not come up with a schedule yet. I'm still trying to figure out where I fit in. Right now, I mean, I'm just joining like Trust But Verifies. You can find me on Justin's or the Bible Guys. Like, I'm kind of floating around right now. I definitely do my own lives sometimes, though.
That is a really good way to get started, is to join other people's panels. I do think one of the best ways to grow a live audience is to consistently go live, even if it's just 1 day a week. Pick 1 day a week where you're literally always live at the right time, and you'll build an audience. You'll find people that really like your stuff, and once they know that you're always live on the same day, the same time, like, they'll be waiting for you. Like, when I go live, because my schedule is consistent Monday, Wednesday, Friday, when I'll go live, I usually have like 10% of the audience already waiting for me to hit go. So
yeah, I've been following you for quite some time. So
yeah, same thing with
you're just getting to know me, but yeah, I've known you forever.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Science Lover says, my net, Cody went into the military because a judge told him he had to avoid jail. That hunch may be true. That might be a true hunch. I don't want to judge a person I don't fully know, but that seems like it checked out. Adam, good to see you, says, now I know what the FF in FF Bruce stands for.
Bruce
Actually,
is. I love Bible jokes, or just like Bible nerd humor. This is great.
FF Bruce is an interesting character. I wanna like FF Bruce, but the other part of me is like, how can somebody that smart still be a Christian? Like, what happened? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
I feel the same way about like RC Sproul. Like, they're really smart too, but I'm just like, God, like, why can't they?
Yeah, we might not agree on that. I don't think RC Sproul's that smart.
Not a fan. I've read some of their stuff. I mean, I've admired a lot of those guys. Like, even like I mentioned before, like Dr. Blomberg. Like, he's like an amazing.
Oh, he is smart.
Like, he's an amazing guy, and he's very sweet too. And I don't understand how he can take the positions he does.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, we agree with that. Big W for Frederick. I forget his middle name, Bruce. If you know his middle name, someone shout it out in the comments. Frederick, I believe, was his first name, though. Tim says, I'm in the atheist, but I believe in the power of prayer, so I keep a Catholic under my bed when I want something to change taser. Ta-da. Holy shoot. That's a lot, Tim. That's a lot of words, and I'm trying to piece it together, my friend. I think you're saying you're quasi-Catholic. You're atheist, but sometimes you run back to Catholicism. I'm a little confused. Help me out here. And Cal Johnson, or C.A. Johnson, sorry, says, did dude say Paris, one of the most beautiful and culturally significant cities on the earth, is a shithole? He actually did say that, by the way. Also, fucking hashtag pray for Cody's wife. Like, poor woman.
Oh my God. Yes.
I think it's getting neglected. All right, let me get Danny back here. Danny came back. Thanks for coming back, Danny. How you doing? Same problem as last time. Sorry, Danny. Delay's too much, my man.
Is this the New Zealand guy?
Yeah. It's a shame because he sounded nice. And I thought he'd maybe have a productive conversation, but his connection's too slow. Okay. Well, we'll get Jesus is King back again. How you doing, King?
How you doing, buddy?
No, I can't complain. We already know you're 18, and we already know that you're a Christian. And what brings you in today?
I really just got off work, and I seen that you were live, and I was like, I'll hop in there and probably get cooked. But hey, I'm always down to get cooked. I'm not I'm not too mad about life to learn new things and just try to explore. I've actually been studying myself with with the Greek text, with the Hebrew text, looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls. I find theology just really fascinating. Clearly, you and I don't know the Mrs. name. What's her name?
Redhead?
Well, I'm Redheaded Trouble or Elizabeth. Pick one.
All right, I'll just call you Elizabeth. But yeah, I'm pretty tired. I got off work. I guess I just wanted to really debate. You throw a subject. Hit me with some questions. I think that's where I want this to lead to, I guess.
Awesome. I love it when it's like dealer's choice. Let's talk a little bit about the Trinity, eh?
Yeah, I noticed earlier that's what you was talking about with one dude. I can't remember his name.
Well, it's kind of like my new pet. Like I've been hitting the Trinity hard because I'm hoping somebody's going to give me something interesting. But so far, I haven't got anything good or interesting from the guests yet on the Trinity.
Well, let me collect my thoughts and try to get the nervous. I don't really be doing live debates, and you're kind of a big name, I guess. My brother, he watches you.
Oh shit.
He was a believer in Christ, and then he converted or deconstructed to an atheist or agnostic. So me and him will sit for probably hours and just debate. So you're talking about the Trinity. I find the Trinity very. I don't believe in the concept of three persons as one God. I believe that there is one.
You're a heretic then.
What's that?
The Trinity has already failed then at that point.
Well, then I would say that I'm not really a Trinitarian belief system. I don't believe that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't fall under the fact that when you put God in a box like that, you're kind of putting him. He's capable. And let me put it like this: my view of a creator. Let's just take. I am a Christian. I do believe Christ is king and that, but in my point of view, a creator is not limited to really anything. I mean, would you agree with that? If he was the creator, he couldn't be. He's not limited by space, time, or matter. He can't be.
Well, I
Correct?
actually disagree. I don't think it's possible to be outside of space and time. If you're outside of space, that means you're nowhere. And if you are outside of time, it means you can't act. So time is the thing that gives us a progression of events, which means any action, any thought that you've ever had, all that stuff happens in time. It's progression of events, which means if God exists, he must be co-eternal with space-time.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I guess I could rephrase it like this. If a creator did exist, then I would use this analogy. If I created something, say for example, or any person created a computer or something, a system, they could operate the system, they could work on it and do it, but they're outside of it. They're not confined by the things of it, right? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Okay, so if he's not confined to it, like I don't want to put him I'm not putting him in a box. Because if he wants to come down here in humanly form, he can. Who am I to say that he can't? Who are you to say that he can't? So that's how I kind of view it. If he wants to reveal his spirit to a certain amount of people, then he can. Or if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to. In my opinion, we can't determine what he can and can't do because we are not him. We're inside the box, and we can't. It's like a second dimensional picture, for example, can't perceive or understand a third dimensional thing. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm tired. I'm trying to. You guys are, intelligent, and I just enjoy debating.
You're fine. So I think what you're saying is like it is sensible. In the ancient Near East, for example, they believed that the gods could have their spirits in multiple locations. So, for example, in the Hittite literature, there is a ritual for invoking the goddess of the night into a new temple. And that's not saying that the old temple is gone. I mean, if you have multiple temples, you can have the goddess of the night in multiple temples. But you have to understand that this was the spirit of the goddess would indwell the idols in the temples. But the idol itself wasn't God, and they understood that. I think that's something that the Bible gets confused on. The Bible talks about these idols as though that the Babylonians think that they literally are gods. They don't believe that. They believe that the spirit of their God will come and dwell in it, and the presence will be there through the spirit. Now, we could say the same thing about Jesus. We could say, well, what happened is that the Spirit of God dwell inside of this man that we call Jesus. But then the problem we have is, according to Christian doctrine, Jesus is God, right? So if Jesus is God, it can't mean just the God Spirit is living in this non-God bodysuit. It must mean that Jesus and his body are all God, right?
Jesus and his body is all God. Yes, to a degree, but once again, if you put, I'm gonna say Yahweh. We'll say Yahweh. If you put him inside of a box, what's your point exactly? Don't go over the whole thing. Just give me the last bit you said because I was coming out.
Fair enough. So if God decides I'm going to dwell in this box, does the box become God?
Does the box become God?
Or is the box just a container?
I would say in essence it would become a part of God, yeah, but not the full. I mean, just same with having kids. I mean, DNA, same concept. Like if I have a kid, it's not me, but it's a part of me. It's the same. Like that's how I would look at it, yeah. But I wouldn't say God is confined by the box. I mean, if you look at the miracles that Jesus did perform, and once again, you can say that the Bible is not true or whatever. But if it is true, hypothetically, then there's certain miracles that would only I would view as a creator or something above me that could do. Like I couldn't do those things, so I would be like, all right, that's clearly there's a power difference or whatever you want to call it.
My point is this, though: the nature of the box doesn't change when God enters it. Like the atoms in the box don't become God atoms. It's just a container that God decides to dwell in. Like so, when God rests on the Ark of the Covenant in the book of Exodus and subsequently after that, the Ark of the Covenant doesn't become God. It's just a seat for God to rest upon, right? So if we say that God's Spirit came and dwelt in Jesus, which we could make that argument from Colossians chapter 1 and 2. It says the fullness of the deity was pleased to dwell within Jesus' flesh. We could say that the flesh is merely a container, like the Ark of the Covenant was a container for the Spirit of God. But the problem that you have then at that point is, how can we say that Jesus was God and then also say that God doesn't have parts, and also say that Jesus's flesh wasn't God, right? So if Jesus's flesh was God, then what that means is God has parts. If Jesus's flesh was not God, it was just a container, well, then what that means is that Jesus wasn't 100% God. He was like part God, part man. He was a demigod.
I wouldn't
I
put it in
think
the
the Greek in that passage. Oh, sorry. I think there might be delay. The Greek in that passage actually means tented among us, like God tented. Like
like
that's the actual like you're tenting, like pinching a tent. Yeah, but not like
like a
that. Not like the dirty way.
No, not. No, I know what you're saying. Like a tabernacle, like a feast of tabernacles, exactly. I mean, I know what you're saying on that. I think it would come down to, you're kind of putting God in a box to say that he can't have parts. And I know you're going to go back to, I remember you saying it. What is it? Psalm, what was it? That he doesn't have, God is not man. He does not repent. What was that?
Well, yeah, that's Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. But the reason why the God doesn't have parts argument is important is because if God has parts, it means that God's nature changes, because Jesus's flesh isn't eternal. Jesus's flesh was a temporary situation, right? So if Jesus's flesh is a part of God, but it's temporary, that means God's nature changes. And typically most definitions of God is that God's nature can't change.
Well, I believe if God chooses for his nature to change, he can change it if he wants to. Just like us, there's parts of us that we can change. There's parts of us that we can, I mean, even our mind, we can change our mind whether we do or don't want to believe in something. So, and in Genesis, it talks about we are made in his image. So if he wanted to do something, he's not limited by himself. He is the creator. So if he wanted to part himself up, if he wanted to come down into well, I mean, look at it like this: the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, in my view, once you become a follower of Yahweh, you have access to the Spirit, and as you have access, that Spirit leads you. So technically, that's a part of Him that is leading you through life to make decisions. You could say based off of the Bible, but then you could go into like the whole morality debate where, I like me, I view it, there's a few things I view wrong and there's a few things you view wrong, but we don't agree. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if God is perfect, do you think God's perfect?
Do I think he's perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say perfect to the understanding that, not to my understanding of perfect, but there's always a higher, like, what do you mean by perfect? What like?
So perfect means you're entirely complete. There's nothing lacking. Now, if you've got a perfect God, that means there's nothing lacking from God. God can never be improved, right?
Yeah, I'm following. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, if one part of God, if we're going to say God has parts, and one of those parts gets removed, that means he's no longer complete. That means he's not perfect. That's why it's important to say that God's nature can't change. If God's nature is to have parts, those parts can't be changing, but God's flesh in Jesus was a piece of change, which would then entail that he's not perfect.
Well, okay, let me ask you this: if God chose to part himself, right? Let's say he did, and that other part, wouldn't it be just as perfect? I mean, if he sectioned it off, that part would be just as perfect as he is. That's the whole point of Jesus Christ. Do you agree that the Gospels do at least, refer to Jesus being perfect? I mean, that's where we get the whole, the doctrine of forgiveness of sins, right? We're not perfect; he's perfect. That's why we believe. Or do you
Certainly
disagree?
that seems to be the case, at least from the Gospel of John, but I think that kind of misses the point. I'm not asking if Jesus is perfect. The way they use perfect is referring to being sinless. I'm using perfect in a slightly different way. I'm saying when we say that God is perfect, that means one of two things are true. One, you can't add anything to him because he's already perfect. There's nothing you can do to improve God. So it doesn't matter what you add, it'll never improve God. So he's perfect. Now, what that means though is if you take something away, you're no longer perfect. So like if I said, I'm a perfect human specimen, and then somebody comes and chopped my legs off, well, I'm not a perfect human specimen because I'm missing my legs. So if God loses something, if God loses anything, he's no longer perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha. Let me ask you, what did God lose, according to you? Like, what did he lose that would, I guess, not make him perfect?
He both gained and lost flesh. If you think Jesus is 100% God, not just like part God, part man, then what that means is that God's body at one point was gained and then at another point was lost.
Well, in the confines of what we can comprehend and understand as humans, if he is, once again, if he is the creator, if he chooses to perfectly separate himself or perfectly come down into flesh, then he's perfect in the flesh, then he never lost nor gained anything.
Well,
The only thing,
I think you're losing sight of what the word perfect means. I'll put some notes up. Hold on, because I think I've explained it, and I don't know if you're maybe I'm not doing it good enough. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put some notes on the board real quick. Okay. So
you're fine.
Premise number 1 will say to be perfect means you cannot lose or add essential characteristics. How about that?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Premise number 2 is that prior to the incarnation, God was lacking a body. And if in fact, in order for God to be whole, he has to have all of his parts, he would have had to have the body. Right? So premise number 3, we would say 100% of God includes Jesus, right? And premise number 4 is that Jesus had a body. So that means that for God to be 100%, he needs to have a body. And if God's not 100%, that means he lacks something, which means that he's no longer perfect. He's no longer complete.
Yeah. So I know that Scripture tells us that, obviously in 1 John it says, "In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God. The Word was God." You know that clearly. So if we're we're assuming that in the beginning, are you saying that God was just God alone by himself? Because I don't think we can fully grasp the concept of even really to touch upon what God is. We say God, but God's just a title. That's what we call him. But in the reality of it is, we couldn't really fathom that. So I mean, if once again, if he chose to come down in human form and take upon the flesh, I think Hebrews talks about that. You could correct me. You probably know. If he chose to take upon flesh himself for the sins of the world, then what stops him from doing that exactly? Because
nothing stops him. This is not a question of his ability. This is a question of his nature. And the thing that you're going to get bound by is the Bible over and over again says that the Lord doesn't change and that God is perfect. And if those things are true, well, then I would assume that also means that God's essential characteristics don't change. Meaning, if God has a body, he always has a body. If God doesn't have a body, he never has a body. Because if the body is an essential characteristic, You can't gain it or lose it. Now, you could say that the body's not an essential characteristic. You could do that. You say, listen, the body is a container for God. That's a perfectly plausible thing to say. The problem that you have is if the body is a container for God, then you can't say that Jesus was 100% God. You'd have to say that Jesus is part God, part man.
And which you would say that that would be a demigod,
That
referring
makes
to.
yeah, exactly. That makes him a demigod.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On that,
Like it's hard to find a Trinitarian concept that doesn't devolve into partialism.
Yeah, I don't think the Trinitarian as far as what the mainstream church is taught nowadays. I think Trinitarian is more along the lines of you had one creator and he chose to limit himself and come down in flesh form. That's how I would see it. That's how I believe.
Well, can I propose an easier solution?
If you say just don't believe, that would probably be funny. Not lie. Just don't.
I mean, if you were talking to Joel reads Bible right now, he would say that.
He would 100% say that, yeah.
I know,
but
I'm well.
my solution is this.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus doesn't need to be God. So in the Hebrew Bible, we hear about this Messiah figure. The Messiah is never God. Like there's no concept in the Hebrew Bible that when the Messiah comes, the Messiah will be God. So this nonsense in the New Testament about Jesus being God, like you just get rid of that, and you really don't even find it until you get to John and after John. The earliest Gospels, especially Mark, there's no hint there that Jesus is literally God. And I think once you get rid of this nonsense of Jesus being actually God, I think it makes a lot more sense, because even in the Gospels, it just says nonsense stuff like Jesus is the begotten Son of God. Well, that doesn't really mean what you think it does. Like in Psalm 2, it says that David was a begotten Son of God. Like, so the adoptionist model works perfectly fine for Jesus as the Messiah. You don't have to do this whole Trinity, 3 persons in one God nonsense.
Well, let's change the subject. You kind of.
Do you know the history behind that? Like why that's even the case? Like why there's why they like the church.
The Trinity.
Like about the Council of Nicaea. Yeah, like the Council of Nicaea.
Nicaea was brought. What was it? 375 when Constantine.
That was like 325 CE, I believe, was the Council of Nicaea.
Exactly the date, but I know that Constantine, he kind of had a big thing. He was like, "All right, we got to figure out what we all believe." There's a few things that we have to like.
It was pretty much brought to you by the Roman Church, yeah. Like the Romans pretty much brought like the Trinitarian belief down on everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
And that became orthodoxy, and then it's just kind of like has people just kind of been rolling with that for.
What was the Reformation? When was that? Early 14 or late 1400s, and then
it started
1425 ish.
Yeah, it started in the 1400s, but it's kind of a gray area because it depends on like what do we count as the Reformation, right? Because there were some early breakoffs that is hard to pin down. Like, hey, is this really part of the Reformation, or is this like the birthing pains of it? You know?
Yeah.
Most people point to Luther as like the Reformation, though. Like that's like the biggest, like the most famous part of the Reformation is definitely Luther.
Luther definitely stands among the most notable figures. I think the earliest probably so like the Anabaptists started in 1524. So that was the original Brethren. The original Brethren broke off in 1524. What year was Martin Luther doing his stuff?
I think it was,
I want to say Martin Luther was like born in 1389, so I want to say he was like 1436 by the time he was
okay, so
doing all this stuff.
Luther must have been the same time as the Brethren. It says Luther was born in 1483 and died in 1546.
So was it 15? Oh, okay. I had that backwards then.
You're just off by
100 years off. Yeah, by 100 years. Yeah.
So yeah, early 1500s. But sorry, I lost track of the conversation because I heard Reformation. What's happening?
We were talking about we were just talking about like the He asked about the Reformation.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm getting to let's do a change of a subject, I guess. What is it about Christianity? And I'm going to ask you guys this personally. What is it about Christianity that do you have anything against it? Is there like a certain thing that's like, them dang Christians always doing their, preaching or something? Like what is it that kind of was like, man, I don't like, or whatever?
Well,
for me, it was textual criticism. Yeah.
I would say from my view, basically, I was more concerned with whether or not it was true. I didn't really have too many complaints with the Christian community I was a part of. In fact, I had a really good experience in the church. I never had a problem. So I know a lot of people have bad experiences. I didn't have any bad experiences. That being said, I was really concerned with whether or not it was true. So that was a question I asked myself over and over and over again as I'm reading and studying the Bible, doing textual criticism, and doing all my other studies. And I got to a point where like it can't be true. It's impossible. It doesn't know science. It doesn't know history. Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies,
0
not
prophecies,
even 1.
yep.
And I'm like, listen, if Jesus didn't fulfill a single damn prophecy, he's not the Messiah. If Jesus ain't the Messiah, then he's sure as hell not God. And if Jesus is neither God nor the Messiah, then Christianity is not true.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: why has he stuck around so long?
I
That's
think
my
people like the message. I think Jesus' message was contagious. This idea of loving your neighbor and this idea of communal living, like sell all you have and give it to the poor, live as a community. I think this is very popular teaching, especially at a time where people were hungry, they were needy. The Roman government wasn't actually taking care of their population. A shit ton of them were slaves. And I think it was popular among like the elderly and also among the widows. The early critics of Christianity, like Julian and Porphyry and Celsus, they accused the Christians of basically taking advantage of like old women that don't know any better, and they were basically funding the church as well. But the reality is, the church did grow prior to Constantine. I don't think it grew nearly as big as people realize. I think the real growth of the church happened under Constantine, because almost immediately Constantine started cracking down, getting rid of apostates, getting rid of Greek philosophers, getting rid of heretics, murdering people if they had documents
False
from these
beliefs.
heretics.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. I don't think Christianity would be here had it not been for the Roman Empire.
Right.
Like, I think that's a fair claim. I think it would have died out.
I mean, from where I stand at, obviously it wouldn't be if and you guys are going to be like, no, but I'm going to say if God didn't ordain it to happen, obviously it would have never happened. I think with me is us humans, and I guess this is what I'm on the search for. Is I'm a lot like you. I'm seeking for the truth, and I've found it as far as Christ goes. Me and my wife, we pray with the kids. Our life ain't perfect, but it's honest. I guess you can say it's truth, and to a degree. Now I am studying like as far as like the manuscripts goes. I got the Dead Sea Scroll Bible. I'm working through that. I've got a bunch of different kinds of Bibles. I got the KJV, the ESV. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the Hallelujah Scriptures. Have you ever heard of those?
Mm.
It's more like it could go along with the Hebrew rights movement. I dabbled in that a while back, but I realized that was
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, no, you get a lot of legalism comes when you start like dabbling in that, because then a lot of people you got to wear certain clothes, you got to do this, you got to do that. But to that point, I think humans are designed to seek knowledge, and to me that's enough proof to believe that there's at least a creator. There's at least something that has been created, like it's at least inspired its creation to seek after You could say spiritual things, or you could say intellectual things. And to me, that's like, you don't see other animals doing that. You don't see monkeys or anything like that seeking actual wisdom, actual knowledge, actual things that I guess fulfill a person, I guess you could say. So you guys being an atheist, I don't know if she's an atheist. Is she an atheist, or both of you atheists?
I'm an atheist.
Atheist. Okay, so from an atheistic standpoint, how did this all come to be? Because I'm still learning myself. Like I'm interested to see how you guys where do we come? How did this all be?
We've got lots of good models. So first of all, I don't think that there was ever nothing. I think the universe is eternal. This is a pretty old concept. Even some of the ancient Greek philosophers had the same idea. And I think science leads you to that endpoint as well. Like if energy can't be created nor destroyed, and if mass is always conserved, it just seems to be that there's never been a state of nothingness. And that makes a lot of sense to me. The other thing, too, is if we have an infinite amount of time in the past and an infinite amount of time in the future, and we've got all these trillions and trillions of galaxies and planets, it was really only a matter of time before some life started to self-assemble somewhere in the universe. And we've got good evidence that it's happening elsewhere. Like we just explored another meteor. It was named Bennu, and we found all kinds of building blocks of life. Adenine, what do you call it? I gotta look it up real quick.
Can I ask you this question? I've been reading this book, and it made well, to me, it made a good point. What came first, DNA or the cell? Like how, that may sound stupid. You may not. That may sound stupid. So correct me if I'm wrong. But what came first? It's kind of like the chicken or the egg type deal. But what have you ever? You know who John Lennox is, right?
Yeah.
I think. Do you know what DNA is?
I know it's a language. I'm studying that myself. I'm still, like I said, I'm still learning and trying to absorb knowledge and stuff. So I know it's a language to a degree. I know that it's you can not spell it out as a word, but you can like kind of stretch it out. It's about 6 foot. That's what I've heard. I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but like
Oh,
DNA
you're
is
fine.
like
Like this is by no means my specialty. The like abiogenesis stuff.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see like what came first. Like how did the like what came first? What was the first thing that started it? Because was it DNA that crept up on the scene, or was it a cell that mutated or somehow evolved to another cell? Like how did that work?
My understanding that neither the cell nor the DNA came first. They were both preceded by RNA. So RNA is the predecessor of both of them.
Okay, RNA. All right, I'll have to look into that for sure. That's something.
There are some people that have degrees in biology in our community that would be really helpful. You might want to consider calling in and talking to Gutsit Gibbon or Forrest Valkai. They host pretty frequently on the line, typically on either a Sunday or a Monday is when they're usually hosting. Both of them are Forrest, I know for sure, is in biology. And I know Gutsit Gibbon has a biology background, but I don't think she calls herself a biologist. So I have to see but she does a lot with evolution. So the DNA though
Also
is interesting
scientific
to me.
snitch.
Well, definitely, yeah, but she doesn't really go live all that often.
No.
But she's a good resource. You might also check out Planet Peterson. He's got a background in sciences as well. But to me, I think the DNA is the best evidence that we evolved, not that we were created, because we find all kinds of evidence that only makes sense under evolution. So, for example, we've got endogenous retroviruses, which is, for lack of better words, we're going to call them a foreign piece of DNA that gets inserted into our DNA. You could call it a piece of damage. You can call it whatever you want to, but it's foreign DNA that finds itself into our genome and then it gets replicated in all of our offspring. Well, we've got hundreds of these endogenous retroviruses that weren't originally part of human DNA that came in through a virus that all humans share, which means at one point all humans shared the same DNA. Seems simple enough. The secondary thing is that a bunch of these we also share with the great ape family, which means at some point we shared blood with the great apes. And so it's just interesting that if you take DNA from literally any animal, you will find DNA from that animal in every other living thing. Every living thing came from one ancient ancestor of DNA that got copied over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's why no matter what you take DNA from, you'll find DNA in something else that matches.
Yeah. So that as complex as that is, and I'm clearly not, I'm just a dude that goes to work and comes home, pays bills, and loves my wife and kids. I'm not no theist or well, I'm a theist. I believe in God, but I'm not no scientist or whatever. But what I can, what I would say to that is, if everything is kind of connected to a degree, that's what you're saying, right? Like everything's kind of connected to a degree. That's how I would pick up on it. If everything's kind of connected, and to me, it would make more sense for a creator having an image, or not an image, but more like a vision or something in. How can I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? If a creator had an image that he was going to make something, and all of it kind of correlates together, and it's all kind of connected. To me, that proves that there's more evidence. That's more evidence for the fact that there's a creator, not just by chance. To me, if it was just by chance, everything would be completely different.
No, I don't think you understood my argument. So my argument is this is not. We share DNA with these ancestors and also cousins of ours, if you want to call them cousins. Not just that we share DNA, we also share the damaged DNA, meaning at some point in history, the DNA got damaged. That damaged got passed down from animal to animal, so on and so forth, which is why we find our endogenous retroviruses in the great apes, is because we have an ancestor in common with the great apes where those retroviruses originated.
Okay.
Why would God make human beings and make all the animals and then just randomly put bits of damaged DNA into them?
Well, you could say. I mean, I wouldn't say that's him putting the damage into him. I would say that the damage came from humans themselves. It's kind of
not possible. It's not
example,
possible for two human beings to both get a virus and then the virus show up in the DNA sequence in the same location. That's the other cool thing about retroviruses is they'll show up in the same location in the genome. Like it's always in the same position because it's just a replication of the prior genome. If two individuals got the same virus and it made it into the genome on two different individuals, both of them would have the virus in different locations, but they're not. They're in identical locations.
Now, what's the virus exactly?
Well, the name of the virus is irrelevant. We're concerned with the retrovirus, what we get from it.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, dude. You're too dang smart for me. I mean, I'll give you credit. You guys are nice. I'm not up here to change your minds. I'm not up here. I'm just up here to talk about it and increase my knowledge.
Well, I think you're smart too. This is our second conversation. You're not dumb. I think you need to give yourself more credit. The only difference is we've taken the time a lot of time to study this stuff, right? And so it's not that we're smarter than you. We're just kind of ahead of you. Like we're doing the stuff that you haven't done yet, but you're going to get around to it.
You've evolved past me.
I haven't evolved past you. This is that my area of interest was in this field for a long time. Like I was already looking at this stuff a long time ago.
Yeah,
we're Bible nerds.
No, I get it. I'm studying it myself. I'm learning, and as I go, I'm starting to understand that this is my main thing with Christ. If he is real, and I do believe, and I think you agree too, that Christ at least was a real person through historical evidence.
I don't know. For me, I'm on the fence. I'm borderline.
Well, either way, if he was a real person, he clearly made a huge impact. Now, whether or not he was God in the flesh, that's to be determined. I guess we'll figure out when we die, or we won't. And you guys are right. It just goes back to, I guess, nothingness, or if we're,
Fade to
if we're
black.
if we're Hindu, we'll become a cow or something. I don't know what the whole process with that is, but um, but what I do know is if we do die and if he is real, and he did make some pretty big bold claims, and even in the Old Testament, Yahweh, if he is real, which I do believe he is, not out of fear of him, which you could say to a degree, right? Proverbs chapter 1, verse 7. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom and knowledge. And to me, I do have a sense of fear from him. I mean, if he is my creator, then same as my child, I love him. I got two sons and a little girl. Actually, a newborn girl. She was just born like a couple months, or actually a month ago. My child has a sense of, yeah, it's something else for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what to do with having a little girl. I got two boys, and you can roughhouse with them and it's fun, but little girls different. You got to protect them from everything. It's crazy, but
Girls
my
are a handful.
Yeah, she's already crying. It's crazy. But my oldest has a sense of fear towards me. No, I don't think because, well, for one, he knows that I will discipline him if I have to. But for two, I think it's more of a love fear. Like he respects me, and that's how I kind of view, God the Father. If he is real, and from the experiences and personal experiences, I know some people don't view personal experience as experience, but I do. Um, from my personal experiences, he's worked in my life. Now you could say that's manifestation, or you could say it's me thinking about it and it's coming true. But there's been some real miracles that I've actually experienced, that just didn't make sense to me. That didn't line up with the natural world.
So I know, I had experiences like that when I was a Christian. The interesting thing is once you leave the religion, they get rationalized pretty easily. It is interesting to me when I was a believer how much I kind of clung on to those experiences once the Bible kind of fell apart. But honestly, you'll get to a point eventually if you keep deconstructing where you're like, well, there are rational answers for those experiences that don't include God. But I get it. When you're still in the faith, you're going to cling on to all that stuff that you think is from God until until you're forced to let go of it. So
Didn't Jesus say those who endure to the end shall be saved, or shall the same be saved?
Yeah.
Not only did Jesus say that, that also contradicts Jesus's message, which is that, or actually Paul's message, that it's not based on faith or not based on works, it's based on faith alone, lest any man should boast. If you have to endure to the end, it seems to me like you can lose your salvation.
I would say, now that's an interesting topic. I'm down to talk about that.
Well, I'm not interested in theology. I'm not that interested in theology.
All right, yeah. Okay.
But it's also 1 a.m, like 1:17. So this is probably gonna be my last conversation for tonight, and I've got to wrap things up.
That's awesome.
Gotta move to the West Coast, Justin. It's only 10:17 here.
Oh my gosh, I know. Wait, Jesus is King. What coast are you on?
To be honest with you, dude, I don't even know. I live here and there, far in between, No, I think I'm where am I? West Coast? No, I'm not West Coast. Definitely not West Coast. East Coast. Or I'm not even on a coast. I don't even know. I'm like,
what state are you in?
Tennessee.
Oh fuck yeah, okay. You're Eastern time zone most likely.
Yeah.
It's 1:18. I got to go in here and go to bed. But
Eastern time zone.
I tell you what, one more question from you guys. I would like to any type of question you guys got. I would like to just not a long debate, just something that just a debate.
Question for
you. Are you
or
aware
question
we don't
for
know
us?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
you want us
just
to ask you a question?
Yeah, just any question.
Sure. What's your perspective?
I'd want to touch on authorship. Are you aware that we don't know the authors of the Gospels?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that there's, contradictions. I'm aware that there's, some things that are in question as far as like the manuscripts and the fragmentaries. But that's really with everything, and not everything is 100%. And just like how I view the scriptures, I believe there's enough evidence to at least say that there's from those who believe like myself that there is a deity, Yahweh. Now, is he, like he says, I'm, the only one, the first and the last, the beginning and the end? That's yet to be determined. I guess we'll figure that out when we die. But from as far as I'm concerned, the evidence that suggests that he is a real deity, although it may be contradictory, but there's a lot of history right there that you can't just swipe under the rug and be like, no, that's not. You at least got to consider it, and that's what I'm doing. Um, I'm considering the fact that there is an all powerful deity. Now, does it hurt my life by believing in him? No, absolutely not. If anything, it gives me a purpose and a hope to come. But that's not the only reason I believe. There's obviously other reasons, but I believe believing in a higher power gives you at least purpose. Not saying you guys don't have purpose. That sounds, no, I'm not going to say that. I take that back. I'm not going to say that because I know how that could be. I know how you guys could. But I will say that believing in a higher power does give value to other human beings. I believe love is the biggest form of emotion. I don't believe there's nothing trumps love. And in my opinion, sacrificial love is the strongest form of love, I mean, like, for example, me and my wife, like, I would give my life for my wife. I would die for my wife. I would die for a stranger, given the circumstances. If it was, any circumstance, as long as, if it, I mean, contributes to the greater good, I guess you could say.
So I think the inherent problem with religion for me is that it affects all of your decisions. It affects your behaviors. It affects your beliefs in the world, and then you have to interact with other people in the world. So, for example, one example that I like to give a lot, and it's not an egregious example, but I think it's illustrative of the situation, which is, remember in the 90s when there was this big kerfuffle over stem cell research?
No, I wasn't born in the 90s.
So in the 90s, there was this big turmoil, about stem cell research because all the Christians thought like it was against the Bible, and this was like
you're murdering
God,
babies,
and you're murdering babies, and so like we have this situation where Christians were like single-handedly holding back stem cell research in America, and we've got lots of examples of this where like Christians, even with good intentions, will, to me, stifle innovation. They'll hold things back, or they'll want to create laws that we all have to live by that are barbaric. Like we used to have all kinds of laws in America. Like women couldn't even have checking accounts until like after World War II. We just didn't progress as we could have with a secular nation. And so for me, it's not that I don't think that all religion is inherently evil, but when I look back at the history of Christianity and ask myself, what did they really give us? It doesn't really seem like it was a net positive. I mean, I'm not going to say that it was all bad, but I'm going to say it brought a lot of negative stuff too. I mean, think about how the church decided to deal with heretics. We had the Spanish Inquisition. They were fucking killing witches and heretics left and right. Even just for the simple crime of baptizing people as adults, they were murdering people that were baptizing adults, and not just the Catholic Church. Other Reformed offshoots were also participating. Even over in Geneva, Calvin had burnt at least one person. Two people we know of, Calvin had burned at the stake as heretics. So it's like there's so much bloodshed and violence in the name of Christianity. It's hard for me to look back in history and be like, yeah, we needed this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see that now. That's something I don't think Jesus came to. I don't think Jesus was sent or came to establish a religion. I don't think like with me, for example, I'm not necessarily like a religious guru. I don't really associate myself with the church, and not modern day church. I think the church is just the body of Christ. I think, if someone is out here cold and struggling, doesn't have nothing to eat, and whether they believe or not, I'm under objection or obligation to stop and either give them some food or whatever it is, food, water, money if I got money or whatever, or just a simple prayer or a simple words of encouragement. um with secular, you mentioned secular, that contributes to how do you give value to human life if everything is kind of like just not secular, I would say subjective. If everything's subjective, where does the value of human life come from? Like what's the point of, like, what gives you value, what gives me value, what makes us, is it because our brain works,
Do you think
or
that
is it?
you're valuable?
Yes. Do you think that you're
Yeah,
valuable?
I do. Yeah. Because I
I
think
think
I'm valuable, it leads me to believe that all human beings are valuable.
so. Like a human, what is that called? Human relativism, I think it's called, maybe. Or am I,
There's a
correct me
lot
if
of
I'm.
there's a lot of ways you could word it. My point is this, that the fact that I think I'm valuable, even if it's just to me, would lead me to
Mm-hmm.
believe that other people will think that they're valuable. The idea that I don't want to be harmed leads me to believe that other people don't want to be harmed, right? And I want to live in a society where people don't harm me. And so it behooves me, even if I'm selfish, it behooves me to try to form a society where we say, listen, none of us want to get harmed. Let's make rules so that we don't harm each other, right? So that even if you don't believe that every human is like inherently valuable, you can still come to like a really good ethical framework just based on selfishness and logic. Like you don't really
Mm-hmm.
need God for that. Now, as it turns out, I think most people do have empathy. And I think most people, when they see somebody else in pain, they can
Mm-hmm.
feel that pain and they share in that pain, which is one of the reasons why so many people will do good for others even when it doesn't benefit them. It's because when you see somebody in need, you feel that pain as though almost like you were in it. So I grew up like super poor, and like there, when you grow up poor, you got situations. Sometimes you fucking don't have a winter coat, you don't have food to eat. So like
I,
I'm specifically like keenly aware of like if I
mhm.
see a child that's cold or don't have enough food, because I remember fucking being a child that sometimes cold.
I, um,
Right? You just have
yeah,
empathy.
but let's say someone comes along that completely disagrees with you and finds a certain group of people that has no value. What prevents them or stops them from doing whatever they want to them? You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
what
we have
it,
laws, right? So like if you have a city of 10,000 people and you've
mm-hmm.
got two of them that's like, I want to go fucking murder people. Well, we're going to stop them because we've got 9,998 people here who don't think we want to be murdering people.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me put it to you like this: if you have 10,000 people and two of them don't go around murdering people, but they go around planting the idea that a certain group of people in that 10,000 people, doesn't matter, or they don't, or something about them, and eventually 5,000 of the people side with the two people, and then
Yeah.
there a civil war break out or whatever.
Yeah, we call those Trump voters. Yeah. The
He
people who
said,
don't care about other people.
call them Trump. Well, that's funny. I agree with you. I ain't gonna lie. I don't believe in politics. No, I used to be a big, like, Trump 2020 or whatever, but
Mhm.
I grew out of the politics. I don't think they really care about us, to be honest with you. What was I gonna say? Oh, I think in today's world, what we're
So
seeing is
I think your
is
question was like, what if a bunch of people in society get together and realize they want to do bad things?
Yeah, like what stops them? They don't have a more. I don't think they have no. It's subjective, so it doesn't matter what. Like, okay, let me put it like this: if we are, some other person said it on here. There was like a primordial soup or something. I'm using that as a hypothetical. I'm not saying we are, but I'm just saying that if we are, then theoretically they don't have that other person doesn't have value. They're just a bunch. They're the same as you. You don't have value. None of us have value, and we're all going to die
But
eventually.
again, I disagree with that framework. Most atheists aren't nihilists. We don't believe that humans don't have value. I explained to you why. Like, if going to atheism means you're no longer going to value humans, that would just mean none of us atheists are really atheists. I've never met an atheist that just decided that humans no longer have value now that I don't believe in God.
I have. I've
I
met.
think if anything, I feel like I gained more empathy moving into atheism.
But like theism doesn't make it better. In theism, you still have subjective morals. They're just subjective morals that come from your God, and they're also relative as well. But like you've got the opposite problem, which is there's atrocities in your book that God commands people to do, and there's a lot of Christians that will read that book and say, "Oh, it's okay if we do these atrocities."
And that's where you get into like the divine command theory. Like I was just talking to like Hutu. You remember Hutu? He's been
Oh
on your
man,
live before. Yeah,
yeah, Hutu's a wild
their
one.
divine command theory, and it is awful. It is an awful
Yeah.
worldview. I don't know if you've watched Justin very long, but that's how you get the baby paste.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Hello. Am I still on here?
Actually, I switched to pescatarian this year after like seriously evaluating my moral framework as an atheist because I'm like I can't even fucking hurt animals.
Am I still on here?
You are.
Oh, okay.
I consider myself to be an opportunistic omnivore. I could never
Mm.
harm an animal to eat,
Mm-hmm.
but if it's there, I'll eat it.
It's already dead. So I mean, that's something you definitely have to consider, and I have as well. Like if I'm at a family gathering or something, and like there's nothing for me to eat, and I'm hungry. Like, listen, the cow's already dead. It's not gonna kill me if I have a burger. But I'm not gonna be cooking or serving the meat in my own house. I'm not going out of my way to do the thing. But I think we lost Jesus as King. I think his connection died on us. I think he came back
Oh
though. Give me a
darn!
second.
Wait, am I back?
Yeah, welcome back.
You're back.
I think your connection's starting to get bogged down, buddy.
It's so funny. Both of our cats are like messing with us right now.
Jesus is King. I think your connection's dropped, bud.
Did you hear my cat in the background?
No, I couldn't hear him.
Oh, he was chirping quite a bit.
Aw.
I spoil the crap out of him. He's got all the toys. You should see this elaborate. He wants me to play fetch with him right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jesus is King, your connection. Oh, hold on. It for some reason you got muted. Let's try that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened. That was strange.
Sometimes the reception just gets
I think it's the lizard people messing with my phone.
That's what it is.
Exactly what it
Got
is.
to be the lizard people.
Yeah, it's the
The
Anunnaki.
chuds.
Yeah,
it's the war with the chuds and the lizard people.
Yeah, that's what it is. But look, you guys have been fun always. I'm gonna obviously hop back on here in the future.
Yeah, coming back, man.
I always like debating. I find it fascinating that we're as human beings we can all sit and have like, really, really intellectual dialogue. I think that's why I'm on this mission to find at least where we come from. I'm always open minded, but my faith will. I think that's the big thing is just faith. That's what I'll finish on. I guess is my faith in Christ will exponentially grow. I don't think it will weaken. It's not weakened ever since last time we talked. Actually, It's grown.
Uh-huh.
That's why it encourages me to get on here and debate, even though I'm out of my league when it comes to, knowing everything to know about the Bible, or knowing everything to know about science or biology or philosophy or any of those. But I think the brain is a very beautiful thing, and I don't think it just, came to be. And that's my problem. I just don't think it just came to be by itself. I think that there was a intelligent designer that had a vision that wanted to make it a certain way, and I think that's
why did he make it in a way that people have seizures and hallucinations?
Well, I would say those are mutations.
Cancer. Why to use the sun? I know you think when Thinker was on your live, like she made a great point about like the sun and cancer.
I would say cancer, seizures, and all those are
But
related.
the sun causes cancer.
The sun causes cancer. I would think that the sun. I don't believe that the sun causes cancer. I believe that our DNA is weak or broken or fragile, and certain humans that doesn't. They just don't respond well to it. I wouldn't say that.
But who made it that way?
Once again, I don't believe God made it that way in the beginning. I don't believe that He made it from the
how
beginning.
did it get that way?
From human corruption, from the way that we consume metals, smoking cigarettes.
Did humans change the DNA?
I mean, they're doing it now. They're starting to.
Did Adam and Eve change DNA?
Did Adam and Eve change DNA? No, but they didn't.
Humans have been getting cancer for thousands of years. We've got ancient Egyptian records of cancer.
I would like for you to send that to me so I could study that.
I can tell you. We've also got dinosaurs with bone cancer, 2 of them.
I would like for you, just if there's any way you could send that to me, I would love to research that and look into it.
Shoot me an email. I'll send you back the Egyptian records of cancer.
All right, you have to. I don't know how do I send you an email through? Like, what do you mean?
It's connected to my YouTube account. If you got to my YouTube account, you'll find it connected to my YouTube. It's Justin@deconstructionzone.net.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not too smart when it comes to technology. My wife, she kind of does. She does all that stuff. I just get on here and watch YouTube reels and Facebook reels.
Fair enough. Let's put the problem of evil discussion is a really good one. It's one of my favorites. But it's 1:30. Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning. I said 15 minutes ago we need to wind this down. So come back again soon, and let's put a tab in the problem of evil, and let's pick it up again when you come back.
Oh, for sure. All right, guys. God bless you. I know you don't believe in it, but Jesus loves you. Y'all have a blessed day. Put in your notes that I'm still nice. So
I did.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you. Y'all have a blessed night.
Have a good one.
I know they mean well when they say have a blessed night, but surely they have to know that's a meaningless phrase to us, right? It doesn't mean anything.
It's just kind of like, okay, thanks.
Anyways, he was nice both times.
And a very congenial Wednesday to you as well.
Well, friends, I'm going to read some super chats and then wrap things up here tonight. Maybe we'll get done around 2 in the morning or so. We'll find out. We'll see what happens. The cats are already trying to sleep. Look, Volt is behind me sleeping. Faraday's cuddled up here trying to sleep. He's not even pawing at my face. He's like lounging back. Like, can we sleep yet? We're going to get there, buddy. I know. Caleb says, does Charlie Brown exist? Checkmate atheist. Wait, what? What does Charlie Brown have to do with God existing? I've got some questions, Caleb.
Charlie Brown.
That might mean something to somebody. Maybe it's an inside joke somewhere. Silas Haxabit, also the artist formerly known as a man with a stoat in his throat, says trees. Checkmate atheist in your face. You know what? That's fair. Every time I go out to the woods to go for a walk, I get nearly converted. Man, could you imagine if you lived like near a forest? It'd be impossible to be an atheist. And Reverend Nate says, back in our day, Justin, we also had hanging chads. That is the case. Oh my gosh. That if I remember correctly, in the 2000 election,
That
didn't
was with Al
hanging
Gore
chads?
and W. Yeah.
Yeah,
Al
didn't
Gore
they
election.
add that to the dictionary? Like it was such a huge deal that they literally made a dictionary entry for it. Like you can find that somewhere in the dictionary now.
The fight for
What?
Florida.
Right. Well, unfair fight. The governor basically fucking
Right?
handed it to his
I
brother.
know. Right. I know, right?
123 Berserk says, inspiring philosophy apologists switched to going after Islam instead. I agree. Listen, I've been saying this all along. The fact that all these Christian apologists are now no longer debating the existence of God, they're debating bullshit like, did Jesus claim to be God, or Christianity versus Islam? They're doing it because they've already lost. They know they can't prove their God being real. They've been getting their asses kicked by the atheist debaters for like the last 15, 20 years. And they're like, okay, I guess fucking let's debate the Muslims maybe. Wicked Ops says this guy sounds like the shrimp from Shark Tales telling a ridiculous story. It's been a long time since I've seen Shark Tales. Like,
I know what he's talking
ages.
about. It's like the shrimp goes, it's a true story.
I'll have to check that out. I don't remember that part. You know what, though? I did see a reference on TikTok the other day to The Land Before Time. I was like, hey, is that movie coming back? What's happening right now? Charlie
That's
got
basically this.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that with the shrimp thing, it's basically this. This shrimp just tries to like give this like wild explanation for why the shark shouldn't eat them.
I'll have to check that out. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Charlie got kirked. Just quick note. I hate to be a stickler here, but please be careful with the names. Putting like Charlie Kirk in super chats or in the names is like a good way to get my channel demonetized. So please don't do that. Also, and I know I shouldn't have to say this, and I know some people are going to be mad at me. Please, I'm not a huge fan of making fun of people that were assassinated. It's not my favorite thing. Even if you think Charlie was a goof, and I think he was an idiot. I'm not a super fan of bad mouthing people who were assassinated. I think it encourages more people to do the same. And you guys know me, I don't believe in fucking violence. So not a big fan of promoting violence. But anyways, his bro's word of the day at toilet paper came pre-soiled. That might be the case though. I mean, that is true. And Taku says words don't mean words. 90 star is a tool. Wait, what's 90 star? I know like star 86, star 67. Oh fuck, star 67 is the thing. I forgot about that. I don't know about 90 star. But thanks for the super chat, friend. Space Lord says, glad you're wearing earbuds, Justin. They're keeping your brain from leaking out your ears when talking to this guy. The word salad guy was fucking wild, by the way.
Which one, the user guy or the one I told to hold his beer?
User was, I have once or twice, but it's very rare to find somebody that can string together that many words incoherently. It was almost impressive. Evan, good to see you, friend, says, when I get cold, I stand in a corner. It's 90 degrees. Oh, now we see now. Yeah, the fact that he couldn't use 90 degrees in the proper context was pretty wild to me. He thought that just because somebody on the job site referred to a 90-degree angle somewhere, that means that the phrase a 90 degree is now like an official thing on a job site. That's not the case. A lot of things are going to get weird colloquial names like that. S. Frank says, thank you for your donation. Well, Frank, thank you for your donation. And W fucking pocket aces. Reverend Nate says, user managed to misuse 95% of their entire vocabulary. I don't think that was even possible. I didn't think that was even possible on purpose. I got to be honest. Like, if you asked me, hey, can you make some sentences? Like, can you string some words together and form sentences that don't make any sense? Honestly, I would be hard pressed to do it on purpose, as much as the user was able to do it seemingly maybe on accident. Dash, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I love your videos, Justin, but please be better at kicking people off sometimes. That guy should have been kicked off 20 minutes ago. So I'm torn. There's a couple things too, like sometimes I'll get a guest up here that's kind of boring, but then the queue is like empty. I don't have anyone to replace them with. So sometimes a guest gets drug out just because I'm like, fucking, I need somebody else to replace them with. I got no one to replace them with, right? So that happens. And sometimes they're just being nice. You guys know my rule here. If a guest comes up and they're being nice, I always give them extra time and I always give them room to say stuff, even if they get a little bit yappy, because I want to encourage people to be nice. When people come up here and they're being assholes, I treat them like assholes. Also, if they're Phil bros,
nothing to be kind.
Yeah, exactly. It costs nothing to be kind. If they're Phil bros, they don't get the same courtesy, even if they're nice, because Phil bros are boring as shit. Mr. Hario says, J-Dog, can I get a shout out to my friend Brockwell? We're co-watching your stream on Discord. Well, fuck yeah, Brockwell. I hope I pronounced that. A big W. And sorry I didn't see the super chat earlier. I don't read them all in order. I've explained that a few times, but we got to it eventually towards the end of the stream. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And hopefully y'all are still watching. Zelda says, what are these sandwiches with words? Yeah. I mean, the word salad, to be fair, the word salad was impressive. It is a little bit more appetizing if you could put in a word sandwich. And Simeon says, okay, caller, please define the word a if words are so intuitive. Hint, it is 100% a word with an actual specific meaning. You mean there's a literal fucking word in the English language that's just 2 A's in a row? Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on. I mean the program? Okay, so 2 A's in a row is a noun. It's a geology word. And it says basaltic lava, forming very rough, jagged masses with light, frothy texture. What a bullshit word.
That's crazy.
How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. Is it a long A or?
Yeah, you can't say A, right? You can't just say A, because now you're like, what, you fucking the Fonz? Like, what are you supposed to say here? Oh, well. I wonder if there's a pronunciation for this. Hold on. Oh, it comes from Hawaiian, but it doesn't show how to pronounce it. It might
Maybe
be
it's just
Aya.
A. Aya?
Yeah, because the way the pronunciation is listed on the dictionary is that there's both letters are emphasized. So it'd be like saying AA or Aya or AA.
I would say Aya sounds good.
Yeah, I can go for that. Hoopman Jones says, I'm pretty sure that last caller was actually God. I'm gonna say no on that one, but thank you for being here. And PDX Geek says, my God is not imaginary. Bill Murray is real. To be fair, Bill Murray's funny. I like a lot of Bill Murray stuff. There's some Bill Murray movies that don't get love anymore. Like, I did like him in Scrooged. I do watch that every couple Christmases, but it's not really in most people's rotations, but I thought it was okay. But listen, Bill Murray's not for everybody. He's not everyone's cup of tea. T Cove, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And Good Question is with us tonight. Appreciate the super chat. It says, can a brain with only 20 neurons have a mind? I don't know. I know there's some debate in both the medical and philosophical literature as to like at what point of capacity does something become sentient? And I think sentience is a gradient. Like, I'm not sure there's like a fine cutoff where like, if you're over here, you're non-sentient. If you're over here, you're sentient. I think there's a gradient of sentience. And I would put fish on the very fucking low end of them. They're just wiggly trees. So, but then like we've got other animals that are really fucking impressive. Like cats are super smart, right? So, like, I don't know.
They're
I'm
amazing
torn.
hunters.
Yeah, they're great hunters. Booget says Catholicism, are you joking? We actually had, I think, twice in one night tonight, 2 people that were like Catholic adjacent, but not super Catholic. It was a weird night. Usually when people come in and they mention Catholicism, they're like real Catholics. If you're not a real Catholic, usually people have no reason to mention it. But Christian live streamer says, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And are you a real Christian live streamer? Or are you like spoofing one? Now we got questions while you're sending super chats, but thank you. Book It with a follow-up says, can we call missionaries Catholic converters? That's good. That's good. I am down with Catholic converters. That's a good one. Good use of words, friend. And Boston Metal Clips says, for the love of Doug, hey, I agree with you. Boston rules, and for the love of Doug, keep on rocking. That's another band that I hope doesn't get lost to history. Boston was amazing. Just 13 Rain says the argument of complexity will always get you to an endless line of creators. To say that the Abrahamic God is not complex is to lie. It was created. So this is fair. The argument from complexity is basically kicking the can down the road, because if something complicated requires a creator, that means God requires a creator, because God is arguably the most complicated thing ever, right? Which is why our feeble minds can't understand God. So if things that are complex require God, then it means God requires a God, and then you get into an infinite regress of gods creating gods, and it just is kind of silly at some point. Dr. Fudge says, deserves a price is deserves a Price is Right losing horn sound effect. Well, we do have one. I don't use it quite as much as I should, and that's on me. And there's a couple that I don't know if I've ever used on stream. Let's see. This one I've used once or twice. This is a good one.
Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no
I love
crying
that
in
movie.
baseball.
Fucking classic. Eventually, I'm going to add the wrong one and get demonetized.
A League of Their Own, yes.
Yep. Yantu says, did you know IW or LW? Did you know LW, there was a translation before KJV? Do you mean if? If there was, well, yeah, there's a bunch. There was the Tinsdale, the Coverdale, the Bishops, the Geneva, and there's another big one I'm forgetting. Fucking the big
Geneva,
one.
Let's see here.
Obviously, the Bishop's Bible is out there.
And still, I know I'm forgetting one.
Now I just have to Google it.
I know there's another one.
Not coming to me. Hold on.
It's late.
I know, right? It's a person's name.
Speaking of Tinsdale, though.
Wycliffe.
Yeah. Wycliffe, that's the one, yes. And also Tinsdale, speaking of them, they got burnt at the stake for their translation. Another atrocity of another casualty of Christian dogma.
Imagine like the Catholic Church speaking for God, and now God is like, oh, this motherfucker wants people to read the Bible? Let's light him on fire. What a crazy thing to believe. It's complete nonsense. Hydracool says, Phil Bros.
He was on fire for the Lord.
Oh, yeah. Indeed he was. Hydracool says, Phil Bros who can't articulate their own points. I know. Listen, you've heard me say it a million times, friends. If you have a philosophical argument and you can't communicate it in normal words, then one, you're either pretentious or you're incapable of communicating. It could be both. If you are a good communicator, you will never have to use insider lingo. And that's why you don't hear me using insider lingo here. I don't use any of the lingo I learned in engineering school or in Bible college, because none of it's useful here. If your grandmother or your niece and nephew don't understand what you're saying, you shouldn't be using it in public discourse, unless you're in a very specific...
Transubstantiation.
Right, exactly. Oren says, if you can't explain to a layman, you don't know it. I agree. In fact, when I was in seminary, I don't know what they taught you when you were in school, but when I was in seminary, our homiletics professor told us, like, listen, if you go and try to preach a sermon using all like the stuff and the jargon that you learned here in seminary, nobody knows what you're talking about. In fact, I even had one of my friends who was a pastor prior to seminary. I'm sorry, prior to me going to seminary, I talked to a friend of mine who was a pastor. I already went to Bible college, and I was like, hey, I want to go to seminary. And he's like, just be warned, when you go to seminary and then you come back, like, it's going to take 6 months for you to normalize again. Like, you're going to go off, you're going to learn all kinds of stuff, and then you're going to talk like an idiot when you come back, and it takes time to integrate back into normal life. He goes, so if you could fix that before you get done with seminary, it'd be much better. But his point was like this: normal people don't use those words. And if you're going to be a communicator, like if you're a preacher, you're a communicator. If you're going to be a communicator, you got to use words that your audience knows. And this is where all Phil bros go wrong. They think that they sound good and smart and articulate when they use a bunch of words that people don't know. That's not communicating. That's called baffling with bullshit. That's what that is. And Dr. Fudge says,
kind of like Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, when keeping it Philbro goes wrong.
I don't think I know that skit.
Yeah, he had this whole segment when keeping it real goes wrong. I just put a spin on it.
I don't think I know that skit. I'll have to look it up. I do like Dave Chappelle. I'll have to check him out. Dr. Fudge, though, I am in agreement. Weird spectrum of callers tonight. It was a weird one. It was a weird, slow, strange night. And now that I'm winding things down, I'm going to end with like 8 people in the queue. Tim says, I made bad jokes. Caller is 1. Oh, are you insulting the callers and the caller's a bad joke? Some harsh words, buddy. Tim says, what's the difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus? It only takes one nail to hang the picture. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, I mean, it depends. You know, sometimes they would rope you to the cross. And then it might not take any nails, but it's a slow death if they're using ropes. You know, you really want to make them bleed. Eliashana Silverbow, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, but if you pray, wait, I was supposed to pray 40 years of my life as a Christian, and I forgot to pray. That's why I'm an atheist now. I know. I love it when people ask elementary questions. Or, you know what is really funny is you can tell they come in fishing, like the Baptist did. They come in fishing like, well, you know, what denomination were you a part of? Because, you know, obviously, if you were part of the wrong denomination, God couldn't have saved you, right?
You were never a real Christian. I got one of those messages recently. You were never a real Christian.
You know what's funny? When people do that to me, I turn it back on them. I said, you're not a real Christian right now. They're like, what do you mean I'm not a real Christian? I'm like, prove to me right now that you're a real Christian. Well, I can't prove it to you. Well, then I'll have to prove my Christian to you. So get the fuck out of here.
It's ridiculous. It's just assumes so much. It's just so disingenuous. It's so dismissive. I hate how dismissive it is.
Mm-hmm. Simple Programmer says, I've been pescatarian for a long time. I can't always say no to bacon, though. I get it. And I also say, because fuck fish. LOL. Love that. Rock hard for like simple about sharing hordes for life. Simple. Listen, here's the thing. Like, moving to like not eating meat is more about like, I think the creatures feel harm and they're like super sentient. And also like they could live typically long, enjoyable lives. Fish, I don't know if they're all that intelligent or all that sentient, and they die really fucking fast. And also, like most of them die of predation. Like most fish aren't out there living a long, healthy life and die of old age. Nope, something's gonna eat that fucker. If it's not me, it's gonna be something else. So I'm not too concerned.
I think octopus only lived like 4 years.
Are you serious? That's it?
Yeah, that's what's so tragic is they're so smart. Like octopus are so smart and they don't live very long.
That's crazy. Hold on, I thought they.
Nope, they have a really short lifespan. The mothers die guarding the womb or guarding the nest. Like they like have all their babies and they will starve themselves. They won't eat.
It says the age range from 6 months to 5 years. That's nothing. Wow.
And they're
Okay.
so smart.
Yeah, they are. Tim, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, Sigh, to explain. I use a taser to make the Catholic I keep trapped under my bed pray for me because I'm an atheist. Tim, buddy, I don't know what's happening in your bedroom. I'm starting to get concerned. Let me know if the authorities need to be called. You've got somebody trapped under your bed? And you're tasering them? I've got questions, my friend. Even the Catholic priests aren't doing that as far as I'm aware. GP says, let me describe the qualities of an entity whose qualities can't be described by mere mortals. Shake my head. Do they even hear themselves? They don't. That's the funny thing is, you ask them to describe their God, and they do the best that they can, and then it always ends on, well, you can't describe God. He's beyond your understanding. Well, if you can't describe God, that means applying any description to him doesn't work. You can't even say that he's God. You don't know what the fuck this guy is. He's just beyond your understanding, whatever it is. And Reverend 8 says, where would bad Christian arguments be without the invention of computers? Okay, picture you design a video game. Wait, what? Where would bad Christians be without the invention of... Okay. Reverend, my friend, you know I love you, but I don't know if I understand what you're saying here. I do believe, though, that the internet has accelerated and exacerbated the amount and frequency of bad arguments because there's not a ton of good arguments there. And once upon a time, you had to read a book to get a lot of these arguments. And now they're just easily obtainable by clicking on the wrong YouTube video. And so, I don't feel... There used to be a time where, like, if somebody went and read an apologetics book, I'm not going to say they're smarter than people who don't read, but like there's somebody who's putting an effort in. But now you just open up the YouTube app and you're like, oh, fucking click that video, and you think that you're smart. That's not really the way that works. Dexter says, Ark of the Covenant and Jesus' flesh, gladware of God. Yes, that's it. The Ark of the Covenant and the flesh of Jesus. Just a container, baby. Just a container.
He tabernacled amongst us.
Yes, exactly. Skeptics and Scoundrels says God lost his perfect KD ratio when he died. What's a KD ratio?
Kill death.
Oh, true. Because, like, that's the other thing. God can't die. So if God can't die and Jesus died, that means Jesus isn't God. Or that part of God isn't God, which means God is part human, and the Bible says in the Hebrew Bible that God is not a man. So there's so many problems with the Trinity. Missing says, is there a translation that fits the bill of accurate with a modern dialect? Looking to do some reading of my own. You guys know me. I like the NRSV updated edition, but there's a secondary translation that's really, really good. It's called the NABRE, the New American Bible Revised Edition. It's phenomenal. I would say it's on par with the NRSV updated edition. There's another one called the Revised New Jerusalem edition or something like the version. That's pretty good too, actually. My only complaint is like there's not many ways to buy that one. And the one that they sell typically, the pages are so thin, it's like it's hard to track. I hate Bibles where the pages are so thin. You're like, I can read the other side of it. Not a fan of that. But that's a pretty decent translation, actually. Shane says, have you ever debated vor? Well, at least once. He debated me on my channel over a year ago, at least a year and a half ago. Shit, maybe 2 years ago now. And we had a pretty wild debate. It was when my channel was still pretty small, but I think we covered a lot of ground, and it was our first debate. I think it was a little bit, I don't want to say it was full of tension, but there was some tension. But, you know, since then we've been on good terms. I think I've pissed him off a time or two, but I mean, in reality, you know, Vor and I have gotten along ever since. Like we've not been like, enemies at all. In fact, Like if there was something we agreed on, I think we'd debate together. Like if we really agreed on something, like say for example, we wanted to debate against a Muslim, like I'd fucking join forces with them and debate the Muslims. So like, I don't have any negative feelings towards Vor. I think Vor's trying to be honest. I think my only complaint with Vor ever has been I think he might be autistic. He doesn't know how interpersonal relationships work. Like he'll find videos that he think are really like moving and good evidence of God, and then he'll just like send them to my DMs. And I messaged him about it months ago. I'm like, why the fuck do you send me these videos? I'm not watching these. Like nothing you send me is new. Nothing you tell me is not gonna. It's not gonna be new information. You're not gonna reconvert me to Christianity. Stop sending me these. I think he kind of got the message because I was a little bit terse with him. But like other than that, I mean I think Vor's likable. I just don't think he really knows like how to interact with atheists. To be honest, I think he claims that he was once an atheist, but like I don't know if I really believe he was really an atheist. That being said, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's just, he's convinced. He's into conspiracy theories, and his favorite conspiracy theory is Jesus. Malcolm says, still
It's
hoping
easier
that
to
you've...
stay as an atheist. I said it's easier to stay as an atheist when you convert from well, it's not really conversion, but when you're going from atheism or Christianity to atheism. I think when you start out at atheism, you don't really have as much experience with the Bible. If you haven't like done the whole Bible scholarship thing, it's easy to get like seduced by Christianity.
Yeah, and that is a real problem. So like, there's a lot. What you'll notice about most apologists, most of them, is that most of them don't have biblical educations. Now there are some who went off to school and got biblical educations, like Sean McDowell. But like fucking Sean McDowell got a degree in apologetics. Like it's not the same thing. So you don't find a lot of like actual academics engaging in apologetics. It's because most academics don't believe in the apologetic point of view. Malcolm says, still hoping that you've checked out Ghost, Satanic Metal ABBA, and would love to know your thoughts. One of the best rock bands touring right now. I did not. I apologize. And Malcolm, the reason why is because like over the winter, about 4,000 people have sent me music to listen to. And if I listened to every song that was suggested during my live stream, I would just spend my entire winter listening to atheist music. So I had to either pick or choose or just not listen to any of them, and I chose not to listen to any of them. I love you, though. Sorry about that. I love music, but not enough to go out searching for new music, because, to be honest, if I have to pick between reading a book or finding new music, I'm probably going to read a book. I'm that boring. Like, I'm that level of boring. It's not good. This is how I am. I'm sorry. Reverend Nate says, sun soup? Did that guest have a weird way of saying sun soup? Did I miss it? I mean,
I think
it was fun.
Sun Soup, yeah, that was fun. I think Guy said that it's a franchise like Sun Soup.
Oh, it is. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh shit, learning today.
I don't think it's an actual real thing. I made that up. I said it's like it sounds like a franchise. Because he was making the argument that he was saying that I think it was that Stephen guy. He was saying that he was wondering if like the primordial soup came from the sun. And I made the joke that it was sun soup. I feel like that's a play on that.
There is a clothing brand, it looks like, called Sun Scoops, which is close. I doubt that's what he was referring to. Clap says the only good church's chickens are in the hoods. Well, yeah, of course. What the fuck? You're not going to go to a church's chicken in the suburbs. Why would you do that? No, don't go to church's chicken in the suburb. Are you out of your goddamn
What do you guys
mind?
think of Zaxby's? You guys are on the East Coast. Do you guys have Zaxby's?
Well, see, so I'm in Ohio, so like I don't know if I've seen the Zaxby's. We've got Raising Cane's, we've got Popeyes, Churches, KFC. I don't know about Zaxby's.
Zaxby's is good.
Yeah. So Klops also says, and not and not your milk farm shit hood, Justin. Listen, I'll tell you what, Claps. So I've only lived in what would be classified as a hood for short periods of time. I didn't spend most of my life there. What I can tell you is that if you want to get really good Church's chicken, you've got to go to the type of hood that makes you uncomfortable if you look like me. That's where you got to go to get the really good chicken. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to go into the hood looking for really good chicken, why are you going to churches? Find the guy that's got his own smoker out in the parking lot, and he's got his own business out in that parking lot doing smoked chicken. Like, that's the chicken you want. Get that good stuff. That fresh, like Unc Joe over here cooks every Thursday. That's the stuff you need. Don't go to churches if you're going to go all the way down there. One-Eyed Atheist says, love this last caller. I have high hopes for him and can easily coexist with him in a civil society. I do agree with that. And being that his brother already deconstructed, I have a slight suspicion that he could be next. It's possible that next in line is going to be Jesus is King 777.
777.
It certainly seems to be the next thing. You know what I mean? Just 13 Rain says my $5 super chat is reduced to atoms. I mean, that is the case. Literally everything is reduced to atoms. But whatever you do, don't get nihilistic on us. There's no reason to dive into nihilism. Life is always worth living. And Facing Opposition says, great job tonight. Are you far from Illyria? No, not that much. In fact, I lived in Illyria when I was younger. And Lorraine as well. No, I'm not too far from Illyria. I still go and visit. It's way nicer now than when I was growing up. When I was growing up, Illyria was just a big old trash heap, as was some of the surrounding areas. It's a lot better nowadays, but if you're from northern Ohio Facing Opposition and you're over in Illyria, we're actually not that far apart, buddy. Declan Camp says, hey mate, listening from down under. Well, thank you, Declan. I appreciate that. Big fan. Just wondering about people that claim to believe they know who the creator of the universe and yet don't follow every word of the Bible. Always confuse me, and I'm with you, Declan. The most baffling thing is people who claim that I've got this book, it comes from God, and I love and revere this God. But then, on the same token, they're like, I'm not going to read that shit. Are you kidding me? Like, that's why, like, people get up here and they're like, how come Justin can rattle off these Bible verses? It's because when I was a Christian, I thought this was the most important fucking document that ever existed. Like, nothing that has ever been written down will ever be more important than this. Of all the millions of books in the world, this is the one book that you have to read. It's not an optional. Fucking you have to read it. It's from God. And so, like, I'm baffled by Christians that don't read this book. It's preposterous to me that you could believe God wrote a book for you and then you're not going to read it. Yeah.
I thought it was wild. I remember being in one Bible study where this girl, she's like, I was talking about Paul. She's like, who's Paul? I'm like, you don't, you don't know who Paul is? Like, how long
That's
you been
crazy.
a Christian?
Crazy. Well, I mean, listen, there's never a shortage of Christians have no idea what's going on, because so many Christians come into Christianity because they were born into it. And when you're born into it, sometimes you don't really know what's up. You don't know what's going on. So, you
I think
say dumb
Christian
stuff.
culture. That's usually Christian culture. They're usually fluent in Christian culture and Christianese. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Ben, thank you for the super chat. It says my favorite argument, but chariot wheels, bro. Listen, when I first started debating, for some reason, Ron Wyatt propaganda was crazy popular on TikTok. It's starting to die down a little bit, but like the amount of times I heard like 2.5 years ago about chariot wheels was unfucking believable. The amount of times I had to be like, oh fuck, okay, The Ark of the Covenant, or the Ark of the Covenant wasn't found. Noah's Ark wasn't found. Chariot wheels wasn't found. And we had to go in and explain to him, this isn't an archaeologist. We don't have these artifacts. He made it all up for money. He's a goof. He's a liar. He was a nurse. He wasn't an archaeologist. It's just difficult for them to to grasp this idea that somebody could be lying for the Lord. But that's what the fuck Ron Wyatt was doing. Swearwolf, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, I'd love to see you do reaction videos or watch parties for religious themed movies and shows like Neon Genesis, Evangelion, or VeggieTales, or Smith Crazy. LOL, firmament's the limit. Well, here, yeah, that's a good, rather than sky's the limit. So I started doing reaction videos this year. My goal is to do at least 1 or 2 a month. I did one. I reacted to a video by gotquestions.org. They put out a video on Daniel 9, and I roasted the shit out of them. I'm going to try to do one as often as possible. I'll apologize now. I've got a lot of stuff happening in January and February because of personal matters in the family. And I don't know how much time I'll have to sit down and record reaction videos, but I promise this year I'm going to do as many reaction videos as I can, because I think they're fun. To be fair, the content writes itself. It's just like doing a debate. The only difference is the video isn't debating me. It's just laying out bad talking points that I get to crush, and then they don't get to respond back. And I don't suspect that most of these apologetic organizations are going to make videos responding back to me. I find that doubtful. But if they do, I'm more than happy to cook them twice. So we'll be doing some reactions today. Chaco, thank you for the super chat. Says Zaxby's is what Canes wishes it was. Need Zax in California. Well, I've never been to a Zax. I think Canes is okay. I wasn't impressed with Canes, Raising Canes.
There's one in Las Vegas now, to the person in the super chat. So next time you're rolling through Las Vegas, I think it's off of like Rainbow, or maybe it's like Decatur. I'm not sure.
Maybe. I don't even know if I've seen one. I don't even know what it looks like, to be honest. I've probably driven by one, didn't realize what it was, but Clap says Unc Johnny's parking lot barbecue for the ones who know. That's a win. Listen, if you're going downtown to get like chicken or barbecue and you're not getting it from a parking lot, what the fuck are you doing with yourself? Just get out of there, leave. You don't belong there. You're in the wrong place. You go back to the suburbs. That's where you got to get it. And it's like they don't even give you utensils. They just throw it on a paper plate and you have to deal with it. It's fucking amazing. But yeah, that's how things roll. I think that's the end of the live stream, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody's live. I see Mezzo's live right now.
Probably Mezzo or Born Again.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm part of the coven. I love Born Again Atheist. That's my girl.
Born Again's funny. She's so funny.
Is
she
funny.
live right now?
She should be.
She's always live at night.
She's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I am leaving, Apple user. I have to leave. She is live. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna split. If you're on TikTok, I need all 378 of you to go raid Born Again Atheists and tell them that Redhead and Justin sent you. And then if you're on YouTube, however many people are left, probably over 1,000 still, let's go over to Mezzo's live stream. If you don't already follow Mezzo, I implore you, by the goodness of Doug, to go over and drop Mezzo a follow. He's hilarious. He's got Joel up right now, actually. And we still have yet to convince Joel and Mezzo to join the Doug and Sharon cult, but we're working on that. Tell them Doug and Sharon sent you. But Mezzo's screen name is Mezzo_WS. Both Mezzo and Joel are good friends of ours. They're amazing creators. They're absolutely hilarious. and wicked smart too. Like they're really good at breaking down some of the arguments. So let's go head over to their house and to Born Again Atheist house, and we'll keep the cooking going. Redhead, thanks for joining me.
Of course, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if you're not following Redhead, do it. Go down and follow Redheaded Trouble, and let's make sure that we're supporting all the people in this community. We love and appreciate y'all, and we'll see you again on Friday.